he's all, Mandela died in prison.
Yeah.
He's all, he died, but that's where Mandela effect came from.
Where it like started.
Was everybody thought fucking Mandela had died in prison, but he actually lived till like 2013.
Yeah.
He was like released in the 90s or whatever and died in 2013.
Well, they also have like, apparently there was like a book that had his shit in there too.
Right.
Like,
Fucking.
they said that he died.
So, which is funny. He's like in the Berenstain Bears. He knows, and he has some of those weird fucking false memories too. But the Shazam one that he's actually connected to, he's like, that never happened. He's like, it never existed.
Well, me and her were talking about that shit. I was like, the one that gets me is the Fruit of the Loom, the cornucopia one, the Fruit of the Loom, where I had a cornucopia behind it.
What's a cornucopia?
It's like a brown basket. It kind of looks like a horn.
Oh yeah, with the fruits in it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I remember that.
That one fucking gets me because
It never had the fucking basket.
No, apparently not. I swear to God, it did, man. Maybe not. I was like,
I remember fruits being there. I'm not sure if I remember the basket though.
I swear, but I don't know, man. That's the coolest thing about the Mandela effect, man. Is it's like all these millions of people with false memories.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I was reading up on that, like the science behind it and stuff like that. And there's like several different fucking, like technical names that they give to it.
Yeah.
There's like priming, just downright false memories and stuff like that. And they were talking about a test where scientists fucking were essentially forcing memories and trying mind control essentially. So I'm like, dude, this is some MK Ultra shit. I'm like, they did that shit back in the 90s. When they made fucking Shazam and shit like that. And something there was an MK Ultra technique to fucking reset our brains or whatever.
I like
and implant false memories.
I like the theory of the split timeline.
Right. The fucking multiverse fucking shit.
Yeah, where they fired up
they kind of like interconnect sometimes.
Yeah, that or like what people were saying is the Hydron,
Large Hadron Collider.
Yeah, that it caused a fucking
rift. Yeah.
Time. Yep. I was like, I love that theory. I was like, it's stupid.
No, and they go into that great. On that medical journal. They go into that, and they're like, they throw like a little like snarky comment though. They're like, which is also because they brought up. They're like, there's some real physics to that, fucking with the string theory and alternate universes and stuff like that. But they're like, those theories are also highly controversial.
Yeah, well, of course. None of them been proven yet. I don't know, man. I was like, me and JC were talking about though. I was like, I don't know, man. I like the Mandela effect, and I hate that there's so many, like Google mostly tries to cover any of that up. I was like, dude, that one's just a fun one. Why in the hell would
right?
Some conspiracies, I get it. There's some of them are.
That's fun because even in that journal, fucking, that's one of the opening fucking paragraph. They're like, leads to conspiracy theories and harmful rhetoric, or not rhetoric, but harmful.
Yeah.
Basically like manipulation techniques and shit. And I'm like, but who the fuck are you to say that? Like, unless you're the one controlling people,
No shit though.
Then it's like, okay,
that makes it even worse though. That's gonna make people think even fucking more that
right.
You guys are up to something.
Boom, exactly.
Like, instead of just letting it be,
just letting
people
it be.
have their
fucking
fun.
That's the beauty in it, is where the questions come from.
I'm telling you, man, we need to start Cube Earth.
I already have.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, in the comment section, bro. I'll find it and I'll show you, bro. I already did, dude. Fucking, so you gotta jump on the train, bro. We'll make that shit spread.
Yeah.
Hashtag Cube Earth Theory.
Yeah, Cube Earth. Yeah.
Oh, let me see if I can find it. And I earned a top fan badge on that fucking. He's all, please do explain.
The Earth is a damn cube. What the hell do you want to explain?
What else do you need to hear, man?
There's fucking dinosaurs in the center and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking Sasquatch is fucking riding dinosaurs.
Right, because he like made a comment about fucking, flat earthers and shit. And I was like, we moved on to bigger and better things. Hashtag Cube Earth.
Fuck yeah.
Stupid as fuck. Let me see. I hate how they fucking do that.
It's like all the dinos and Sasquatches are wearing Nazi memorabilia.
Well, okay, so check it out. So here's the context. Fucking, it's a clip of fucking Green Day, making fun of all the bands that sing like Cheer.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s and early 2000s,
yeah,
Creed,
like
Nickelback, Nirvana. So I start naming off a few, Pearl Clam, Nirvana, and every other 2000s butt rock band.
Yeah.
And the author got all pissed off. I was having like a conversation because some other dude commented some funny shit or whatever and was like, "Fucking Green Day sucks ass," because this dude's thing is tribute, like tribute to a Green Day.
Oh, okay.
That's like his fucking page.
Yeah.
So when people fucking troll him and talk shit about Green Day, he gets all mad, you know.
Like, bro, they're not.
And I guess dude was like, literally nobody fucking likes Green Day either, because Green Day's talking shit about all those other bands at the time. Let me find fucking where I jumped in. It's goddamn fucking, this shit doesn't take you right back to that part.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Oh shit, I guess there was a whole thing going on there.
At this point, you know, we got to push it. Been like, NASA's been lying to everybody.
Yeah, right.
Planets are not spheres.
We
They are
start like
cubes.
we'll Photoshop some like pictures and shit. And just start pushing those pictures. Be like, this is what Earth actually looks like. It's because of fucking fisheye lenses. We'll just take like the same like boilerplate template that flat earthers use.
Yeah, just fucking
Just
turn
hijack it.
Turn it into a cube. Oh shit.
That way we control them too.
But like, how would
Control
you
all
know?
the-
You ever been to space?
Yeah.
You ever seen it? I ain't seen it. That's proof right there. It's like, you ever look out off in the horizon? You don't see no roundness, dude. Nope. Smooth.
What was his comment? Okay, yeah. So fucking basically, he tells that guy, "Fucking tell me 10 reasons why you hate Green Day." Then tag a friend and ask them to explain why the Earth is flat. And I was like, flat Earth is over. We're on to bigger things now. Hashtag cube theory. Cube theory. And he's like, "Oh, please do tell." I'll just fucking like put like a bunch of links, like bullshit links. Like, put them to like gay porno sites or something.
Like,
I haven't thought about what I want to reply, but that was some of my thoughts.
No, you got to do like that.
Send them to NASA and be like, "These are all fake."
You gotta do like that fucking comedian that whenever he pissed everybody off, he's sent him a link to fucking special helmets.
Oh, what's his name? Matt Fife or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
it's like, I don't care for him too much, but that's actually fucking funny.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. They were trying to cancel him for it.
Like, nah, man.
For doing like a retard joke or something.
Yeah, or no, he made a joke about women, like it was like beating women or something stupid.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's like
yeah.
90% of his fucking fan base is women. And then
Yeah,
whenever
yeah.
like people were trying to go at him and shit, he just sent him a link to fucking special helmets.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah, it's a good fucking
It is,
like,
yeah.
double down. Fuck yeah, absolutely double down. Don't
Yeah.
fucking-
That right there is the tell of like a legit comedian.
yeah. I was like, well, dude, you're not gonna cancel him.
And he's from our generation, so he knows how to troll.
Yep.
He's a professional troll. Like that's what he does.
Just for a living.
Talk shit, fuck with people.
Dude. So this shit right here, I gotta show you.
Eggnog mead. Ew.
Dude,
What does that mean?
So here's
Are
the
you
thing.
fermenting eggnog? you
He's
sick
trying,
fuck?
dude. He's trying to, but he at least puts it in the fridge. But yeast, I guess, apparently yeast doesn't. Yeast dies in the cold, so he can't actually ferment it because it'll kill the yeast.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But
Yeah, because the yeast has to eat the sugar and turn it into ethanol or something like that.
Making some mead.
got to see the ingredients. But here's the thing: he doesn't throw it away when he realizes that it's not gonna work. He doesn't chuck it.
Oh, so that's why there's a running joke of him eating and drinking botulism.
That was even before this.
yeah.
He
That's what I was
drinks. He
saying.
sits there, dude, and he drinks an entire jar of this shit
I
after
wonder
he
if he got
realizes.
sick.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if he got sick. He had mad diarrhea though.
Got sick. Yeah, because I don't know exactly how eggnog is made, but I'm sure there's eggs involved and milk,
No, there is dairy product.
or at least lots of dairy products.
Dude, that's so fucking. He really thinks he's onto some shit though. A whole bottle of honey.
Damn, there's already a shitload of sugar in there too. Like, I think it's probably plenty for the yeast to.
To eat.
Yep. Some more sugar.
Yeah, well, now he's got to put
Chocolate sugar.
chocolate syrup on that shit. Okay, so yeah, Southern Comfort eggnog. Which I'm pretty sure already has alcohol in it.
Yeah, has Southern Comfort in it, which is gross.
Yeah, fucking super gross.
From
Ugh.
Promised Land.
And then he puts chocolate milk in that stuff.
Bro, like,
Yeah.
and then he's gonna stick it in his fridge.
That is
Yeah,
delicious.
yeah, because he thought
Stupid.
he thought it was gonna ferment,
Let's get
and
chocolate milk.
yeah,
Let's
it's
have
not.
a sip of that.
Like,
I was like, it's funny though. It says milk,
milk,
chocolate milk.
chocolate milk. Chaz used to hate that
Screw
word.
up the
Milk.
last
Milk.
batch.
Yeah,
Milk.
I don't know why. She
The
just
meat that I
fucking.
made, I felt terrible
it
about
sounds so
I'm gonna make
gross.
another one, I guess.
I don't know. I always give JC shit because she doesn't say pinch. She says pinch.
Pinch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chocolate milk in
My
there.
grandma says
I
breeches.
hope you have plenty of bread. Before we add this, we gotta stir it
Bro,
around.
let me see if I can find the one. I probably have to go to Boglum Chronicles. Oh, did you see where he had a fucking bearded lizard and he lost it? Dude never leaves his apartment. This fucking lizard fucking got out somehow.
I know he had like a fucking dragon, a bearded dragon or whatever
Yes,
it was.
yes, yes. It got out somehow.
Then it's gonna end up with anything dairy related. It's tasty. I ain't gonna sit in there for like. I think it go to waste.
Oh my god, dude, he's just butt chugging the jar.
Dude, I'm telling you, he drinks the whole fucking thing. I'm pretty sure. Because he won't let anything go to waste. Like, dude, let it go to waste. It's fine. Like,
Yeah.
it's
But
fine,
it
bro.
doesn't taste like mead.
No, tastes like fucking rotten milk.
It's gonna taste like eggnog,
Tastes like
chocolate syrup,
honey.
chocolate milk, honey, and sugar.
So
Whatever
if
that.
you're gonna add mead or eggnog
Yeah.
to your mead, I would just suggest either drinking them separately or like making like a peppermint.
You
mead or
don't say.
something like that,
Yeah.
which you could probably do.
The only alcohol in this probably is
So
from the
peppermint
SoCo,
extract,
and that's not a lot. It's all
chocolate,
chaser
water,
and
sugar, honey,
cups of sugar.
some of those 100 proof peppermint schnapps, and let it ferment.
It won't ferment in your fridge.
Fermenting alcohol probably make it
No.
stronger,
That's how you
though.
preserve it. You don't want it to preserve. You want it to break down.
Yep.
At least from what I know. I'm not an expert though. All this shit's still settled at the bottom too.
You didn't even stir it.
But you're supposed to check on it, stir it, and so that the rest of the yeast will break down that sugar.
Yep. I love how this guy's been putting that bearded dragon in there. He's been talking shit ever since he fucking lost it.
Yeah, I seen it in a documentary that they did on him.
If there is any alcohol in
He never
here,
leaves
it's
his
not gonna be
apartment
that
though. How in the
much.
hell
That's
did he
what
lose it?
he just admitted that there wasn't gonna be
Maybe a
enough
chocolate
alcohol in it.
Mead made with eggnog sounds delicious,
No, it don't.
but
It sounds fucking disgusting,
you don't
dude. It
want
sounds
this to
terrible.
be warm because of the dairy in there that can make it spoil before it has a chance to ferment.
How about you make mead separately and then stick it in the milk
So
or
that's,
eggnog
Like if you had to do it,
as
yeah.
two separate
there's
things?
that. It is what it is. We'll just have to drink all of this, fucking run these through the dishwasher, get them nice and clean.
Dude, I
And
bet his
then,
dishwasher is fucking atrocious.
I bet it's
I'll
probably
just
like
wait till
fucking
I get
chunks of
some more
food and
money
shit
and
still in there.
From his food hacks, it's got dishwasher bugs.
Yeah.
If this shit spoils before it ferments, then that would be really bad. That can make me really sick, and that would not be good. So yeah, we're thinking 4 steps ahead of ourselves here.
I don't know, bro. If the food shit that he makes, the fucking bugs, and all the alcohol hasn't killed him, I doubt
Is there any alcohol? in
any of
this?
that stuff's
Probably
gonna
not.
fucking kill him.
Am I gonna drink it? Yeah. Maybe you make like a root beer mead with root beer soda pop,
That makes more sense.
and then when that's done fermenting, you pour that over some vanilla ice cream. I guess I don't know. It's not gonna work. Joke's on you, retard. You want to make like a bacon jalapeno mead? So you take some fresh jalapenos, you chop them
Dude,
up.
you probably
throw
shouldn't
'em
put
in there.
meat in there either, bro.
Then you
Like,
take some
Even if it
bacon
is
bits
bacon.
that are
Bacon
already
bits
cooked, like the ones you put on your
like the most
that are
salad.
already cooked. It won't matter, dude.
And you
They're
throw it
gonna
in there
rot
with
in there
some
once
water.
you put the moisture back in there.
Yeah,
And
I
they're probably
have
gonna rot in
a
there.
bacon flavored wine, and
it's like, dude, why don't you get some fresh
It
fruit?
was delicious. It had
That
a
makes more sense.
smokiness
Well,
to
that
it.
Make some actual
Because you
alcohol.
need that. You need that.
No idea this is gonna do anything, but
Yeah, bro. This
I
dude-
don't care.
Back in
Maybe
the day, fucking when they were making mead, they
I don't
didn't have
wanna waste the
fucking
liquid.
pounds of sugar.
No.
refined bleached sugar. They were using fruits and the sugar in the fruits to break it down.
Yeah, I just had to show you. I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, I couldn't get it out of my damn head. I'm like, bro, it's so fucking gross. Also, I don't know. I found a clip of Cyrax doing what Cyrax does best. So I was actually trying to find something else, but I guess it was actually
That short film's so good.
I know it is.
Smiling
But
Man,
then I was
yeah.
thinking about it. I was like, bro, he looks like Cyrax.
It
And he's
does.
fucking with a little kid too.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh shit. I don't know. I think he's a little better looking than Cyrax though.
Yeah, he's not a fucking up.
He doesn't have as many head scabs either.
Yeah, right. He doesn't have a bed bug problem.
No, fuck no. I seen that. I was like, because I was looking for like another one, but then I seen where somebody had put it as a creepypasta. It's actually a good story, but I was like, I might still look it up. But they said creepypasta, and I'm kind of like, well, I don't know. I don't really care for creepypastas all that much. But I guess the first one I said was a terrifying Ouija board.
Ouch.
I got an Ouija board.
Conversations with them through a spirit.
But it had the one where
Michael
we were talking about the guy where the fucking glass
This Ouija
shatters.
board story,
Oh, he's in this one?
unfortunately, does not just
yeah.
end with a bad
Good.
memory.
It's hard
but
finding the
life
original
and
videos,
sense
man.
Yeah,
of
they're all
place
fucking
is mental
smushed by a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, well, and they
It all
don't.
started
They'll
in
bottom
December
out, so like they won't have it where you can keep
15-year-old Stefan
scrolling
Turan
and going.
Michael
What the
Ehrlich
hell? That's
met
bullshit.
with 20-year-old Michael McCallum and his friend. They all knew each other, but were not overly friendly. Some very unsettling footage was released that was taken in Nicaragua that appears to show a young girl possessed by a demonic spirit after playing an Ouija board. Now, before I play the footage, I will tell you the story that the local news station reported. They said that 5 people, including 13-year-old Lucia, were taking part in an Ouija board session when Lucia began acting very strange. A priest was quickly called as those around her believed she was being affected by the board and was becoming possessed. When the priest arrived, he acted immediately.
Oh, they
Immediately
Yes.
possessed?
To rid her of
From what
his
I-
believed evil spirit.
From the research I've done,
The
like there's
girl
steps
started
to
what the
it.
priest was saying
Yeah,
was
there's
growing
just-
up,
Before
which is said
possession,
to
there's
be a common
obsession.
practice during
So you have to be
exorcism to
like
suggest the devil has been banished.
before like
All of
possession
this was
and
caught on
integration.
camera, so take a look and see what you think.
There's like a process to the demon fucking taking you over completely.
Yeah, don't just hop in there.
Yeah, they don't just take you
Push
for
you
a ride right
over.
away.
Ahora.
Yeah, I don't see no eggs and plates. Crack an egg on her head and stick it on a plate and then stick it under the bed and then just wait till the next day and the demon will be gone.
Yeah, they break it open and there's blood inside of it.
Exactly. It's all like a fucking dead chicken.
Seem like, dude, I
After
feel
the
like
exorcism,
a lot
the
of
priest
shit
told
like that,
reporters
just
the
people getting
demon had
worked
been
up.
cast out of the girl.
Yeah, and then
5
there's like
people
a
didn't
group
regret
hysteria
using the
going
Ouija board
on
in the
too,
first
because
place, which
especially
caused
once you
them to
get
see the
others
world
outside,
separates us
third
humans
parties
from the
involved.
spiritual.
Now
Yeah.
it becomes a
The
performance
footage
too,
and
Now you
story
have to
surely
buy
and
it.
it takes you to that
But
place.
since there
And
is a lack of information, it's open to debate on whether you
Where's
believe
John
this girl
Constantine?
really was possessed
he
by the
fixed that
devil
problem real quick.
by
He
taking
slapped that
part
demon
in
out.
Yeah. Constantine, asshole.
Annabelle's Ouija board encounter. Now, this is a unique one. Unique in the fact
Or at least
that it
get
was personally
Keanu
sent to
Reeves.
me by a lady who has never shared
Honestly,
her
I think that
Ouija
little
board
girl had a
story
bad
before.
case of gas.
I will
Yeah,
call her
right.
Annabelle, although that is not her real name.
Possessed by
It
demons.
began
Yeah.
when 14-year-old
I've been there.
Annabelle and her best friend,
We all have.
Yeah, no shit,
decided
for
to
real.
play an Ouija board.
It's like fucking
Almost
gripping the walls.
immediately, they made
Yeah,
contact
yeah,
with
yeah.
someone
Where's the
who gave
preacher?
their name as the Jester.
Come bless me.
It seems
Yeah.
that the Jester preferred to speak to Annabelle rather than her
Oh,
friend.
that reminds me of
which was
fucking
flattering at
Umami,
first,
where
but
he
became
did that
troublesome
with
when he told her he was in love with her.
Yeah,
and that
yeah.
they were meant to be
That's almost an
together. As
exact
time went
play on that
and many more Ouija
painting.
board sessions took place, the Jester was becoming more
Almost thought about
possessive
buying
and
another
violent
shirt since
towards
my other one's
Annabelle.
faded.
It was
Yeah.
around this time that she also started experiencing paranormal activities at her home that had never happened previous to
Telling you,
her
bro.
Ouija board use.
Do another channel.
Objects were being moved around.
First one,
mainly
Ouija
in her
board.
bedroom, and
Like I
strange
said though,
noises
I'm
could
not
be
gonna do
heard
that shit at
around
my
her.
house.
Annabelle's
on the
family
off
also
chance that we
started
do get a
experiencing
demon or we do get a
Right.
spirit, I
and
don't
both girls
know.
were worried
Fuck
about
that.
what
We'll
they
do it
got
somewhere
themselves
else though.
into.
Nah, yeah,
They knew
you.
They had to stop using the Ouija board.
I remember
But
we did it at
first,
my
after
house. I
confronting
forgot we
head-on
did that a
what
couple
was
of times at
revealed,
my house.
Yep.
And
they
then
decided to
nothing
use the
happened.
my
board
first
one
day
more
back in
time
years,
to
I
demand
fucking
the
get
Jester
gnarly
to
sleep
leave.
paralysis.
They invoked the name
Of course,
Jesus, and
yeah,
the
you
spirit
did.
became angry.
That's-
Apparently,
that's
she
weird.
could
I forgot
so
about that.
furiously
Makes
that
sense.
girls could barely
Sleep
keep their hands
paralysis
on it.
demon.
After a few moments,
Dude, my
it
mom
seemed
found that
Jester
board
had
and
gone,
she's
the
like,
girl's
Nah,
I
van
found
get
that
rid
under
of
your
it.
bed. And she's like, can I throw it away? I'm all,
A few years passed.
She asked you?
is that why I forgot about
I
it?
figured fucking
Board
she would have
took
just thrown
place.
that shit.
No,
However,
it
at
had
the
been
age of
sitting under my
22,
fucking
Annabelle
bed
became
for a couple
curious as
months.
to
I
what
forgot
really
about it, and
happened
she's all
all those
freaking
years
out.
ago.
She's like, can I just
And
throw it away? I'm
decided
like,
to
yeah,
see
give
Are
it
you
a
a
kid.
demon? Are you
Yeah.
demon worshiping?
Not through the board.
Well,
which
then
she
I drew
refused to
like
touch, but
upside down
through
crosses
meditation
and like
calling.
666 on there and shit
Almost
too with
immediately
pencil.
after she started
So-
You
visualizing
did?
the gesture,
Oh yeah,
Annabelle
really
began
fucking
to
set her for a loop, huh?
Yeah, she probably
A
really
black
freaked out at
figure
that
appeared
one.
At the bottom of her bed
She's
and
like, "You
rose
damn
up,
demon
stretching
worshipper."
its arms
Yeah.
over her and her
Fighting big
boyfriend.
on.
The
Yeah,
cat that was in the room hissed and ran
we're
away.
taking you to a delivery.
What's the one I'm looking for?
Call Pastor Nathan or whoever.
Oh,
Come say a couple Hajj Jujas over you.
yeah.
Couple Hail Marys.
Couple Hail Marys.
Harry Marys. Couple Harry Marys.
Couple Hail Mary. Shit. Oh, this is the
He
video.
was on YouTube for a while. Have probably heard of Mellowbird. He used to upload loads of poltergeist caught on camera videos, and they have been used by many people in the past. But one of his
Yeah.
most interesting pieces is
That
that
sucks
on a
though.
Ouija board session
These
he
bigger
conducted
channels
on
never
Halloween
leave the
night
links
in
to
his
the
believed
original
haunted
channels,
No.
but you can actually
The glass
find
No.
using for
the
session
sources.
smashes before he even gets a chance.
So-
to
That should be a
start.
rule.
And
It's
at the
been
same
really
time,
hard
the
for me
EMF
to find,
detector,
like,
which is believed to detect when a
sources
ghost
for
is
all this
near,
shit.
also spikes and a drawer opens at the same time, followed by a variety of objects being thrown at him, which happens in a lot of his videos. The footage really speaks for itself.
Well,
so
play the
check it out.
footage, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi guys, happy Halloween. We're gonna try this again. Didn't work out too well last time. I'm a bit like this. If you didn't see what happened last time, I'll annotatify it up there somewhere. 1, 2, 3.
Bro, okay, yeah. Yeah. You know his buddy had a fucking airsoft.
Right. And open the door at the same time.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. That's the props
Well,
really
they-
need to go to.
They tried. There was a video where they tried to debunk it, and the dude like showed you how to make a sugar glass,
Oh,
a fake one. But he was like, in just the slightest pressure, you can get it to fucking blow up. But he didn't touch it that time.
Alright,
You think
Not
like
his shield.
he would wear some safety glasses? There's glass blowing up everywhere.
Dude, no, for real.
He said that many have suggested this is more than just the
I
regular
wonder if his
poltergeist
channel's
that seems to haunt his
monetized.
home, but is an Ouija board demon called Zozo that can be incredibly violent and is known
Why?
Oh my God.
Why?
It's all the
Why is
same
it-
one.
Why is it always fucking Zozo? That's who we need to try to get. The first,
No, I
first,
wish-
Yeah,
first
right.
video, we're gonna be like, okay, Zozo, you seem to be the most popular motherfucker.
Yeah, right.
But he has done videos.
And
debunking
since that damn
people's
name
beliefs
popped
that
up,
he
it's probably
fakes
gonna get a
footage.
fucking copyright
Doesn't
strike.
include creepy
Yep,
background
yep.
music to enhance
Just
the
like our
scare
first
factor,
video.
and also seems to be pretty defensive when it comes to people claiming they are fake. Now that's not to say they are real, but they are definitely worth a look if you haven't already seen them, and are pretty damn creepy.
They're good. I mean, they're good videos.
So do you think he summoned something
Mhm.
evil?
it's a
whilst
good
conducting the
video?
Ouija-
It's done well. It's creepy, but I don't.
The cans sound like they were hit
Yeah.
instead of like thrown.
The problem is
Like,
where they
come on.
come from, though. You know what I mean? He's blocking that area. Someone, I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's
Get a-
always
Um,
it manners to fucking.
See, there's that damn door right there.
Oh yeah, good observation.
You know what I mean? So they could have very easily just got behind him. And I mean, when you have infinite amounts of time, you can get that shit as perfect as possible.
Yeah.
So that's my biggest
Yeah.
issue with it. You know.
Yep.
Not that he. I mean, he did a good job of making it super convincing. I mean, you got to give him.
And
credit where
this
credit's
isn't even the
due.
original one. The original one, he didn't have like that little fucking spike recorder thingy,
Yeah.
that like electric magnetic energy reader thingy. And that was the original one. That's not the original one.
Yeah.
That's like the one that he did after the original one blew up. And the original one, he like fucking puts his hand on there, and that's the one that they debunked. He's like doing that, and then it finally explodes. And that went viral. It was like one of the early viral videos of YouTube. Fucking, and then they debunk it, talk about how you can make sugar glass, and they made one just like his, and like the slightest pressure could get it to blow up. But in that one, he didn't even touch it. And it doesn't sound like glass when it breaks either.
No, it doesn't sound like. No, it doesn't have that.
That sounded like glass.
Telling you, man, he had his buddy over there all.
Probably, yeah. Sharpshooter.
Yeah. It's like you
But-
shot, dude, it's like when you shot that damn candle in my room.
Yeah, I was like, I did not
Good.
think it would have that kind of power. But you would have heard it too, like the
Shit.
action of it, though, if it did.
True. Well, I mean,
You could edit that out, though.
yeah, I was about to say that could always be done later. I don't know.
So, I don't know. This one's a flip of the coin.
Nah, go either way.
But I'm still like, it's like 40%, 45%
Alright,
believable, which is
get that job
more than
done.
most.
At some point,
Because we ran the gambit on Ouija boards and never,
Got shit.
at least a few times, and never got anything worth a fuck.
Dude, what was more weird about
when you
the-
act in good faith.
I was about to say, well, I don't know, man. When we did the Ouija board thing, the more weird thing was the comments that we got from everybody that we told we were going to
Yeah, the lore around
Everybody
it.
was fucking freaking out. You guys shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, total strangers would come up to us when we would check out for it and be like, "Oh, you really buying that?
Shouldn't play with those.
Yeah, you should mess with those."
It's like, well,
I remember our old boss when we worked together. She talked about her experience with one of those. Her and her like little friend and stuff.
Yep.
I don't know how it got brought up. I forget. But same thing. Don't mess with those. Everybody says don't mess with those, and that just made us want to buy it more.
yeah, it's like,
Because we're like,
fuck.
if we're ever gonna get anything induced, it's gonna be now, and it never fucking
No,
came to
man,
fruition.
like it was way overhyped, especially with everybody that was so fucking like, oh my god, don't fucking touch those things, don't fucking summon demons. It's like, well, that's kind of the point. Like,
Yeah,
that's the whole point is to fucking.
And it's like I heard it. As long as you say goodbye, I think we're good. She tells the fuck off and goodbye, and then she closes the portal, and,
Or,
and then you scared, go to church.
Just have to do like a weird ritual, like cut it up and fucking burn it, and
Right, and
bury it in
then
9 places and shit.
and then
Do some,
find a witch doctor
I was
to
about to
say a
do some
couple.
Santeria,
Yeah,
fucking-
cut a couple chickens up
Yep,
and say a couple anti-juju.
down in the swamps, the fucking heart of the Louisiana swamps.
I found a badass one that was handmade, and it was like in like Creole.
Yeah.
So it's like Haitian French.
Oh shit,
Creole.
that one would have
You
been
know what I mean?
fucking. That one would have got you something.
It was
Sure.
only like $80. I should have bought it. It was
Yeah,
badass
dude.
though. Fucking the lettering on it was sick. It was a badass piece of wood. Fucking all burnt up and cool looking. I was like, this would probably be the one that would bring some
shit.
tier, at least tier 3 demons. You know, like, it's
Trying
fucking
to work your way to that Zoso, that tier 4, bro.
yeah. You got to get the tier 1 for the Zozos or whatever.
You gotta get a.
Or any demon with the letter Z in its name or S in its name.
You Zoso? No, I'm Bobby.
Yeah, you got Bobby. Yeah,
Like, well,
this is what this Ouija board buys is Bobby.
Like, what do you do? Nothing. I kind of just chill here.
Yeah, just kind of hang out.
Just kind of move shit around a little bit.
Yeah,
What are you guys doing
can you
tonight?
invest anyone? Nah, I could look at them real hard though.
Like, you haven't seen a door open and close on its own?
Right. Well, that's not me. That's my boss.
I can't do that. Like, the wind when it goes by your face and you feel it a little bit. Yeah,
Right.
that's me. That's me. I can
Yeah.
do that. That's my ability.
Yeah, my ability is teabagging you with cold nuts. Heal.
I have.
All right, powder. Hit you with some side eye. That usually tends to do the trick. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny though.
So I cut this one randomly. So basically, this guy was a firefighter and he supposedly died and came back. And
What?
I'm just
Like in full body or ghost like?
full body this time, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah. He,
Damn. What a genius. I mean, I hope he didn't die in a fire. Did he die in a fire?
He woke up dead.
He woke up dead from a fire. 'Cause if it was a fire, it's like, yeah, it'd be easy to fake your own death fucking as a fireman.
Yeah, I don't know if he. I don't know exactly how he supposedly passed.
I bet it was a
but
fire.
it was one of those things, though. It's just like, bro,
Then he comes back.
I have a big problem with people that die and come back and they're like, oh, you got it all wrong. You got
Yeah.
it all wrong. It's like, dude, then you didn't die. You didn't die. If you
Oh, are you talking about like near death? Oh, yeah, near death
death.
experiences.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
okay.
this is where they're like, oh, I died and I came back. It's like, no, you didn't die. You almost died, or you died for like a
Right.
second and they fucking resuscitated you.
Right.
But that's not like your body hasn't fully shut off yet.
No.
Like once your lights out, your lights out. That's
Mhm.
death. You're
That-
not coming back.
Yeah, no.
Like,
We call those near death, not death experiences.
they always say, like, they'll say near death, and then they turn around and be like, "Oh, well,
No, I did die.
I did die. Yeah, exactly. And I seen all the angels
Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
the demons."
It's like, no, you were really high on DMT, and there
Brain
there is some science to that. Like those may be the angels and the beings that you do meet. Your body naturally produces it.
I don't know. I'd be kind of pumped though. I mean, shit. If you're gonna die and you're gonna go out, at least you get a badass trip on your way out. You know what I mean?
That's part of the
so
reason
fucking
why I'm
boring.
like, if I die, please don't do anything to my head. You know what I mean? Like, and another thing, I used to be a donor. When I updated my ID, I took that off. I don't want nobody fucking with my body no more.
I know you got me thinking about that shit, and I took myself off the donor list too.
you?
Yes,
Yeah,
goddamn it.
that's
You got
funny.
all up in my fucking head, and I started thinking about it. I was like, not only that though, but those videos.
It's a weird theory though,
Like
right?
we were talking about, like that theory, and just like the weird videos where they're like, God damn it! You sent me the video where the guy was collecting body parts.
Yeah, the dude who's, I think we talked about it in episode 1
Yeah,
a little bit.
taking him out to the desert and blowing
Yeah,
him
blowing him up.
yeah, that one and the fucking people over there in England, the one that I sent you where they were fucking
Yeah.
snatching people up. I'm like,
Yeah, and like it's crazy fucking that like they don't have to be connected with the medical examiner in town or nothing.
yeah,
There's
it's
like
fucking-
no oversight to it. They're just a private company, which is okay. I'm cool with that. Pro capitalist, you know.
yeah,
But there's no like oversight at least to make sure that those people who donate their bodies to science
actually go
are respected
Yes, no,
and
exactly.
fucking aren't getting
So the bar-
taken out to test new homemade pipe bombs on you.
Well, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, did you ever see that video clip of it was one of these fucking movie stars. God damn it, I'm so bad with them. She was the one in Bird Box.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Not
Anyway.
fucking not Pretty Woman, but the other one.
No, I think it's her. Yeah.
They're not the same one.
No. But it's the chick from Bird Box, and they ask her like
Yeah.
why she's looking so young, and she's like, "Oh, I'm using this special cream made out of fucking little
baby giblets.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's made out of fucking baby
synthesized baby jib.
Yes, I'm like, dude. So I imagine that like I
They
said,
they'll use like stem cells and shit like
I was like,
that.
that shit got all up in my head when you were talking about it that day, and then you see videos like that. It's like, dude, well, what else would they use your body for?
Right.
I mean,
Well-
I'm not a young Korean boy, but
to
still,
tie it all back though, like your body produces it like more heavily in the brain, but it has also been found to produce it in the lungs and in the heart and other organs too, but not as prevalent as the brain. So if the brain is fucked up and damaged, you don't get that fucking final trip. It's simply you're out of existence before you are transitioned into the next life. I had that crazy experience, and it was the same entities that I've seen on a trip on DMT that fucking saved me from choking on a fucking dip pouch
no shit.
one night. Same exact entity, and it's the only time I've ever seen one in with being sober. Even when I would meditate really hardcore, like I would trip, but I never like could connect that far with those same entities.
Yeah,
And I was wide awake enough. I could move and everything. It wasn't a sleep paralysis thing. So much so that I could talk to it and told it thank you as it was fucking walking away from me and then through the wall. And it finally like it faded back into its dimension. Like at the last minute as it walked away, and it was made up of the same like things and took like a human shape, but it was made up of like the same geometric patterns and shit that were ever moving and stuff like that.
yeah.
That made up its legs and its arms, and it had the silhouette of a human being, but it was made up of all these fucking different mechanisms. It's hard to explain. I wish I could draw really well.
Yeah.
Because there's a few like things that I have in my head that I would, oh man, they would make for badass paintings. Make Alex Gray's trips look like
Bro.
shit.
I'll just tell you this much. I'd be really pissed off if it was the fucking salvia entities and not fucking
Right.
Dude, if it was salvia
was-
entities, I'd be fucking mad.
I should.
Super
You were the only person that I told at first about that, and then I fucking slipped up and told Kenny, and he told my mom and everybody, and they all thought that it was an angel,
Yeah.
And for all I know, it was. For all I know, it was. I felt like that.
Yeah.
I felt like I was in good hands and that it was looking out for me. It told me, it tapped my knee, wake up. And I woke up, and that dip that dip was in my throat, like about to go back there and choke me out.
Do you want anything from Domino's?
Do I want anything?
Yeah, I forgot my phone's connected.
Nah, I'm good. Or if you do get pizza, I'll just eat off some of that.
I think she's just gonna get like a medium or something.
Huh?
I think she's just gonna get like a medium or something.
That'll work. Just eat off whatever you guys get.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna get anything.
Yeah, there's nothing like in particular that I want.
Okay. I'll just tell her we're good.
But yeah, it's one of those things like, and that also ties into why I'm like, if I were to ever like be in a position to where I'm about to be executed, I would like beg to be shot in the chest or stabbed in the
Just
chest.
not
Just
with
don't
the
fuck with
brain.
my head. Like,
Nah, I feel you on that.
you know what I mean?
Like I said, I'd be fucking utterly pissed to fucking have this. My last thing is to talk to the Salvi entities. They didn't even talk to me, bro. They talked at me.
Yeah, they figured out how to make you feel like shit anyway.
they talked around me, and about me, but they did
Yeah.
not talk to me.
To you, yeah.
Motherfuckers.
Oh, DMT is the complete opposite, bro. Like they're angels, and they acknowledge you. They know who you are. They've known what you've done, and they still accept you. That's the crazy part.
The Salvi ones do too. They just don't fucking.
They make you feel like shit.
You're beneath,
Yeah.
beneath them. They're like,
Yeah.
"Nah, we're not talking to you.
It's evil. Salvia is evil, bro.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And if you can walk amongst the Salvia entities and still feel okay and actually enjoy it, because some people do. I'm like, you're probably a fucking demon too. Like,
I was like, I don't like
Like-
that shit.
fucking, or got some real evil pent up in them to be accepted into that. Because if you're not, dude, it really fucking makes you feel like shit. Makes you feel like you're around evil. That's how it felt for me.
No,
It did
it's
not feel good.
No, it was the same here. It felt
And I don't mean like the
disgusting.
body high. I mean
And then
like mentally. It doesn't make you feel good.
I felt really gross afterwards
Mhm.
too. Like, yeah,
Makes you feel like fucking you spent your whole life getting molested or something, or doing molesting.
yeah.
Like you're just a piece of shit, you know.
Let's see what Odelber's got to say.
Point
Let's
during
do it.
that night, I left my body, and I found myself flying. So they put me in intensive. Was sitting up. I was getting dressed. My wife was there, and I was like, I think I can go home. And she goes, Nope, the doctor hasn't even seen you yet, and these are orders for everybody. Niece, I called my sister, and my niece picked up, and I tried to talk to her, and it was just a whisper. And she knew there was trouble. She hung up, dialed 911, and Santa Barbara. Every time I tell this story, I just start smiling, because it all comes back.
Jeepus dragged his nutsack across
So
my
I
face
heard
for
you
like
had a
15
near-death
seconds.
experience. Let's hear about
It was
it.
heavenly.
Okay, it was 1994. I was working as a firefighter in Santa Barbara. I was at Station 11 on a paramedic engine. I was an engineer. I drove, and there was a powerful flu epidemic going on in the area. And lots of people were sick, and emergency rooms were full of people. And we went to a patient. She'd been cooped up in her room, and she was really ill. And it was obvious we had to move fast because everything about her was wrong. And I grabbed the O2 and booted across the bed and got above her and got a mask on her. And as I was fixing it, tightening it up, she let out this big exhale because she was so happy that we had arrived. And I was taking a breath in, and I felt my lungs fill with her breath. And I said, well, if that's not an inoculation, I don't know what is. And a couple of days later, I was really sick. At this point, I was really ill, and I was at home. I was circling the drain. It was hard to get out of bed. I was throwing up, and it was going the other way. It was a afternoon.
Straight up
of,
breathe in your
the
mouth.
third
Ugh.
day.
I'd be like, I
was
gotta
looking
go,
in the
guys. It's so
mirror,
gross.
and
You guys work on
I
her.
didn't look like myself. Everything was dark. My heart was racing. It was like 150. And I tried to take my pulse at my wrist because that's
Damn,
a good
150?
indicator of what your blood
Damn.
pressure is. And I couldn't get a pulse at my wrist, so I knew it was below 80. So I called my niece, I called my sister, and my niece picked up, and I tried to talk to her, and it was just a whisper. And she knew there was trouble. She hung up, dialed 911, and Santa Barbara County Fire came and picked me up. Guys did a wonderful job. They started high flow IVs. It was obvious that I was severely dehydrated, and got me in an ambulance and got me to the hospital. And when we went in, the place was full. It was full of people, full of kids and adults, and everybody had this same really powerful flu. And I got put in a room, and they kept changing out the IVs. I had a couple of bags by then. I think another one was hung. By the next day, when I left, they said they'd given me 11 liters of fluids.
Damn,
They're trying to
jeez.
float the system because something happened. And
11 liters of
I
cola.
don't blame anybody. Or
Straight to the
no,
veins.
Yeah.
Gave me all the Mountain
ill
Dew.
feelings towards anybody about it because it led to this event, which was
Wasn't even
something
Coke.
Mainline and cola.
meant to be. And anyway, the nurse came in and she said everyone's getting these 2 drugs, something for pain, which was a morphine type thing, and something for nausea. She pushed him into the IV port, and
Those would
I kind of
counteract each other.
was sitting up. I was getting dressed. My wife was there.
The morphine
and
would make
I
you
was
sick
like,
as
I think I
shit.
can go home. And
Yeah.
she goes, nope, the doctor hasn't even seen you yet, and these are orders for everybody. Anyway, she pushed it, and I keeled over. And my wife said that it really scared them. They came in and they Narcaned you, and Narcan is something that gobbles up the opiates, and they Narcaned you.
Nah, it just cuts
She had it written
cuts
down
off the
3 times.
receptors.
And you weren't coming back. So they put me in intensive care for the night and had all this equipment and tubes and stuff on me. And I don't know any of this. My wife hung in there. And at some point during that night, I left my body. And I found myself flying through this star-filled realm.
You were tripping ass,
Tripping
bro.
nuts,
You were
yeah.
on
Tell the story, I
morphine.
just
You were
start
fucking
smiling.
having
Fever dreams.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Because it all comes back.
Mhm.
But yeah, I was flying through this star-filled realm, and there were all these magnificent stars, orbs, all around me, and they were so welcoming. And
Yeah,
it
bro.
was
It sounded like
I
an
was
That's
being
DMT.
paraded through, and all I felt was everything a human ever wants to feel. Just acceptance and
Mhm.
love and joy
Mhm.
and being held, and all those things, all those negative things that we have about ourselves, they were gone.
Yeah.
They were
Salvia the
Yeah.
opposite. It
Things
makes you
like,
feel all
know,
those
anger
negative things
and
about you.
That's why I said, now
resentment or
imagine, like,
spite
yeah,
or
you get greeted by
jealousy.
the
In
fucking
my
salvia
opinion, those
demons.
emotions
That's
and
hell, bro.
travel
Yeah.
They
So you
stay
die and
here.
you're stuck
They're
there.
Tools for
Yep.
us to learn.
And you're running through
So
doors like you
anyway,
did.
flying through this star-filled realm, feeling
Kicking doors down and
absolutely
shit,
ecstatic,
terrified.
like a cosmic orgasm.
Damn, I want a
And
cosmic
it wasn't just
orgasm.
an explosion,
Shit.
that was a
Full-time
full-time
vibe. Yep.
That is
Yeah.
what we come from. We get glimpses of it here when we score the winning touchdown.
They don't
or
touch.
We
They don't
get
touch
that job
that.
we wanted, or
But that's why
get
we
the
strive
girl,
for them.
and all these victories, if you roll them all into one, times it by 1,000,000, that is your vibration. So yeah, we come down
Yeah,
here
times 1,000,000.
to push against this
Fair
really
enough.
dense, harsh vibrations, and it's really a wonderful gift.
Yeah, so I seen that one, and I was like, yeah, bro. I was like, you didn't die. You were tripping nuts, my friend.
He was probably right there, right on the
Mhm,
verge.
Right on the cusp.
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, I've seen so many of those that, maybe not this one in particular, but so many of them that are like, oh, I died and came back. It's like,
I watched one yesterday, and it was a preacher, and his whole thing was a super religious spiel. And he was apparently talking to God, and he had been a preacher his whole life. I guess God grilled him, even though God grilled him anyways.
Imagine, that's your boss. You know what I mean? You think you're doing a good job, and then
Yeah.
fucking he just brings the hammer down on you.
Yeah, exactly. Because he tells it, he's like,
fuck, dude.
well, I served you my whole life, and he was like, no, you served another idol, and he was like, yeah, but I called you Lord. He's like, yeah, you called me Lord and gave me that title, but you didn't make me Lord. Blah blah blah. He starts going through the gambit. God's just roasting him,
Damn.
and he finally comes to the conclusion. And I guess the whole thing is that idol was himself. So he was. It's the story of the fall of your typical prosperity gospel leader.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about the self, vain about his religion, and that's one of the commandments. Don't take the Lord's name in vain. It's not saying goddamn.
Yeah.
It's being vain about your religion.
Yeah.
Vanity. It's the Pharisee, the Jews back in the Bible, fucking that controlled the religious world back then. Same Jews that crucified God or Jesus, not God. They were the moral authority at the time, and they always liked to be seen in public praying and being vain about their shit because they thought they were moral superiors.
Yeah.
And that is why it's a commandment not to be vain about God.
Dude, I'd be pissed though.
But yeah, he basically just got roasted.
It's like I'd be pissed. I'd be like, really, man? Been like, not even the preachers. The preachers get fucking roasted too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
shit. I was like, I imagine anybody else going up there. God's like, oh, don't even get me started on you, fam. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Right. Well, and it makes sense though. It's the ones that, like I said, are vain about it, and they kind of do it not to serve the Lord, but to use the Lord to make money and to basically you're shilling and being a charlatan.
Dude, I can't. I mean, if what he says is true, then I can't wait till what's his name gets up there.
Joel Osteen. Yeah, all the Osteens, the one that got fucking roasted by that reporter.
Yeah.
What he was calling all the poor people demons. And he's like, I did not say that. And he's so weird looking. He's such a weird looking guy.
No,
he looks like a demon himself.
No, he does.
Not
Creepy
Osteen,
as
but the
shit.
other guy.
Oh, the one that's getting on the airplane.
Yes.
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 I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He's a weird looking motherfucker too.
I don't know,
Shark
man.
eyes, shark face.
Like it's people like that though, where I'm like, if there is a heaven and a hell, man, they surely deserve it.
Absolutely. No, and that is, like I said, it's one of the commandments that they are breaking. It's like the third one. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Do not be vain about it. And they're all being vain.
Yeah, no,
They're all vain as shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the 7 deadly sins too, is vanity. So it's not just the commandments, it's also like old, fucking medieval time lore of religion. It's
Yeah.
all Dante, the Inferno type shit.
Right.
7 deadly sins, and a lot of the old time philosophers that, were working on the gospels. They all had like their own, spins on it.
Yeah.
The 7 layers to hell and stuff like that. 7 deadly sins, 7 horsemen of the apocalypse, or whatever it is. I think it's 4 horsemen, right?
It's 4.
The
Yeah.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse, yeah. But there's 7 stars, 7 seals.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
7-headed dragon, lots of 7s.
Right, lots of 7s, yeah.
Dude, this is the one I found where I said it didn't have that many views, but I just looked at the guy's name, biblically grown. He was grown from the Bible.
Yep. How did you?
How did you, my brother?
And baby, that's a done deal.
He one of the Mississippi, biblically grown Mississippi boys. Or Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Yeah.
You mad as fuck, ain't you? So am I. More mud bugs, huh?
Yeah, so he's only got like 22 subscribers.
Yeah, more mud bugs. You coming back, huh?
He's all taunting it. Dude, do not taunt.
All
Do
right.
not taunt spirits. I've learned my lesson. with
Yeah.
that shit. Do not taunt those
Yeah, it's one.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, we try not to do.
I've learned the hard way on that.
Oh yeah. Is the door outside?
What's that?
Well, I guess you would see like the bag moving if it was wind.
Yeah. He's not very good at closing the door.
Motherfucker mad that we ain't got no more crawfish.
Louisiana,
Yeah,
bro.
he's got crawfish for sure.
Yeah, Louisiana.
Uh-huh.
Called it.
Deuce.
These are the kind of videos I'd like to get more of, though. You know what I mean?
Yes,
not-
absolutely.
There's not a lot of.
Get ready to dive into
No
the chilling depths of
Hubbub
the
and
internet.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like just. I think he had 2 of them.
The thing is
Yeah,
if
he
you
was.
feel like they're trying to sell you something, they are.
No, absolutely.
If there's even like the slightest hint of, dude, I feel like I'm being sold, they're selling.
He's on the opposite end now. But no, that's why I was like, dude, and it's so hard to get low viewer count videos where they're not. And who knows? Maybe he's trying to say something too. But
Right, but I didn't feel like it in that first one.
I was like, also, he's not screaming and running and acting a fool. He's over there
Right.
talking shit to it.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, you're mad because there ain't no more crawfish.
Yeah.
So not that I'm saying this one is real or anything, but I would feel more inclined in believing it. Just
For sure, for
because-
sure.
But
Because there's no, like I said, there's no monetary,
gain, yeah.
no monetary, aspect to it.
No,
He ain't making no
it's not
money
like
off it.
The Indian videos, you know what I mean? It's got like 500,000 subscribers and fucking that's their whole channel.
Yes, dude.
10
yes,
million
they're-
hashtags.
Mm-hmm. And the whole family isn't always in them. So, like, at least one person's not in the frame, so you know that they're probably doing all the shilling.
Yeah. I just wanted to
They're
see.
the ones doing, like, the pulling of the strings and pushing shit. And
I just wanted to see if Homeboy had 10 million hashtags.
he's
He didn't, yeah. Didn't seem to-
got a good amount of views, though,
Yeah.
for only 22 subscribers. Powder. Damn. Is it paused or?
No, this one is it's longer than the other one, but he's like filming it the whole time. It's about
Okay, there we go.
It's about to go. Yeah, it's like 5 minutes or so.
I probably set up the camera and then walked away or something. Went around front. Oh, nice.
So, side note, it could just be the door frame. At my parents' house, their screen door will always shut itself, whether it's windy, not windy,
Right.
whatever. That thing will always go
Yeah,
shut. No
I
matter
know what you're talking about.
Given that's going to have a lot more weight to it than a screen door, but
See at the top there of the door, right there, where the mouse is. That's the screamer. So I'd be fucking mad all the time. That door keeps opening.
it's like ours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time you hear a beep, every time it opens. Yeah, I'd be pissed off too, though. Like, God damn, shut the door.
Yeah, in or out, man.
Like,
Raising
I'm
a
gonna
fucking barn.
Like, I'm gonna fucking charge you rent, dude.
Yeah, right. That's $1 every time you open and close that motherfucker.
I was like, like I said, I wish I could really find more like,
Saw ones like that.
yeah, low key kind of stuff, because that's all there was in this video. Oh no.
Oh, does it open it back
yeah,
up?
I guess it does.
Well, son of a Gunther. It at least looked like it closed it all the way this time. Oh, shit. I want to see it from the beginning.
that would be hard to do with a fishing line,
Well, there's a window right there, too.
and to get it to open up, and you can hear it slam, like you can hear it hit the
Unless
wall.
he had a snatch block somewhere. A pulley.
Oh, right, from like
So
the
a pulley
top.
somewhere up in the corner, and he could pull it from here, and it would pull it backwards. And he could have another pulley inside that's just in front of the door in the corner,
pull
but
it
just out of
shut.
frame to pull it shut too.
I wish I could get a better view of the door handle. Yeah, you can't zoom in.
It looked like it fully closed that time, right? See if it fucking. Weird. It does seem like something stops it for a second though. When it does first open, it stops and then fucking completely opens.
Kind of jerks.
Yeah. This one is pretty cool. Something weird about this one.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I'm kind of glad I found it, because it's so hard to find freaking decent videos on YouTube that aren't oversaturated, like
Yeah,
2 million plus. Like
clickbait.
you can see it right here on the side, man. 656K views, 1.1 million, 20 million,
Mhm.
500,000. And I'm like, man, so when you find something that's only got, a
Right.
handful, it's like, man, you kind of hit a
The secret handshake ones.
yeah. They're
Good
more
ones.
believable, not impossible, not impossible to fake, but
Right.
more believable.
Mm.
I was like, and then I started looking at his channel, and then like those are the only two videos like that. I didn't watch
Dark
this one.
Star.
Just a random ass video.
I think it's like look like a chemtrail or something.
Oh, like going off.
Yeah, but the reflection of it looked like it was like a fucking shooting star. Oh hell yeah,
Shooting
he
Tannerite.
definitely country.
Yeah, hell yeah.
My kind of guy. Think.
It's like, so you went from pulling up Tannerite to the paranormal?
Just like us.
Yeah, no shit, right? There's a trend there. There's a
Yeah.
trend there.
Hey, can you open it back up?
Large weaponry, whiskey, and the paranormal.
And paranormal. Yeah, I thought they were cool videos, though.
Okay, they got. Yeah, well, it tells you that he's connected to that type of shit. He's got some biblical shit.
Got some
then
Tannerites,
he's
coyotes.
Got a picture of Israel as his backdrop.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The Temple Mount or whatever it's called.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I was like, I wonder. I don't know. Who should message this dude?
Yeah, I bet he would answer. You can go to his about and it'll have his email if you want to do it privately.
Yeah, we should see what's up. See what he says.
Get some backstory on that shit.
Get ready to die.
We probably should have done that before we did this though,
True.
so we could actually get some backstory on it and then
Get that.
talk about it instead of fucking streaming it and then going and talking to him. You're like, dude, take my video down.
Yeah, he's
I
all
don't know who
good.
you are.
It's like, nah, bro, you're good. It's like, we want to talk. I was like, no, I wanted it to be a serious talk. Like, been like, yeah, we fucking talk shit, but
Yeah.
we do believe in it.
No, yeah, for sure.
Like, I know because I've dealt with this stuff and
No, yeah,
seen
no.
it myself. Like, and it also made me think about the fucking time.
You're like, do you or do you not believe it's demons?
Like, sometimes.
Is it demons opening your door? Do they or do they not pay rent?
We're only asking the hard hitting questions.
Yeah, right. None of them softball questions.
We're like, is crawfish really that good?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Shit.
Do ghosts heart crawfish?
Do you guys really sacrifice chickens down there?
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Ghosts not so much, but the demons they love them, and if you eat them all, they open your door real hard.
They slam 'em.
Make a fuss and open your door all hard.
We got a pissed off big feet.
Okay. What?
Pissed off big feet, apparently.
Big feet.
Big feet.
All right, all right.
I was like, dude, these ones are so ridiculous. Like, it looks like a damn ghillie suit.
That is that. You know what that is?
Mhm.
That's the ape costume from fucking Batman and Poison Ivy. Remember? We're talking. Is it George Clooney's? Not Val Kilmer.
Yeah, I think
It's George Clooney's Batman with Freeze and Poison Ivy. Remember?
I don't.
They're like the ape suits that they fucking Poison Ivy and her team like and Bane infiltrate the party.
So it was Batman?
Yeah, I forget which one it is. The Batman movie. It was one of the Tim Burton ones though. It's kind of like that one.
I know which one. Did it have Uma Thurman?
Yes, Uma Thurman's fine ass. They're kind of purplish like that one up there, but they were their own thing. Why does it not show it?
And baby,
Hold
that's
on.
a done deal. Almost 5 pounds of
These nuts, almost 5 pounds.
5 pound of these nuts.
Anywho,
It was a poison.
yeah,
were
Poison Ivy.
Were they dressed up as?
Yes, they infiltrate the party, and that's the one that Freeze crashes. They're at they're at the ball. There you go. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, but they don't have the. Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. All right, there we go.
You know what I mean? That's like
Yeah.
Afro ape, but similar to that. You know what I mean? Just like kind of like the one down there, and then there's other ones fucking like that.
Oh yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? Just your run of the mill ape suit, and that's exactly what that looked like.
yeah. Shit, go back.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
And of course, it's obscured by some bushes, and they don't move to get a better angle.
no.
And you notice that it's still, which, if you can do that, you can. All right. Now this is just bullshit.
Oh shit.
Oh! Okay, yeah. Oh, look, you get a face shot.
Yeah, man.
Look. He comes in right
Yeah,
here
he does.
perfectly, and you get a perfect face shot.
Like,
Oh, there he is.
why would he do that?
Ooga
Though? Like, dude, like, why not walk up to you and just beat your ass with the fucking same stick? Like, why beat the tree?
And why would you need a stick?
Yeah, no
Fucking
shit though. It's a
Bigfoot, dude.
Bigfoot. Yeah.
You're like 7 to 8 foot tall with like a fucking 12 pack abs. You're an upright ape. You could tear a human apart by hand.
He's just threatening him though, man. He's got him. Come any closer, I'll beat you with a stick.
Yeah.
I'll explode a stick.
Right.
God damn, that was too fucking funny. So real though, man. That's a real ass Bigfoot. If
Yeah, I
ever
don't
synced
even. I wasted my breath. And then once that happened, like it's like okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it just sends me now.
That's like.
Yeah, that's
think
big bullshit.
I still think it's a spray painted ghillie suit.
Yeah, it's suit. It's an obvious suit for sure.
Yeah, this one's
They'll timestamp it and everything too.
Yeah. This one's he has to get a
Same guy.
yeah,
same
same brush.
Yeah. Face shot. Ooga booga.
Dude,
He just
What?
beats out ooga booga.
why is there always some conveniently placed fucking tree brush there? So they
Yeah,
can,
right. Well, it was like I said, it's on the camera's on a tripod,
Yeah.
or a bipod or something, because it's perfectly still.
Yeah,
you can go into like in post production and edit it to still the frame if somebody's like guerrilla shooting, you know,
Yeah,
and it's too all over the place. You can stabilize the frames. But this is obviously my boy set up the camera and then
yeah. Put on his stupid ass costume.
he go,
Out there making fucking supermodel faces and shit. Reminds me of what's that damn movie? Fucking Zoolander.
yeah, Zoolander.
Where they're all
What
rock
is it called? It's a blue steel.
Yeah. He's doing the brown steel, the brown.
Yeah,
eye.
brown steel.
Oh, dude, I found a UFO one. Right, it's one of the shorts, and this
South
one's
Africa. Oh yeah, there you go.
got a classic, man. A
Total
fucking
classic.
a disc.
They still driving those 50s models?
Yeah, apparently.
Damn, they need to upgrade.
Yeah, oh shit. It's going super slow.
They need to
too.
call Chuck Deals.
I love that it's like right off the shore. You know what I mean? Like, oh, see that? Fucking like, choo.
Oh yeah. Yeah, dude, they definitely need to call Chuck Deals for hashtag Chuck Deals. Shout out Chuck Deals. So that they can get an upgrade.
Okay. This is one I was talking about, man. This one, it fucks with my mind. Do you know what it is?
What's that?
The
Whorehouse.
Ibadan, Nigeria.
Ibadan. No, it's a cool name for a town though.
So, essentially, it was in Africa. There was a motorbike gang, and their buddy calls them because he went missing. Their buddy calls them and tells them to go out to this location in the forest. They go out there. I think they get shot at.
Damn.
They run back and they call the police and they're like, "Hey, our friend's been kidnapped, whatever." Of course, the police don't do shit.
Yeah, they don't, that's the
So-
part of the jungle we don't go in.
Yeah, they're all taxi drivers. So all these taxi drivers fucking get it.
Taxi gang.
Yeah, bro. So they hear screaming and shit coming from out of this house, right? And so they all roll up there. There's like 100 of these dudes roll up there with machetes and everything
Damn.
to go whoop some ass.
Yeah, ready to go full Rwandan genocide on them.
Yeah, bro. So when the guys are there, they freaking take off, bro. Like, so the guys that are running it take off, and they find, I think it was like 14 people that are like shackled up. There's bodies all over the place.
Bargaining chips.
Body parts. They've been killing people in this. They've been killing the shit out of people in this thing, and
Yeah, and Africa's fucked
so
up.
basically what happens is the cops go out there and the cops are wanting to do like an investigation. They got one guy who's a security guard. Now this shit gets crazy. So they rescue all the people, but basically all the people that have been shackled up had like mental issues. So nobody, and they wouldn't talk. They wouldn't tell them exactly what was going on there.
Yeah.
But one of the
Completely
women,
traumatized.
the women had been, getting R-worded.
Yeah,
Graped,
Yeah.
and they would have
EPARD.
kids, and according to one of these people, they would take the babies and grind them up and like kill them and grind them up in this big ass thing. So
What
the
the
police and the governor, who was like the head,
Yeah,
dude
that's
in charge-
beyond like political killing.
dude. No, well, it gets crazy. So this is
That's personal shit.
This is the stank, right? This is the stank. So the police and the governor come out and they're like, oh, these were sacrificial killings where they're taking the body parts and selling them to shamans and stuff like that. Well, so this video right here, the lady, this chick whoever made this video was talking about how the governor had created a plan to clean up the city and relocate. And that's okay. Let me go back a little bit. So that's what the security guard, the guy that was running security there, said that the group he was working for. He said he had been hired by the government to relocate people, and they were taking them to these
Damn.
factories. So this is where it gets crazy, right? So
They're like taking fucking immigrants and fucking asylum seekers and shit.
well, they were taking mentally ill people.
Oh man.
Yeah, they were taking mentally ill people, and they were
Selling them off or something.
Killing
to
them.
people to be killed.
doing whatever, bro. There's just bodies, and so it doesn't make sense if you
Wild.
were selling body parts.
Why would you need to kidnap dude?
And they were all starved to death. They were all skeletal. They were all starved to death. So they were
that'd
starving
be
them.
torture. Yeah, straight up.
Yep, and chained up. So the police are like, okay, we need to do a thorough investigation. The governor comes in and he's like, nah, take a mass grave and bury all the bodies
And forget about it.
and bulldoze the entire place. And the police are like, no, dude, we need to do a thorough investigation. He's like, no, we're bulldozing it. Tell me that doesn't
Scream conspiracy,
conspiracy.
theory. Yeah.
We're involved.
Absolutely.
One of the guys that was kidnapped that they recovered had been kidnapped for 14 years.
Wow.
14 years. So they thought he
They
was,
liked him if they didn't kill him.
yes, for 14 years. But the craziest part is all the people that were rescued, nobody would really talk. I had such a hard time finding any reliable information on this.
That's weird.
I read like 7 articles today just to try to get as much info as I possibly could.
But this is like the story on that.
So this is this chick that also did some digging herself, and that's where she found out about the governor's plan to clean up the city
Weird.
by getting rid of the homeless and the so of course, but this is so it gets even worse than that. Right after that, they started rioting. The people started rioting because they wanted a forensic investigation. They have missing loved ones.
They're all exterminating the less desirables, essentially.
So, dude, this is what they did. So they were going around on the street and they found like one of the guys, he was a homeless dude, a little bit off in the head, and they were gonna lynch him, bro. They were gonna kill the shit out of him.
Why? Just because he was fucking hobo?
Because they were saying that he was a
Less desirable?
no. He was a
Demon.
a demon. No, he was a voodoo, like he was like a shaman basically,
Okay.
in that he had a bag with 4 tons.
A witch.
There was nothing in that, and he had a bag full of random IDs. So that automatically meant he was involved with these people. They never found the people, mind you. They never found the people who actually did this.
Wow.
They killed another lady though. They were getting some mob justice, but they were just hitting randos. They were just hitting randos on the street.
Stupid.
Yeah, bro. Like
Mob justice.
like
Just mobbing with machetes and shit.
dude, like the
That's
whole
so brutal.
the whole story is just wild as hell, man. And it's got such a stank about it, like especially when you hear the way the governor acted, how he's just like, nope, no forensics done, just mass grave, knock it down. And then the state took that fucking slice of land too.
Probably too broke. They're either too broke to spend money on an inquiry or involved.
They were involved. Yeah, I'm 100% on. Like I'm 100% they were
Leaning
involved.
towards they're involved. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one.
That wouldn't surprise me. It's corrupt as shit
No, and this one kind of
over there. They still do slavery in the northern parts, of like Liberia and shit. So
The only problem with this chick's video is that like
open air slave selling. So
Oh, yeah.
and then there's crazy fucking videos of, they call them rebels, but there's really just small groups fucking going on rampages, spree killing, and it's not like they'll go through villages and whoever don't comply, dude, they'll just start hacking them right there in front of God and everybody.
Yep. And that's what I'm
Start hacking them with machetes, rusty machetes, dude. Just chunks of flesh fucking getting ripped open by
Like,
these crazy fucking machetes, and it's gnarly.
I'll send you the video with like the pre-context to it, but I gave you the basic rundown
Right.
of it. So this
Yeah, I'll
chick-
have to watch that.
this
Sounds
chick-
interesting.
She did some research. The problem is though is that like I couldn't find anything confirming anything that this chick said. But there, dude, this is what's weird about it too, is a lot of that information is super basic. There's no deep information. There's no information on the victims, like talking about exactly what went on there.
So
They had a makeshift guillotine, mind you.
God damn.
Yeah, bro. They had a makeshift guillotine in there where they're just cutting people's heads.
Sounds almost too brutal to be real, but
Dude, it's terrifying. Like, the whole
like,
thing
is it
just,
internet lore? You know, fucking by some kid's fictional story from the area that is trying to get a story fucking published, couldn't, so he puts it on the internet and it starts like a whole vibe,
You can
or it's an
go-
actual conspiracy.
No, you can go to DuckDuckGo and they have the dead bodies, like pictures of
Oh,
dead bodies, decomposing bodies that they had just threw out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, that contradicts the idea of them being, oh, we're here to sell body parts, when they're just throwing corpses outside the fucking building.
Right.
People had been working
They're
over
just killing
here.
just to kill.
Yeah, the people had been working over there and heard the screams for months and months and months. Had heard the screams and the smell coming from this place, and never did shit about it. They didn't tell the cops. They didn't tell nobody.
Yeah.
And even
they ain't trying to get machete.
No, even the victims, dude. Even the victims wouldn't talk out about it. But half of them couldn't because they were not right in the head.
Damn. And even if they could, because they're not right in the head, like, how valuable is that
Is
witness
that
information?
information? Yeah, it's crazy, dude. The whole thing is just, like I said, it's got a big stink and it just doesn't sit right with me. And the idea,
No, I feel it. Just you describing that, I feel it.
the idea behind like the whole
I got
thing
so
is
many
just
questions, damn it.
such a good, and dude, you will not get answers. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I've
That's the
been,
beauty of conspiracies, though.
yeah, I was like, but this one ain't even. It's,
That you-
it's the real deal. That's
Yeah.
what's fucked up, man. It's-
Well, some parts of it
22nd,
is,
2014,
and
a
it
search
just adds
party
more questions and
stumbled
lets your
onto an
imagination
overgrown
run
property
wild.
in an underdeveloped part of Ibadan, Nigeria. The place was in derelict condition. Rusting construction equipment sat abandoned in the brush. The search party pushed onward until they found a building. There were voices inside. What they found that day was a nightmare, something terrifying and surreal. We know they found people in chains, skeletal from starvation. We know there were decomposing bodies in the bush. Human bones were in the well outside. We know a starving man died even as his would-be rescuers arrived to save him. We know that several rusting storage containers on site held shoes, bags, and clothes.
So they've been doing this shit for a
minute.
while, and it's just crazy. Like, I don't know, man. This is where, when you hear stories like this, people got to kind of step back and be like, man, thank God I don't live there. And because how long had this shit been going on, and nobody knew,
And
or they
another
did
thing-
know and they didn't say shit.
Right. Because yeah, thank God, dude. Or even like right next door in Mexico, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's gnarly there too, and none of them can protect themselves because they have no means to do so.
Nope.
There's like I forget what they call them. They're like something knights, but basically it's a group of dudes that are vigilante fucking cartel essentially. But they don't. It's funny because there's been a lot of propaganda that's been coming out against them too, that they would take the drugs of the cartels that they would fight stuff so that they could fund their operation to fight cartels.
Yeah.
But they're basically, the anti-heroes to help fight the fucking cartels that are destroying their communities and chopping people up, So, but even the government tries to crack down on them because they're not supposed to have guns and weapons and stuff.
Even if they're helping.
But it
they're
got
not
so
supposed to.
bad in one town where the government came in and issued everybody a bunch, essentially deputized everybody that had a gun. And we're like, okay, go ahead and keep those guns so that you can fight the cartels out of your city when they come through here. There was one particular city that it was so bad that the cartels would come through there and just fucking kill everybody and
It's almost like
get into shootouts with them.
It's almost like if they had a 2A, they'd be able to,
they-
defend themselves.
No shit.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Remnants of living and breathing people who were here once.
It drives
but
those
were
kinds of
long gone.
fucking crazy, savage pieces of shit
This is what we
underground,
know about
and
the
they can't do as
2014
much
horror
damage.
house
Yep.
Of Ibadan, Nigeria. If you've heard this story before, you will realize key details are missing. This is about human sacrifice, isn't it? This is about ritualists.
Oh,
kidnapping
shit. Yeah, there's a
people to
whole thing
sacrifice
of-
for
okay.
profit.
No, I'm telling you, it's
That
a,
is some
it's a
internet
real
thing.
thing. No, it's a real
Much
thing.
of the Nigerian media coverage agrees. So where's the problem? The problem is,
Damn.
based on my research, This isn't a story
It's like the
about
problem is
human
I couldn't
sacrifice.
find anything.
This is a story about ableism, corruption,
Like there's like that's
and
what's
a
weird.
failure
Like a
of
lot of the
accountability. It is a story about
but a
what
lot of the
happens in a
information is
society
real
that sees
stifled.
some people
Like there's
as
like
less
almost
than
nothing.
human.
And it could just be
Nobody
because it's
knows
coming
what
out of
happened to
Africa
Kazim.
and there's not very much.
The fate of the missing man
And-
led to the
information there.
discovery of the house
And
is one
there's
of
some
the strangest
ties to
parts
the
of this whole
government, and
story.
there's PR that
Back
they
in
gotta fucking work
2014,
on. So
when
they probably
Kazim
try to put a
disappeared,
lid on a lot of it
kidnappings
and
were
filter some of the
commonplace in
information that
Nigeria.
comes out to the
By
rest of the world.
2015,
Oh, I'm sure.
a security official acknowledged 108 kidnappings in the previous month alone.
108
Damn.
These were
kidnappings, bro.
overwhelmingly for ransom. This is a country with high rates of poverty and economic inequality. For some poor Nigerians, kidnapping was a way of making money.
Child
For
traf-
others
you're
who had
trafficking.
money, it was a way to finance a way of life they felt they deserved. So Kazim's case was odd. There was no ransom demand. Instead, his friends got a phone call. It was Kazim. He had been kidnapped. He was being held underground with 8 other people. He didn't know where, but he had an idea. This search party, described as 100 men strong by police, would find the horror house.
Those are some homies.
Kazim's motorcycle
Yeah,
was reported
Mob
to
Deep
abandoned
for you.
in the Oglumpa
Oh, no
River, but
shit.
Kazim himself
Called the
was
whole
gone.
community.
Calls no longer made it through. Searchers found no tunnels, bunkers, or underground structures on the site. To this day, what happened to him remains a mystery.
Yeah, they never found their
On
friend.
Wow.
Authorities rescued
Isn't that
survivors and
weird?
arrested
One last call.
suspects.
And they
Security
never, yeah, they
guards
never
were in a
found
nearby
him.
building.
Wow.
So that means they
Talking to a
ran
local
off with some
paper,
people
A
too.
guard named Abadi
Or he
Mohamed
died, but-
admitted his involvement.
Or they were part of the
He'd
group
been
searching.
hired by a man named
Nah.
Adamusi to watch over the horror house inmates. The people brought in were dirty looking, he said. Quote, "We would bring them and shave their heads." But why? Akanmu believed Badamosi was working for the government. And the thing is, he might be right. In 2011, Obiola Ajimobi became governor of Oyo State. As the state's capital, Ajimobi had a clear
Reminds me of
vision
Eddie
for
Murphy.
Ibadan's future.
Yeah,
He
right.
launched an aggressive urban
Yeah, with the
renewal
gap and
program.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keen to earn Ibadan a place
Eddie
on the
Murphy's
global
uncle.
stage. These
Abiola
beautification
Murphy.
efforts reimagined the city and reconsidered who deserved to live there. That meant removing
Cool hat.
low-income people like
That
street
is a
vendors and
pretty
voice
badass
speakers
hat.
from public
Not gonna lie.
spaces.
It's all there.
Fast forward to 2014. Ajimobi addressed a roiling crowd. Riots had followed the discovery of the horror house site. One pregnant woman was shot dead by police. Word from police was that ritualists had used the site for at least 10 years. Ajimobi's arrival on site had done little to soothe the public's anger. "We were informed that you, the residents, did not know what was happening here," Ajimobi said. "As you did not know, so we too did not know. If you..."
I'm like, but they may have. They may have known, and it's just stay quiet or get shot,
Right.
or you lose more loved
Kidnap
ones.
your ass too.
Yep. Keep your head
who
down and
live
stay
in the
clear.
neighborhood did not
Mhm.
know, how then can we who live far away know? But people did know. In fact, people told the police. Here's what we know about the history of the site. Much of this comes from government critic Ayodele Adigun, a member of the opposition. He had worked in government for many of the 10 years human sacrifices supposedly took place. According to Adigun, a construction company bought the property in 1996. The company had been hired to turn the adjacent Ogunpa River into a navigable canal. When they failed to deliver the expected results, a new company was brought in. Adigun was responsible for the canal project for the state government at the time. When the second company failed, he made a fateful decision. The state would claim the land and any abandoned equipment until such time the company returned the state's money. By 1999, the property was in state hands. From there, he tracks the state use of the property across the years. Between 2005 and 2011, the property was a sewage treatment plant. During this time, the state recorded annual revenue earned from the plant. Adigun points to this revenue to discredit the idea ritualists had been on the site for a decade. For years, this was an active, productive work site. By 2012, the sewage treatment plant had shut down. Complaints about the smell. It was
Damn.
that summer that Adigun claims the Oyo
And what
State
a-
government contracted Messrs. Colorful Company Limited for a new...
I was like, what a better place to carry shit like that out, because it already smells like fucking shit anyway. You know, perfect place to carry it out.
Right. Just be
Cover it up with the sewage
Oh, it's
now.
a sewage plant.
Mm-hmm.
No big deal. We're just washing shit. Washing shit water.
Just look the other way.
I don't know, man. I smelled a couple bodies, and they don't smell like shit.
No, I'm sure. Oh yeah,
But still, though, you could still sell it off, and most people would be like, okay, yeah, they
Yeah.
probably don't know what fucking
decomposition.
Yeah.
and shit
and
smells.
particular human decomposition.
Yeah.
It's a particular kind of smell.
New initiative. The project to oversee.
Well, actually, John Wayne Gacy did that shit for years, bro.
Right.
Told everybody he
The
had
same thing,
busted.
bad pipes and shit.
Yep.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Quote, the evacuation
Common
of
MO.
lunatics
Nah.
from Ibadan and its environs would be run by consultant Ibrahim Badamosi. This program would be one more part of Ajimobi's broader urban renewal initiative. To ensure everyone was on the same page, Adigun continued, the Commissioner for Environment and Habitat wrote a letter explaining the project and its purpose to the police. Now, Abiola Ajimobi became governor in
Think
2011.
that guy's got a plate in
By the
there?
time Badamosi was
Or you
hired,
think it's just a
Adigun
cool
was
looking
out of
vest?
government. You may ask.
Oh, the
not
governor?
unreasonably,
No, the
what
guy
proof
walking
does he
that
have
has
of
its
these
Operation
incendiary
Oh,
bursts?
yeah, it's probably just the
For the
carrier.
details, there
No
isn't
plate.
any.
Probably ain't got no
But
plates
the
in it.
broad strokes of his story are documented in a news article from 2013. In a surreal interaction, a reporter challenged men seen snatching mentally ill people off the streets of Ibadan. They were from the Ministry of Environment and Habitat, they claimed, something the government later confirmed in a statement to the paper. Troublingly, the men told the reporter they would bring their prisoners to a camp at Soka Boluwaji on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. That the horror house was located in the Soka Forest area adjacent to the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway.
Damn, it's right there in
Probably
the
not
middle of town.
surprising.
Yeah, and it's weird. It's
In
crazy.
an op-ed, a government spokesman denies all this. Instead, he argues the contractors had a humanitarian agenda. They had been
Nah.
hired
That's what
to
they
They
always
always
say.
do, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
The Oyo
We're
state
killing,
government
we're exterminating all the less
received a
desirables
letter
for
of
you
thanks
guys.
from the government part in Lagos
Just take a shower.
for
It's not a
their
big
reunion.
deal.
Haven't you noticed the hobo population has
What the actual
dropped?
intentions
It's
of the
like-
relocation program were, I don't know. The House of Representatives
spread
of
disease.
Nigeria commissioned a report on the horror house ordeal, but
It's
I
the
can't
worst
find it.
fucking rhetoric
My
you can
emails to
imagine.
Nigeria's National Assembly bounced. That's the sentence I never thought I'd have to say. So, lacking concrete details, we are left with survivor accounts and stories from local residents to fill in the gaps. What that reveals is a story that seemingly tracks closely with the forced displacement narrative. Locals interviewed claim that 2 years before, residents reported the site to police after 4 men in chains escaped across the river. There, they were told the site was government operated and focused on the treatment of the mentally ill. Police
What
would
the
later deny
fuck?
this claim. One security officer from a nearby residential area described visiting the site and meeting Badamosi. He was told the same thing, and even saw the prisoners and the conditions in which they lived. But Badamosi reassured him that everything that happened there was legal. He showed the
take my
man
word for it,
documents
buddy.
proving his connection to the Ministry of Environment.
So where did those documents
Meanwhile,
go?
survivors often describe their
Facts.
kidnappings as being forced into a vehicle. One woman described her kidnapping as an arrest. She had broken some law, she was told, apparently just by standing in her own front yard. Others who were kidnapped were selling their wares in the street, while others were simply traveling. Once taken to their jungle prison, they faced violence and neglect. Food came once a week. The palm oil and rice they were given to eat was so bad as to be almost inedible. People starved to death.
Hell of a way to go out, man.
Yeah, no, it's terrible.
Mental illness and how it's viewed in Nigerian society hangs over the news, bad.
Yeah, bro. The whole thing is just
Nuts.
wild. And,
You know, and I bet like nationwide there, of course it fucking went unnoticed.
yeah.
There's so much genocide and fighting and
Government
crime.
corruption.
and corruption. Yeah, that it doesn't surprise me, man.
Yeah. I don't know.
But it sucks though, because that's so many nameless people. Nameless
Dude.
people just
Like I said, and then the way that the governor handled it, I'll throw them all in a hole. So even the people who lost loved ones would never know if they're in that hole or not.
Right. Never know whatever happened to him.
Which sent them in rage. They started rioting, and then they
Of course.
started going after the same people who were getting abducted. You know what I mean?
Wow.
They were going after the same people on the street that had been abducted and taken to these places, and started killing them because they didn't know where else to place their rage.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. To me,
Thank God most people here in the first world voluntarily abide by what we've all, collectively agreed upon, which is no mob justice.
Yeah,
For the most part.
For real.
We have a system for it, so, and sometimes it doesn't work, but sometimes you gotta let the fucking system do its thing, because you do terrible shit to innocent people, and that happens a lot more often than we would like to admit.
Well, it'd be better than this.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Just
It'd be
start
better than
popping
that.
off on innocent people like that. Like,
And it happens a lot over there, man. I watched one the other day where they claimed this lady was a witch, took her out, and murdered the hell out of her, and she wasn't a witch. She's a normal ass lady.
broke, just poor, whatever.
No, it was a fucked up story. I was like, oh,
Had a couple chicken bones left from dinner last night, and they thought it was runes or something.
I was like, I don't know. To me, this is like the most pure horror story you could ever imagine.
Right.
Being abducted, being told, oh, you broke some kind of crime, you get
Absolutely.
picked up, chained to a wall,
Evil.
fed
Just
rotten rice.
evil. Yeah.
Some of you getting your heads cut off.
Dark.
Like, it's, I don't know, man. It just
Probably raped and essayed too, so there's
Mhm.
fucking
Oh yeah.
every evil that you could think
Is
of.
going
Torture. Yep.
And to think that you're surrounded by people, these people have complained about it, and nothing. Nobody's coming to save your ass.
Nah.
It took a mob. It took a fucking mob
on
of
your own.
taxi drivers, to go.
Just to
and-
look for him, and even then, like, nothing got done.
No, I didn't even get
There was
their boy
nothing to
back.
rectify the situation. The few that survived were. That's it. That's where the story ends. It's
Yes,
like,
and
for
you
real.
don't
Like,
get to hear from them.
yeah. Nope.
I couldn't find one piece of information when I was like, 'cause
I interviewed one or something.
I tried to read. I read a bunch, and you get a little piece of the puzzle every time you read a different article. But there's so many articles about it,
Mm-hmm.
and like if you go to like the Wikipedia, it's like a paragraph.
Yeah, just explaining what
The
happened and where it was
gist,
at.
The gist, yeah. So you have to go to like I went to like 6 or 7 different sites trying to get as much information as I could, and I still left with like nothing. Like when it was all said and done, like
Right,
I was
nothing
just
of
like
substance.
No, you just get a little bit more each time, and it's just like wow. So I looked up the pictures, and
Yeah, they don't give a shit over there.
it doesn't make no damn sense because I'm like, oh, this is supposed to be human sacrifice, and they're selling body parts, but why are they throwing the bodies out? Why are they starving the people? Would you like that makes no sense? Why were they throwing them in a well?
Yep.
Like none of that makes sense to me. If these are supposed to be your wares and your goods, then you don't want them to be too bad off. I would assume anyway.
No, yeah, if you're gonna like trade them and sell them into slavery, you probably want the best specimens you could get
Or if
for
you're
the
gonna,
top dollar.
yeah,
You know,
if you're cutting them up for body parts and things like that, I figured the last
you
thing
want
wanna
healthy
do,
ones. You know,
You don't want to send emaciated
atrophied fucking.
genitals and
Yeah.
hands and whatever else they're doing. I just don't buy that
think
story.
Well, here's the thing: they have histories over there of doing ethnic cleansing shits.
Yeah, I can see it.
They do it all the time over there.
There was another one
You
from.
know, it's basically tribal on tribe crime essentially.
There's another one from out of Africa, man. I can now remember exactly where it happened, but like, it was another just a horrific story, man. These people ousted the person who had been in charge for years, and they did or the military took over. And so these people were celebrating for like a week or two out on the streets, and this new military government got tired of it, so they hired a group of foreign contractors to get them to stop partying in the streets. And so they just went on a killing spree, dude, and were killing everybody. They were taking people, bro. They were taking them up off the streets and tying bricks to their feet and throwing them in the river.
Damn.
There was a doctor down there, and him and his buddies kept pulling corpses out of the river
my
where they
God.
were just grabbing people and tying rocks to them and chunking them in the river.
Gnarly.
Dude, yeah. And yeah, so they just went out there with guns and they're drowning people, doing all kinds of crazy shit just because they're like partying over this shit. Like,
Damn. So they were like celebrating over the ousting of a
the
tyrant
first-
or whatever.
yeah, just to get this military, this temporary military government in, and they hire a bunch of foreigners to fucking
To have no ties to the community.
No, they don't care. No.
Exactly.
And send them
no
out there.
sympathy or empathy for the community, and then
But,
just roll through fucking.
And then deny it all. Once it's all said
course,
and done,
yeah.
they deny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro. I wish I could
They
find
all
that
signed
full story.
NDAs after that. And
I was like,
non-disclosures.
I wish I could find that story. I can't remember where it's at, but I remember.
Dude, that
like,
shit happened, and that was in Africa too.
Yes.
Oh, dude, that happened
Yes. It was
all over
brutal.
Africa, bro.
Brutal.
Yeah, the ethnic cleansing and shit too. Fucking like Muslims against fucking Christians and stuff like
I
that.
was like, dude, these are what they should be making the horror movies on right here. I was thinking about it earlier. Like, this would make a
Right.
fantastic horror movie. Just the premise of it, just to show people what that kind of experience would be like. You know what I mean? Like,
Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I know I always reference that shit. You're probably tired of it, but there's an episode where like, Mac and Dennis write a script, and they're gonna give it to M. Night Shyamalan, right?
yeah.
And Dee's like bragging that she got a part as a featured actor,
Yeah.
and she's rubbing it in their face, because they're always making fun of her for having a failed acting career. And she's rubbing it in their face. She gets there, and come to find out, she's like trying to get into the trailer, and the dude's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm your featured actress," and he's like, "Says here you're your featured extra." But anyway, fucking. So they don't know what the story is yet, and they're like getting makeup done and stuff, and she's like covered in blood and stuff, and they finally tell her like, you're a corpse, and she's like, "Ooh, so like zombies, eat your brain, stuff like that," and they're like, "Nope, just a dead corpse." So like, you're just gonna lay there as a dead corpse. And so like they're trying to film the shot or whatever, and she like gets up and she's all brains, and they're like, cut. They start getting all pissed off.
Yeah.
She's like, "What? It's a zombie movie." He's like, "No, it's a movie about Serbian genocide and you're a corpse. So lay there or get in the pile of corpses." It's about Serbian genocide. Same shit though. Like, fucking, it's a horror fucking movie.
Yeah. No, I think this would be some terrifying shit if portrayed properly.
Absolutely. Fucking, they kind of touch on it in like I think it's Lord of War
Yeah.
with Nicolas Cage when him and his brother are selling guns to like those African rebels and shit, or trading them for diamonds. But I think that's what it's called, because I get War Dogs and Lord of War confused. It's the one with Nick Cage though, and it's basically, the guy that we traded fucking that basketball player from Russia with.
Yeah.
It's him.
Oh,
it's a story
shit.
on
Okay.
him.
Yeah,
It's like a spin-off of him, but it's him.
It's supposed to be him, yeah.
He sells guns to everybody, But yeah, fucking same thing. And they're selling guns to this African rebel group, and they're trading it for diamonds. And his brother like goes off smoking a cigarette, and he's like, Nicolas Cage's character is sitting there brokering a deal or whatever, in a truck full of AKs and grenades for some uncut fresh diamonds.
Yeah.
And his brother fucking notices that there's a village right over the fucking cliff, and the rest of like the rebels are like encircling it, and fucking there's a like this kid and the mom are trying to run out of there, and then the fucking rebels catch him and just start hacking him up with fucking machetes. And so he goes and tells his brother, like, "Hey, as soon as you give them these fucking guns, they're gonna go over there and fucking kill everybody in this village." And he's like, "It's not our fucking business, dude. We sell guns." He's like, "I don't give a shit. I don't want to know about it." And his brother fucking, goes soft and fucking takes a grenade and throws it into those trucks and fucking blows that shit up. And it almost gets them both killed by those rebels. Now it's a bad deal, but they shoot his brother though. They kill his fucking brother.
Oh shit.
They end up killing his ass because he fucking goes soft. Or something like that. But yeah, same shit. Similar shit. It's a story as old as time over there.
Yeah.
Where they're fucking killing, and there's so much death and just evil, and yeah, that's the place, man. That's hell on earth.
Oh yeah, it would suck for sure.
I'll be right back though. You keep them busy. Get something else lined up.
Yeah, I was like, I got a couple going. Shit.
This I forget what this was called.
God damn. Here's the Keurig all the way in here. What's up, do? What's up, do? I guess do. What you do, you bad boy? What you do? Don't watch your butt crack, dog. Come here. What do you want, you turd mutt? You stirred mutt? What poops? Dude, you could hear the fucking Keurig going off. I was like, God damn, you can hear him fucking pissing in there.
Me?
No, yeah, well, it was the Keurig.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, God damn, that
My
mic's
boy got a
good.
hammer or a big old bladder, one of the two. Yeah.
So this one, I'm sure you've seen this one before. It's that dude that goes in that fucking cave. The chain starts swinging and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here's a lower adit at the Victorine mine. I believe this was an older mine that once they dug the upper tunnels, this got incorporated into the same claim or whatever. I forget what this was called, this particular mine entrance here, but this one's got a little bit of water in it coming out of it. Not much. Okay, we can go in here and just take a first look. I don't want to explore this particular mine. There's a little bit too much water in here, and
What I thought.
this mine's pretty good. But yeah, water in a mine.
What you got to say?
I do see other footprints here.
What
in
you
the
got
mud,
to say?
But,
Oh,
I just
yeah?
don't think it's wise to go in here.
Oh, yeah?
Water. Try to avoid this if I can.
Your breath smells so bad, dude.
No, man.
But mine smells good.
I was like,
Turn my light on. Okay, here's a shot.
Can handle it.
of the attic from just inside the portal.
Not that bad. Doesn't smell like death and tooth decay.
I know. Maybe get him teeth clean, brush his teeth or something, but he won't.
I'm
let us.
working here.
Okay, a little further inside the
Beat
tunnel
it,
here.
pal. Beat it.
There's still water. You can see it really flowing here in front of me, right here, and this coming out here of the tunnel. This is one of the creepiest mine tunnels I've ever been in, just because of how dilapidated it is and all these chains hanging down.
Definitely a mine shaft for sure.
There's a shaft down the tunnel. Even
To put all that netting up there to keep it from collapsing.
still pretty wet. And taking a look around here back at the entrance, which is there. Okay, here's a shot looking back towards the entrance. I'm a little bit further in, and
Like I said, he was already getting creeped out. I'm
down
like,
the tunnel here.
I feel like any of those places I'd be getting creeped the fuck
Yeah,
out.
well, you don't know what's in there.
Nope. Animals, bears.
Yeah, it'd be a great place for. And I mean, it clipped into that. He could have went down there and done it, and then came back over here.
Yep.
Because it's not just that one. There's another one swinging too.
Was there? A
I think
skit?
he went further and then came back in to get a shot of the entrance.
There's the entrance. I'm a little bit further in, and looking down the tunnel here.
Yeah, he definitely could have did that shit himself.
He shouldn't have done that
Chains
cut, man.
swinging back there.
He wouldn't have had to have done that cut
Still pretty wet.
if he didn't do it.
And taking a look around here back at the entrance, which is there.
Yeah, I never noticed
Okay,
that.
here's a-
Yeah, he
Man.
definitely could. Dude,
Here's a shot looking
Does a cut.
dead ass giveaway, bro.
Yeah.
Dead ass giveaway.
If he didn't do that cut, then I'd be like, oh shit, that is
down the
weird.
tunnel here.
Or I'd blame it on, oh, he's got someone with him. You know?
Yeah, no, he definitely edited that.
But
It's funny because all the people that use this video as proof fucking never show that cut.
no. And it's right before this.
Yep.
Shows the second entrance.
I don't know why that one chain is swinging back there.
It's not the one chain, there's two.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a few.
And now the other one is too.
Yeah, they're all. And it's all down the road where he is pointing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this mine definitely has a very spooky vibe to it. So I'm gonna head back out and check out.
He
the other
probably
stuff and
bumped
see if
it.
It's just too wet.
Trying to get over back to this side.
Yeah.
Because he started on the right hand side
And obviously,
and
something is
didn't want to get his
pushing
shoes
the
wet.
chains.
Tried to like skip over it,
yeah.
bumped into one, and then the wind of doing that. Yeah, I'm just, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's not that. Like, the cave is creepy on its own.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, this place to be creepy as shit. I'm like, but yeah.
Towards the entrance.
Because every time they would try to sell the story, they'd always be like, well, his videos were never paranormal before, so that's all the more proof of him not doing this.
He probably, like I said, bumped into it and was like, ooh, I can turn this into something.
Yeah, for real. Or he wasn't getting the numbers he needed, because that one went pretty much viral.
Mm-hmm.
I'll save that one and we'll come back to it. This is what, dude, I could not. There's no fucking video.
That's a demon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be in freaking Amarillo in front of a zoo,
That's right by us.
and they saw I guess they saw a freaking
Armadillo, Texas.
Armadillo, Texas. I guess they saw a damn wolf man. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like, dude, it looks so damn fake. Like,
Right.
why is it sitting like? And dude, this shit got actual news coverage. Like, I couldn't.
For real?
Yeah, I couldn't
It's a
find.
chupacabra holding a spatula.
Yeah, it's like,
See the spatula?
see this bachelor.
Dead giveaway.
Or the fact that he's sitting back like this, like
Yeah,
he's about
right?
to sit down. Like,
It looks like one of those like old claymations
yeah,
where they're like
creepy
you know,
ones.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the knife with the claymation where it's like the little mice and shit, and they're all in the house.
Band the Knife?
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck, I forget.
That's what it reminds me of.
Did you ever watch that? It was a children's show. And like it was claymation as well. And they meet the devil.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did you see the clips to that?
Yeah, it's the Adventures of Mark Twain.
Yes,
Yeah, that's the one, yeah. That one's fucking
weird.
creepy. Yeah, for
It's
sure.
so good though.
Oh, wait till we get to cool 3D animations, man. That should. Speaking of, we'll just segue into
Yeah,
it.
let's just do that. Perfect.
If you've never
segue.
seen these guys, so
I don't know. I'd have to see. There we go. Yeah, that's my kind of action.
dude, this shit's so amazing. Like the guy is super talented. He's so talented, but he makes everything so fucking gross.
Yeah.
I seen it on Adult Swim the first time, and then I found his page, so I've slowly
Damn, he got
watched all of it.
I've yet to see one with a baby arm.
No, they
got full arms and shit.
They all got hammers.
Grown adult hammers. Yep. He's entertained. There's aliens.
There's all
Real
the
aliens
aliens
inside.
right there. I think too.
Is that Joe Rogan? Joe Hogan?
Joe Hogan.
Joe Hogan. He's turtle head. Nah. This whole thing is super erotic. I love it.
It's erotic. It's weird. It's fucking uncanny as hell. Just
very erotic. What gets me is the nipples.
the jiggle physics.
Yes. Yep. I've done the same. Take him to Foot Palace.
The guy just does cool shit, man.
If we don't get copyright struck, we're definitely going to now.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I had to show it to you. It's good
Yeah,
stuff.
There's Groot. All right. That looked like fucking Tom Green from the side.
Yeah, this guy's just fucking so fucking good at this shit. Like all his videos are just weird as fuck like this.
What are they doing? Milking his foot hammer? Yeah, they're definitely milking the foot hammer. Giving a tree orgasms.
Yeah.
Footgasms.
Footgasms. Make him bust a nut.
That's how you get athlete's foot.
That's the real cause.
Weird. They eat dead feet too? Weird. Oh, the turtles and aliens, and Joe Rogan does. Very peculiar.
So the other one though that I picked,
I'm digging it. Trippy as fuck.
I've watched this one a gajillion times because the fucking song is like this badass chromatic piece. Just done really fucking well. So whoever does the sound, like if it's the same guy or whatever, the music's always cool as shit too.
Some French horns, digging it. Some clarinets and asteroids.
Some flutes, some oboes.
Yeah. I don't see no skin flutes though.
There's gonna be some skin flute, I'm sure.
It's Jose's favorite.
No, I'm a pro skin flute player. 15 years.
Skin flute virtuoso. Skin flute meister.
15 years of damn playing skin flute. I like how he like forces all their eyes like right to the middle, like right to the tip of their nose. just chose a real interesting way to use the chromatic scale. And where demons appeared.
Right. It goes perfectly though with the fucking vibes.
No, it
And,
does. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, whoever did the music, like, such a weird piece.
Yeah.
Along with, like, the visual aesthetic.
Huh.
Yeah, the dude just makes fucking weird.
I remember my first hit acid. Barely.
I found this one, man. It's kind of. It's
A
most
group of tourists were stunned
more
when
than
they
likely
saw
a
the
damn deformed,
looked like nothing.
deformed
Gator.
alligator.
Yep.
long, scaly body and a powerful tail. But the most striking thing about it was that it seemed to be missing its front limbs.
Yeah, it probably just got fucked up in the wild by another gator.
Yeah.
Because they're super territorial.
It's got a weird ass snout though.
And that
That's
shit
why I
happens
said
all
it's
the
probably
time.
deformed.
Where they fucking get their arm death rolled off.
Yeah.
By other
Did you
alligators.
see that one video
Yeah,
where that
that's
one
what I'm
just
saying. That shit happens, especially when they're packed together.
Look at how stubby its back limbs are. It definitely has to be.
It's
Has to.
it's one of those extra chromosome alligators.
Yeah.
He was born a little special.
A little special.
He's a fat fuck too, though.
His legs can barely touch, bro.
He's just skidding, skidding across the mud. Strange creature, saw alligator.
Yeah, it's a fucking wonky looking alligator. But,
for sure. For sure.
I think that's probably how a lot of that starts, though, man. People see deformed creatures and oh my god, look, it's a fucking sea creature.
Aliens.
It's aliens.
Yeah, Loch Ness.
It's a monster.
Kalila Enriquez viewed the spooky footage brought to us as evidence of the tales. Now we must warn that some of the footage.
For the past week, word of the so-called Duppy has caused.
Yes, certified hood classic here.
Yep.
He's famous now. Got the news and everything involved.
But the ghost would only follow them inside, causing havoc, pulling the boy. And
I just wonder how much truth was actually attached to
in the
this
neighborhood
one.
Wednesday night
Right.
To witness some of the events that have residents convinced of an otherworldly presence. Watch closely and judge for yourself.
And if the kid still gets fucked with.
They say that's how it's been for the past several days. The
Well,
boy
show
says
us what's
the ghost
behind the
left
chair.
the
That way, if there's a
right
rope or
4
anything
years
else,
ago.
we can
His
see
Right.
friend suddenly started appearing to him wearing
This
a
is the
white
one
top,
on the porch.
black pants and a black watch. It's been nothing but chaos for the family and neighbors.
Him licking him down, him drying him flinging the
Did she say that?
Did I? Is that what I thought?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Licking him dong?
I'm licking him
Licking
down.
his dong?
That's what it sounds
Grandma,
like.
what the hell
What
you doing?
talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
Him licking him down, him drying
That's
him.
exactly what she said. Drying him.
He fling the slippers, he lick me in my back, he lick me in my yes temple. With
Damn, Ghost be licking her and shit?
Yeah.
just a fling.
Licking
and
everyone.
Dry him out of the bed, dry him in a corner, dry him everywhere and go.
I go around there and I feel this whole pa eat and thing. So like me couldn't breathe and me end up that him run out and me there and me say yo, me not see nothing. So me end up I come out now and when me turn me back, one lick me get in my back with a figure.
Watch again as our news crew filmed the second incident.
Bomba
similar
clot.
to the accounts
Bomba
that were
clot.
given. This time, the boy claims
Have
he
you seen
sees
that
a
video
ghost
of
standing
fucking,
near the wall and goes over
what's
to
his
stand
name?
next to it.
DJ Khaled, where he's like, I call it boom bum boom clat. He's all cooking some shit.
So, is the Martin Street duppy real, or
Huh.
are the events the expert acting of a mischievous child?
His
Khalila
foot goes straight to the
Enriquez,
wall, though. Did you notice that?
Khalila
Nah, I
Enriquez,
didn't.
or are the
Like,
events
watch.
the expert acting of a mischievous child? Khalila Enriquez, CVM News.
Khalila Enriquez has a follow-up.
Hit me with a stone. Come on.
Oh, I think this is the one
For
where.
several minutes
Yeah, they get
Friday
the preacher
morning,
out
Bishop
there.
Rohan Edwards
Is that the one where he gets
challenged
sucked
what
under
he
the
believed
porch?
was an evil spirit to
I
show
forget
his
if he gets sucked
presence.
under the porch, but
Although
something
family
happens to
members
him while
claim
he
the
next to the
ghost had
porch,
been
something like
throwing
that.
objects, there was no evidence of that before the bishop. But it wasn't long before whatever force was responsible responded to the challenge.
Try to take him away. Let me see. Oh, you're afraid. You're a coward. You're not doing nothing. All right, all right, all right. Oh, oh.
But Bishop Edwards wanted
Bumba
to
club.
be double sure.
You tried it once. I want you to do it again, so we can know how.
Let him.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
It was evidence enough for the bishop that a spirit was indeed intent on harming the child. Watch as it appears the boy tries to beat the ghost off him.
He's trying to beat off that ghost.
Yeah, licking him and beating.
With that, Bishop Edwards set about his task.
Let's watch as
first
the boy beats off the
sanctifying ground
ghost.
with olive oil and then blessing the boy.
That's some high jujus.
Yeah, couple of Jesus Jitsus.
Yeah, get the jitsu.
Smack the shit out of his head. Bumba club. You bald head ass.
Does the trick every time. I do what the old ones call an ass whooping.
Yeah, man. Just stuck to the back of your head.
Told our news team that he still sees the apparition, although it doesn't bother him anymore. Before that, he says he had almost become accustomed to the troubles.
Yes, afraid of him, but no, when him trouble me, I just feel like to laugh.
The family now hopes this will end a months-long ordeal that has followed them through several parishes.
You know, we haven't had any updates on that, have we?
I don't know. Let's see. Spanish. Town. Doopy. What the hell's a doopy?
I think it was the name of Duppy. What I think a Duppy is like a demon in Jamaica or what?
Oh. Let's Google it real quick.
Jamaican Duppy.
African origin, commonly used in ghost or spirit.
Okay,
In
yeah.
the Bahamas, Barbados, Jamaica.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Fucking where they were at was Barbados, but they weren't saying Bumbucklet a lot, so.
Oh, so we got our places wrong.
Hmm.
Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Seven more doopy, huh?
The one in the stripes. What does that say? But the text boy was 7 more doopy.
Oh, that's just someone.
Is it the same kid? I wonder if it's the same kid.
It looks a little smaller.
Doing the duppy is no laughing matter for the traumatized relatives kept busy, constantly cleaning away splinters for the boy's safety, as there's no telling when he might be pulled beneath the bed, for example. The scary thing is the duppies seem to be beating up on the boy's father and grandmother too.
I think it is the same one.
Yeah, I think it is. Just a different news thing. Yeah, I don't see any updates.
That's what it's called, the Spanish Town Doopy. Yeah.
No.
Dude goes set house on fire. Damn.
It's like they get fucking vicious over there.
Yeah, grabbing people.
Is it Barbados?
Licking on them, grabbing them.
Oh shit!
Setting
Man.
houses on fire.
I don't know what they. I don't know. It's like you think with a name like Duppy or Doopy, fucking be a little more nice, hell
Right.
no, bro. It already sounds like something that'd be on fucking
Nick at Night.
the Urban Dictionary.
Right.
I gave her the old Doopy, bro.
Yeah, hit it with the old Doopy.
With
Doopy dazzle. Doopy dazzled her.
That Doopy. Shit. What we got? Oh, dude. It's crazy how many views this one has, man. This is probably from the Middle East, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that they got a good camera though?
Right. I spent all their shekels on it. They got to bring them to the place of origin of possession.
I want one of these fucking rocking ass outfits, bro.
Right.
I'm digging it.
Pajamas.
Hell yeah, bro.
Mm.
And
But
nobody
they're
judge
comfortable
you.
as hell.
I bet.
Bet you get beautiful ball flow.
I was about to say, yeah, you got a free ball at nose.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they got
Yeah, you got it. Flip it
sideways,
flip,
yeah. Like, stop doing that. Fix your eyes, damn it. Did you bring the baba ganoush? Nah. And the fizzy bubbly.
Where's his sandals, bro?
Yeah, right. He ran out of them.
Oh, yeah. Oh shit, they got a circle. Circle of protection.
Mm-hmm. You don't want that something bitch coming out, fucking getting into someone else.
Oh, what do they call them out there, man? We know doopies, but what do they call the ghosts or the spirits out there?
Muhammad Constantine. That's who that is.
It's the Middle Eastern Constantine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Muhammad Constantine.
Constantine.
Demon, go back into your pueblo.
What we miss? Oh shit.
It's Billy Goat.
How many hashtags do you think they got?
Probably a shitload. Hashtag Muhammad Constantine. Hashtag Demon Begona. Hashtag viral load.
Hashtag Jesus Jitsu.
Hashtag Jesus Jitsu. Hashtag Jen.
You gotta love the noise. It's on.
Did it?
Yeah.
It's a Jen. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely got to know how to roll with the demon there. With Jesus Jitsu. Jesus Jitsu, yeah.
Well, it
would
would be the would it be the
Oh, it's coming for the boy. Again.
Abraham Jitsu or fucking Muhammad Jitsu?
Right. You need the olive oil. Fucking backhand the shit out of his demon's head with it.
Demon Begona.
Allahu Akbar.
That's some top-notch acting for that kid, though.
Damn, 700,000 subscribers.
Bro, I'm telling you, it has like a gajillion views on it.
Hit the description. See
Oh,
how many-
yeah, we gotta see all the hashtags.
Yeah, they got how many? 1, 2,
Hashtag
3,
horror,
4.
hashtag
Yeah,
scary video, hashtag ghost video, and whatever
working
that
for
means.
him.
What is?
That's the name of his channel.
Oh, okay.
That way,
What the hell? What is
demon baby.
I guess it's got titties though. Why does the demon baby have titties? That's what I want to know.
I think it was its knee.
Oh, was it? Was there a titty in
It
me?
looked like a knee. A baby knee.
Where'd it go? Oh yeah, you're right.
And a foot. It's a ho. That's the sound it's making. Ho. Ho.
I don't know. I didn't even watch this one.
Welcome to our
Paradumda,
exploration of
Paradolia.
pareidolia, an intriguing aspect that investigations. Pareidolia poses a significant challenge. Investigators.
Okay, there it is. I don't even know what this one is either.
Real evidence.
of
Yeah,
Satan.
it's real. If they told you it's real, it's real.
Gotta
Just believe
be
it.
100%.
Oh, night vision cameras. Did you see the one where it's like, bro, the ghost's telling me it wants to do a shot with him. Oh, dude, I should have taken that one.
Into the dining room here, so
I left a comment on it. I was like, bro, the ghost is telling me to do another bump of your coke. That's some shit I would say for sure.
paranormal investigator.
Everybody's fucking reacting to it, making jokes on it and shit.
So I got one. I got one. I pulled one from.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you find that?
I knew it was up here, but I don't know if they still had it or not.
Okay, I see a
See?
shadow. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a potato, and you can't fucking see where it's at.
No,
it
hell
just says it's at the Trinity Hotel, but what part?
I think they filmed this back in like 2007 or 2008.
2010.
2010. Yeah.
There's a timestamp on there.
Still should be better quality than this. Oh, there it is again.
I don't know what that is.
It was right.
Shadow looking, but that could.
So the problem is there's a street right there, and there's a shit ton of fucking windows. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know where this is at inside the place.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is like even in where the dining room, or that's where it's supposed to be, is the dining room, or this is the front desk, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know where it's at. We'll have to look.
That's what you can't tell. Like, what's the
But either
angle
way-
here? Because we could explain that away with exactly what you're about to go into.
Yeah,
Fucking
so if it's that
the windows.
bottom-
It's full of windows.
that bottom
And
level,
The
yes.
what is it? Canal Street's one of our main streets.
Always busy.
Always busy. Lights and what have you everywhere. Reflections. Okay, so that was the third time.
I'll go back.
You gotta take autoplay off, bro.
Yeah, dude.
It's annoying. I took it off of everything.
I don't when I'm at work. I'm like listening to music and stuff, but on this I haven't messed with this one yet, so that's probably why. Where is the autoplay? Take it off real quick. It's taking it midnight. That's all it says.
It's got a lot of views since then.
Where is autoplay? I'll have to go to settings or something.
Look for autoplay.
Yeah.
It should be in the Cyclone somewhere in there. Yeah. Where or maybe here. I don't know. It's usually anywhere where that list is. So like, can you go to where the list is the main thing?
Yeah.
Or you can just go to settings or something down there.
That's what I was thinking.
And then you might be able to notification playback performance.
the hell? So now on the
There's
phone.
usually like a switch, fucking.
Yeah, they have it on the phone where
Yeah,
right there where
exactly.
you can just turn it on and off. Anyway.
Yeah, weird. On the phone, it's usually fucking somewhere over here.
Yeah.
You just switch that shit.
What the fuck? Where? I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, but it's just these little shadows. But if this is anywhere in that fucking downstairs room, it's covered in windows. Those could be car lights.
Roaches.
It's the light bouncing off the fucking cockroaches.
Yeah, roach testicles.
I mean, apparently, like a lot of people that work there say that place is haunted and shit. They use it as like a selling point to get people.
Yeah,
to
well,
stay
they
in the
made their own
hotel.
channel for the hotel, so.
But this is the only one, the only video they got of the. I like how that ghost does it. It's all.
Yeah, well,
It's just
it
fucking-
just keeps coming right in front of the camera. It's like it's not even like a one-off thing. And I don't know what's that light source there. I don't know fucking.
Yeah, what this is.
Yeah, where's the camera angle? Is it at the front desk aiming at the register? You know, what's the deal here?
Could be because it's on a playlist. It's probably what it is.
Well, that's like part of the thing as to why you wouldn't want it to play again without you clicking on it.
Yeah, I think it's just rolling to the next one though.
That fair point. Yeah, it might not autoplay for like these.
Yeah. Yeah, man, this one's just too hard to say. I'm like, yeah, if anybody was to ever see the layout of that place, it's nothing but fucking windows.
Yeah.
Given though that 3 of the 4 buildings that are all divided on that 4-way stop are supposed to be haunted.
Right, as old Carlsbad.
I don't know if that is a ghost. I was like, I like the little move right there, the little.
Yeah, well, it starts off, it goes that way, and then comes back this way, and then goes up that way, and I'm like, there's probably a light for the night vision thing on the camera, and it's a moth fucking
flying around.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then when it's really close and out of focus like that, it breaks it up and kind of looks like it's transparent.
Yeah, it makes it.
You know what I'm saying? So
that one's. Yeah. Oh shit! Well, that's all those ones.
they should have told you where it was filmed at,
No.
inside the place, fucking, and
All they wanted to tell you was, it was filmed, taken on October 31st at midnight.
where at though? Was it in the fucking the bar upstairs?
Let's see. I do believe in ghosts, but that looks like a bug on.
Yeah,
the
yeah. You have to try and debunk things first. They don't give a shit about that. They're trying to sell, put asses in the seats.
It's all ooh spooky coming. Oh, so that's from that's from the city of Carlsbad. It looks
Yeah,
like.
the city's got their own channel.
It's all looks like a
Fake look at the date, just shadows off background light. Went to see a haunted place, Germantown, and that old German POW camp in Malaga. As for the haunting of the Trinity Hotel, sham. Prove it. Not every old every old place makes a haunted one. Fair enough.
It's funny that he said like he brings that up about Germantown, but,
Right.
dude, where the hell is it?
What, Germantown?
Yes.
I think it got taken
Torn
down.
down.
Torn down. Because
But-
it was private property for a long time, so you had to sneak past the people who own the property.
It's just that like his statement's kind of weird though. It's all want to see haunted place, Germantown, an old German POW camp in Malaga. It's like
I'm not even sure it was a POW camp.
No.
Look it up. Germantown, Carlsbad, New Mexico. Because I want to.
I don't know.
I remember hearing the lore as a kid, and like my brothers and sisters, or my sisters, anyways, fucking going out there for a fun Friday night, you know.
That's all I ever heard.
But you know, there's lore, but there's never anything cool. People just went out there to, as kids to.
Yeah, it says it's just an old dam works with overseer house and garage, storage building, strange noises.
Okay, so there was an overseer place. There wasn't like a private property thing.
Mm-hmm. So some strange photos taken. But yeah, what else?
Dude, and we're surrounded by rigs and stuff like that. So when you go out to the middle of nowhere, there's a lot of lore about Native American drum beats and stuff like that. And what it is oil rigs pumping.
It's like thumping. Yeah, I don't see shit. Of course, that's the only one. It's like so fucking basic. Goddamn.
And I'm gonna look more into that. We'll give you an update on that because I don't know where the lore started from. If it was an old dam house, you know.
Where the whole German. From my understanding, it looked like a concentration camp, and that's where people started calling it Germantown.
That's probably what it is.
I don't know the full poop scoop on that myself, and I don't know anybody who to ask either.
And there was also
the
the testing grounds that was out here where they tested like nuclear bombs and shit.
Project Gnome.
Yeah.
Right. Fucking.
I was actually looking at that
and how to create a thermal energy. And it went right.
Yeah.
Then there was
a fucking nuclear cloud all the way to Roswell.
Yeah, dude. Fucking. And then there was the one where they were testing fucking bats.
From my understanding, with bat bombs, they were training bats to carry napalm.
Yeah.
Yep, and rest up under Japanese houses.
Right.
Burn them down.
And I've heard it before.
Down.
Right, and I've heard it before, but I've never looked into it to check out the legitimacy behind that.
Yeah.
And I'd seen it in a documentary too, so it wasn't just like some other word of mouth lore. Somebody was talking about that actually happening.
Weird Weapons, I think it was the TV show.
Right, exactly.
Something like that.
Right, it was same thing. They were talking about using pigeons to guide bombs.
Yeah,
so they would train them to peck at certain images. And they would put those images on the sides of bombs to try and guide them. By that time, they figured out how to wire guide them and shit like that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. They should have went with the pigeon thing.
It would have been badass. There'd be like decorated pigeon soldiers fucking up there, pigeon pilots fucking. There's like pictures of them with their little leather helmets on and shit. That'd be badass. Fucking bomber fucking glasses. Yeah.
I got
Hell yeah. Aviators. Yeah. Bomber jackets and shit.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
I think that'd been the better way to go. But
decorated pigeon sergeant.
I mean, they had them in World War One.
Yeah, they did.
Carrier pigeons.
Carrier pigeons. Yeah.
Like,
they'd shotgun their asses.
Missed opportunity, man. That's missed opportunity.
Facts. Yeah. Should have done both.
Yeah, no shit though. Half and half.
Right. That'd been so awesome.
Well, I mean, they were using dog bombs in Russia, and then they trained them on gasoline instead of diesel, so they brought all the bombs back to them.
Right back to them, yeah.
Because the Germans were using diesel.
Diesel instead, yeah.
That sucks.
They'd have to fucking shoot them.
Yeah,
they'd run back and they'd have to shoot them. They'd have to fucking kill them because they're about to blow them up.
It's like, good idea, just not
bad execution.
Bad execution, yeah. So you want to check out those real UFO videos filmed by myself personally.
All right, so we're gonna get into the personal shit now.
Yeah. So yeah, this is right behind where I work. One already passed by.
So you'd already seen one before this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd already seen one. That's the moon, by the way.
Okay.
That's the moon. See?
Oh, I see the little thing under it. Barely.
Check this out, though. This is what's so fucking crazy. Now, I ain't saying it's a UFO, but
but I'm saying it's a
UFO.
Okay.
And dude, there was like 10.
It's dragging its nuts on the atmosphere, and that's why it lights up like that. Scientific. It's
Scientific
been proven.
analysis. I done sent it to all the researchers.
Yep.
They told me UFO.
UFO teabag in the atmosphere. It's facts.
We saw about 11 of them. That's what's so crazy.
Whoa, wait,
And-
that's the second one coming out?
Dude,
or is it the video restarting?
No, dude, we saw almost 11
Holy shit.
pour out, and they all did the same thing.
And the same spot,
And they got
too.
brighter.
Weird.
And they come out of nowhere. This is the craziest shit.
Yeah,
Like,
you can't see it. It's just blackness.
No.
And then they start slowly lighting up.
now, it could just be fucking planes or something coasting.
Space peanuts.
Space
Coming
peanuts.
back in.
Yeah, but it could just be planes fucking coming by, like reflecting off the moon.
Fair enough, yeah.
But still, either that. It was it was crazy to see that.
But if they're
shit.
military planes, they use like non-reflective shit.
But the craziest thing is when they light up and they flash super fucking bright.
And they're all like touching the same spot. It
They
makes
would-
you wonder if they're like dropping flares in the exact same spot or something.
They would fade away like right after they would do it. But it's just weird because they'd materialize
It is
out
weird.
of nowhere, man. And we seen, I think it's about 10 or 11 of them.
Yeah, more than two is already weird. Wait, my thing is if it were a meteor shower, why are they all in the same spot? Because they're literally in the same flight path.
See, there's the first one. So one was already coasting. Yeah, no, they're all on the same path and they all do the same thing. They come out.
Mhm.
They come out of nowhere. Right there.
Burn bright, burn up.
And then they fucking they get super bright. That shit was crazy, dude. Seeing it in like real life without where it was clear. Yeah, man. It was strange. That's all I can say. I don't know if they're real or not. Like actual UFOs, but I mean they are. I don't know what the fuck they are.
Maybe it's a group of fucking jets doing high altitude fucking tests
And they're
they're
just-
breaking out of the atmosphere for a bit.
That's what I'm saying, and they're catching light off.
Still badass, still weird.
That's what I'm saying, but they were all like ball shaped.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest part. See,
That one's bright as fuck.
crazy bright. Now,
Yeah.
dude, like that's what's so nuts about that. Like how bright that one got. Like you can see.
Yeah, it was brighter than the moon.
You can see exactly.
Ready,
You can see
boom.
the
Yeah,
lens
look at
flare
that.
out. Dude, fucking crazy shit, man.
Cool, very cool.
I was like, it was a trip seeing that shit. You should have seen how bright it was in real life, bro. When that shit.
I
was
can
fucking-
only imagine.
Like,
The only thing I can really compare it to is like the astigmatism flares. You can see faint ones that like a line that goes diagonally through there, and then this green one that goes diagonally through there. When those things fucking light up like that bright ass one, it was way bigger than that faint
yeah,
thing.
yeah, no. And that, like I said, that's the moon. Yeah, I mean it's some interesting footage for sure, bro. Like like I said, there's 3 of us that got it though, so it wasn't just me. I need to get JC's footage too.
Yeah.
My buddy's footage fucking sucks. His camera's fucking dog shit. My camera's not super good, but I at least got this.
Yeah, no. It's recorded. Recorded history.
Code history.
Very cool.
Yeah, man. I was like, that shit was nuts. Which one is this one? This may just be a glowing ball. Yeah, glowing ball. Super low. If this is the one I'm thinking of, it is crazy, crazy low. Yeah, like, this is the one with the plane. I was telling you.
Oh, yeah.
And the plane is higher than the ball, bro. That's what's so fucking wild. Is the plane is fucking higher than the ball.
It's an attack jet.
Yeah.
And trying to intercept it.
Fucking crazy, right? That's how low that thing was. Is that the
Right there,
plane
too.
is the plane is fucking higher than it, dude.
You can't tell me it didn't see
it?
that
Oh,
and wasn't
fuck
like,
no,
yo,
dude.
ground control, what the F?
Dude, I would have been.
What the F is this?
I'd have been shitting bricks.
Yeah.
And I caught this right outside of work, man. That's why I always look up at work
Yeah.
because I catch the coolest shit.
Well, we get a lot of fucking sky activity down here, dude.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
Even with all the light pollution. Like, you can see all kinds of crazy shit all the time.
It'll show you right there how far I zoomed out, fucking, and how well you can see it, even with just like the base.
Right. At zero zoom. Yeah.
And how bright that thing is. But what's crazy is it's lower. Like I said, it's just nuts that it's lower than that fucking plane. So you can't tell me that fucking plane did not see that big ass glowing ball coasting.
Very cool.
I was like, that was some good footage for sure. And if like there's a good point of reference in there too that I just noticed because there's a star
right there. I see
chilling,
that. Yeah.
chilling in the background. So
there's one there, and then there's
you can tell that they're
one
both
in between there.
They're both moving.
Yeah. Yep.
Away from each other.
That's right.
I was like, I got some decent UFO footage, man.
Yeah. No, like I said, fucking, we see a lot of weird shit out here. And it doesn't matter where you're at, you'll see some cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
If it's way dark, like you get some really good footage. There's always something out there, especially if it's way dark and there's not a lot of light pollution.
Oh yeah.
Oh dude, you see all kinds of space junk and peanuts and
that was a low hanging
UFOs
peanut.
and everything.
Super low hanging peanut.
Yeah.
So like it's funny because you see so many
UFPs.
UFPs.
Identified flying peanut. UFSPs. Space peanuts. Identified flying space peanuts.
You see so many of those fake videos where the jets are flying the fucking following the UFOs around and shit. I was like, this one is legit. It's not following it, but it definitely coasted up
whatever
above
it is happening in real time.
Like you, like that fucker right there at that moment, you know his asshole was clenched tight.
He's all fucking yelling at fucking ground control. You sons of bitches! I almost crashed into the fucking.
Why'd you tell me there was another plane out here?
Yeah, exactly.
But you can also tell the difference in the shape too, man.
Right.
Of the airplane versus whatever the fuck that is.
Looks like a ball.
Yep.
Weird.
Yeah. Cool footage, man. I'm glad I got it.
Yeah, it's just good footage for sure.
Like it was just whatever. Maybe they know what those things are. I'd be really interested to talk to that fucking pilot.
Right. They're like, oh, it's just a weather phenomenon.
And hey, that's a great explanation if that's exactly what that
or
is.
my all-time favorite, ball lightning.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's called ball lightning.
But you
It's
would
like,
not-
and there's no footage.
No.
Or any kind of picture of actual ball lightning. They're like, oh, it's just, atmospheric discharges that seem to float and stuff. And it's like, okay, sprites were rare. And for a long time, they were considered fucking a theory. Because they're super fucking rare and hard to catch.
Yeah.
But the only time you can see them is when there's a really crazy severe storm. And you can't see them from below. You have to be in a plane. And of course, everybody's fucking terrified to fly into a storm.
Yeah.
Or near one. So they have to do it from afar with good lenses and shit. And finally, the theory was proven just recently that sprites actually do exist. So instead of lightning going to the earth and grounding out, the sprites go up and fucking discharge into the ionosphere.
Yeah.
And they're like red and purple. They're not blue and white like they are like lightning.
Right.
They're badass. But I think if there were ever a time that there would be like ball lightning, you would find that phenomenon with sprites.
Yeah.
And you don't. So I'm like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, it's just
like that's almost even more far-fetched than the fucking UFO itself.
No, so this is
and these weird flying fucking orbs.
Yeah, we'll see. Here's another one, another white orb flying around. You can see the stars in the background.
Can you still hear?
Yeah, it's just a little.
Okay, cool. I'll mess with it then.
So you can see the stars once again for reference points, and this thing coasting by. Those ones, my fucking awesome camera work here of shaking all over the damn place. That was another one of those, man. That was super low in the atmosphere.
You could probably stabilize it in your program.
Yeah, if I don't get the fucking little bit. I mean, it's not too bad though. All things considered.
Are you blowing cigarette smoke?
That's exactly what that is. I have to turn because it's going past, so I have to turn to.
Is that what is that? The
That's
moon?
the moon, yeah.
Oh yeah, the moon was super bright.
So it's not the worst in terms of video quality. If that's the one I'm thinking it is, there was a guy across town, the guy that painted the cow painting in the background. He's seen that too. He's all, look at this down here in New Mexico. We fucking see UFOs and shit. Cause dude, it was crazy low. It was lower than the one where the airplane flies over.
Dang.
It was insanely low in the atmosphere. And I think that's the one for sure. But yeah, another one of them weird.
Incredible. Yeah, I think I fucked mine up.
Is it only going through one?
Oh wait, no. Talk.
There we go. Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hold on. Fucker. There we go.
Perfect.
So that
yeah, now I can hear it.
So this is my buddy Rudy's footage of that same shit. His fucking camera sucks though. On that phone. But yeah, same deal.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, your camera's way better.
Got another floater or what? I don't know which one this is. Can't tell, there's fucking so much light saturation. I think it's another floater though.
Yeah, that one is not very good. Good, like, you can see that fucking orange orb moving. We see the orbs all the time. Those are probably the most common ones.
Yeah.
The fidelity, you just think that good?
No, in this video, not like the other ones. But yeah, it's another one of them. Floating orbs is.
Yeah, the orange space peanuts. Making re-entry. Are you gonna do JP's?
Yeah.
So this one, my buddy JP sent me. And from his cousins down in Mexico. This one's pretty creepy.
No space peanuts here though. Should I play the audio?
Yeah, go ahead. May as well.
Estaba valiendo madre. Casi nos poncha la pinche alberca de ahí.
Porque nos metimos por desesperado. Mi familia, aquí estamos. Estamos Gerita, el Pedro, José, el Tadeo. Estamos aquí terminando de arreglar. La verdad sí, aquí está la regadera. Nos llamamos una chinga.
Tuvimos que arreglar esta madre porque andaba valiendo madre.
Nobody even notices it either.
No, not the first time.
Or at least they don't acknowledge it.
Pero miren.
Ya.
Ahí está.
Ya está el tapadita, todo el pedo. Las nalgas.
Está bien a toda madre.
Estoy bien madreado, güey, mañana jalo.
Ahora, mijo, pero ahí está la horquita.
Oh, it's gone.
What the hell just
happened? You gotta slow it down, fucking
estamos Gerita,
enhance.
Engage. Estamos aquí terminando de arreglar. La verdad sí, aquí
He
está
sent me like a still
regadera.
picture of it, and it's like, oh yeah, it's definitely a head and face.
Go back. This is the first appearance.
It doesn't. You
Right chair.
can't tell, but it gets fucking
Tuvimos que
better.
arreglar esta madre porque andaba valiendo madre. Casi nos poncha la pinche alberca de ahí.
Porque nos metimos por desesperados, ¿verdad?
Still
Pero
fucking
miren.
pretty bad when he goes right there. As a fucking head or whatever and some shoulders.
If you watch the actual footage on your phone,
Yeah.
you can see features.
Yeah, I think it gets a little bit better. Fucking, it's just when you try to catch it, it's like in between the frame.
Ahí está.
Ya está el tapadita, todo el pedo.
Kind of dips back right there.
Mhm.
Las nalgas.
Está
Ahora,
bien a
dame
toda
porque
madre.
Estoy bien madreado, güey, mañana jalo.
Ahora,
And now it's gone. But yeah, I talked to him about it. He was like, yeah, it's in like a neighborhood where like all his family live.
Tapadita, todo el pedo.
And I'm like, you don't ever, was that like the only time, you ever had experiences and shit like that? And he's like, yeah, we've never had problems. He's all, bro, and the trippy part is I go out there all the time alone and to smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke weed. He was like, and that's the same fucking little dark corner that I go into so nobody sees me, And he's like, I was like, you ever go back there now, huh? He's like, hell no. He's like, but my aunts and stuff will tell me crazy stories about like they'll see people like walking down the streets and stuff in the night. And women walking around alone and shit. And maybe he was just saying that. He wasn't trying to like convince me of anything, and he doesn't like bullshit like that. He's not like a bullshitter like that. Fucking So I believe they think that it was real. He does, anyways. And I mean, if his cousins were fucking with them, he would have told me. He'd have been like, "My cousins were fucking with me. Check this out," you know. But nah, they all believe it. I don't know.
So
they're just showing up because they're adding on to shit in their backyard with the new shower and the pool and stuff, and they're like showing that off. And I guess they picked that up. But he sent me a still picture, fucking enhanced, and you could see all the features. It's trippy looking as hell. I showed it to Victoria.
Yeah.
And she like started crying. She's so terrified. Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I can think of, and just as to play devil's advocate, because we got to do it with everything.
Absolutely.
Is a fucking model head on a stick.
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah, it could be fucking anything. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yep. Precisely. Jose likes hair.
I do.
He's got a hair fetish.
Of course. Yeah. One of these things, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Could paint it up, and I mean, I think they sell the ones that have like the shoulders and whatnot too. Now I don't know what to do with the head.
Seguimos por desesperado, ¿verdad? Pero miren.
They could be doing that, but
Ahí está.
Ya está el tapadito.
Could even be one of the aunts or something fucking with them, or one of the cousins, little cousins. But when you look at the picture, it doesn't look like an alive person, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
But it could be makeup, could be any of that shit, and then it's like the faintest features.
So my only thing about that is if you're gonna, if they're gonna go that far to fake it, and they're gonna do a bust or they're gonna do somebody's makeup, then why put a shower outside? And you know, I don't know, man.
Right.
Like, it seemed like an awful lot of work to go through.
Yeah, just to
do that when obviously they're still trying to build something on right here.
I don't know if you'd be able to see that. Fucking the glare's too gnarly. Try to do it like that. But you can see the fucking eyes and the mouth and the long ass neck.
Yeah, it's like a giraffe neck.
Right. See if fucking a better one. Okay. Enhance it with a little bit better light, I guess. Still looks weird. You can't really get like good definition with this one, where you can see like the eyes and stuff. But
is it casting a shadow?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no, it's not like transparent.
Yeah.
So it's probably fucking somebody there.
Porque nos metimos por desesperados, ¿verdad? Pero miren.
Okay, so the shadow's there now. So when it moves, after he slaps his balls, shadow's gone too. So it had to have been like a
physical thing.
A physical thing, precisely.
I would like to talk to these guys, even though we'd have to have a translator.
They probably speak English. Fucking maybe. Yeah. I'll have to. I asked him about that shit, like, if they come up here and stuff like that, and to meet them and stuff, because he's always like told me, hey, you should come with me to fucking to Juarez. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do there? Like,
dude, I imagine there's a lot of haunted shit in fucking Juarez.
Oh yeah, like he's like, you love it down there, blah blah blah. I'm like, I've been there before, back before, you know, there was not so much evil, I guess.
Yeah.
But it was always like a passing thing. It was never like I took him serious, you know. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of funny.
Even if it was a real person and they didn't know him and they were just kicking it back there,
with the fucking super long ass neck, got giraffe girl back there. Yo, who the fuck are you?
So the neighbor, I'm like, the neighbor or what?
So what the hell's wrong with your damn neck? It's a deformity.
Like, and even if it was like their little sister or something like that, because I asked him that, I was like, fucking, is it like your niece or some shit or your little cousin or something back there? He's like, nah, dude. We don't have any girls in the family that are that little,
Yeah.
and that young or whatever.
I'll tell you this much. It just made me think about it because we were hanging out at one of your buddy's house, and I don't know what got us on the subject of paranormal shit.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I never had any experiences. And then he's like, well, actually, then he all of a sudden he whips out his phone and tells us about how he was cleaning up that gymnasium.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they
He
found
was working on Gold's Gym.
Yeah, and they had the footprints.
Yeah.
And the sawdust.
And the
stuff.
sawdust, yeah. And the tile dust. And
It was just funny how it went from like, no, never had one, to all of a sudden he's got
like,
fucking
oh, shit.
picture proof.
Yeah, he's like, oh wait,
Yeah.
never mind.
So it's funny how a lot of that stuff can be brought up. But even if someone's never had like a paranormal experience, there's usually some kind of weird ass story, or they know somebody.
And it was bare feet too, though. That's what was weird about it. Is it was bare feet, like child's feet, and a construction site.
Yeah.
Like, even if some kids went through there, like, why the fuck would you be barefoot?
Yeah.
And why would you let them walk through there barefooted when there's nails and screws and staples and whatever?
Yeah, I don't think fucking even trying to convince somebody to do that would be like, I don't know, you would have to go real far out of your way to get a kid to walk through that the sawdust and everything else.
Right. And if they did, they would probably kind of tiptoe.
Mhm.
Not
Right.
full
Walk
planted
through that
steps.
shit, yeah.
There was full planted steps from heel to toe. That was also weird. That some small arguments that it may be somewhat legit.
Yeah, it's funny though, man. Like a lot of people, if they've never had one, they know somebody who's had. Didn't you say? Oh, I know some of your other buddies. Like they saw some guy getting that, like was in the driver's seat of their car or something like that. I just don't want to drop names, but it was like your core group of friends.
It was in the core group.
Yeah.
Somebody was in their car.
Like, yeah, there was like somebody in the driver's seat, or there was somebody there, and somebody like appeared in the seat or something like that.
I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't know. No, it's funny that somebody like people usually have like weird stuff like that. Like I remember my parents talking about one of the particular streets in town, Main Street, actually. And they were like, oh, that used to be called the Devil Street. And I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up. They're like, no, all the witch people live down there. And I was like, oh, that's bullshit. But it got confirmed.
Makes sense.
It got confirmed.
Main Street's where all the immigrants came in.
By my boss. Because my boss said the same shit they did and called it the exact same thing. Said, yep. And I was like, dude, my parents said the same freaking thing.
Yeah, all the old immigrants were dropped off there and settled there, and spread out. So we were getting a lot of shit from a lot of mixed cultures from there.
Yeah, but apparently, and it makes you wonder if that's just like a story that they said because they didn't like the immigrants. They're like, those are freaking devil people,
right?
Or if there was actually some
the cuss lady, that type of shit.
I
really
don't
was probably
know,
because she was a
bro.
bitch.
I'll give a little back lore on the cuss lady. When I was younger, as the first house that I lived in, that I can remember anyways, there was a crazy ass lady that lived right behind us. And when my parents moved in to the house, that lady somehow got her hands on a family photo. And then my parents and all them were outside and then proceeded to fucking get their attention, grab a family photo that they don't know how she got, and then cut that shit with a knife.
She all broke into the house.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, no shit. Even that, like, either way, it's creepy.
Her house was fucking creepy,
dude. Yes,
and we got to go through it whenever she had left or died or whatever.
Yeah.
Me and somebody was on that road, and we realized nobody lived there anymore. So we got all fucking curious and went inside there, because I was like, I remember fucking growing up, fucking dealing with this lady, and the weird shit that would be in her front yard and on the driveway. She would write shit on the driveway and stuff.
Yep. Just a crazy old lady. But
crazy old lady.
My parents were like,
that would do weird shit, and our suspicions were she was a witch or whatever, or
that's what I was
dealing
gonna
with the dark
say.
side.
Yep, yep.
But we called her the cuss lady because she would fucking just freak out on everybody,
Cuss you out.
curse you out, and threaten you and whatever, you know. But no, I guess she finally either moved or died.
She probably died.
But
I bet that house was fucking.
I like to think that's what happened is she died. And it also added to the effect of going through the house whenever nobody lived there anymore.
Dude,
we went through a part that was still unlocked and had no door, and it was kind of like like an add-on almost. It was like a side door add-on where there was just like a screen door. Yeah, I was doing B&Es and shit. We were doing B&Es, but not to steal nothing, but just to freak ourselves out, you know?
Dude, I bet that house was haunted as hell.
I know, that's why we wanted to do that.
Yeah, I was like, I guarantee.
But we
there was some
never,
fucking shit.
I don't remember anything remarkable or nothing like that we found, or there was some like, you know, small knickknacks left behind and stuff, but there was nothing to like really give you any insight on what the fuck was going on.
I bet there's a lot of haunted houses here in town. Well, probably not a lot, but I mean a lot in the sense that maybe 1 out of every 15 houses probably has it. Especially
Some
the older
activity.
houses, they probably got some activity. There's just, I guarantee a lot of those people just either don't mind it or rent's too fucking high, so they're kind of like whatever.
Right, it's not
They
such a
don't-
big deal.
They don't talk about it, but I'd be interested to know how many people in town, and like any town really, how many people just live in these houses, weird shit happens, and they're just kind of like, meh. And I know because I've been in this situation before where your parents can't really afford to move you. It's like, yeah, creepy shit happens, but
You
it's
have
never
to get over it.
it's never creepy until after the fact.
Right.
It's never creepy when it happens. It's always creepy after. Or you're unexpected. The first time you got one up there in Texas,
Yeah,
you were just like, dude, I can't open the door, and I'm like, well, get the hell out of the damn way then.
Mhm.
And there was definitely
I was like, this
back
shit's
pressure.
broken because he'd broken it from before. So I was trying to go outside and get out of this little small fucking room that we hung out inside the shed. And it was a giant like sheet metal shed.
Yep.
And the door to it was a big, probably like 20 feet by, or like 12, 15 feet by 15 foot, big metal, sheet metal door with a big pipe frame. And the only way to close it was with a chain. So anytime anybody went in and out of that place, the chain was loud as shit slamming up against the fucking walls of the shed.
Oh, yeah.
But inside of that big shed was a big room, and then there was like a small like microphone booth kind of room. And we always hung out in there. And I had to leave to go outside to use the restroom or whatever, and I tried to open the door, and it was broken from before, the microphone booth door. It was broken from before.
I broke it on a salvia trip.
Yeah, he broke it. So I thought, oh, maybe it's not opening. So you didn't need to turn the knob because he broke it through the frame.
Push it open, yeah.
So he would just push it open, and I couldn't get the fucking thing open. I kept trying. I just kind of looked at him, and he was like, "Well, you're not pushing hard enough, or you're not doing it
Yeah,
right."
you're not doing it right. Just move.
So he's like, "Move out of the way," and he gets up and tries to do it, and he's fucking like giving it all he got. On like the second time, it opens up fucking probably about this much, closes back, like pushes him back in.
There was
And I look at him all weird. The third time, it opens up about fucking yay far and slams him back.
Yeah.
So
There
that's
was-
when we kind of like, what the fuck? We
there
didn't hear
was,
anybody come in.
There was so much back pressure. It was wild. Like there was something on the other side of the door
Pushing it back.
actively pushing the door shut. And when it finally gave way, I felt the release. Like
Yeah,
whenever
he almost
I
fell out the
Yeah,
room.
when I pushed the door finally through, it fucking released. And like he said, I almost fell outwards. And I had a BB gun that had been sitting up against that wooden wall for years, like a year or two.
Mhm.
Never moved. It was rusted as hell.
Mhm.
Somehow had slid down that wall without us hearing it and was up against the door handle as if somebody was actively trying to use that BB gun and pressure to push up against the damn door
To like
handle.
lock us in there.
And I'm over here like, you fucking did that. You did that
Yeah.
shit. You're like, how did I do it? I was like, you did it. I don't know how you did it, but you did that shit.
Well,
I know you did.
Inside that booth, there's like
a little window.
A window
Yeah.
that goes out to the bigger part of the shed, but it's cocked shut. And he was sitting right there with me. So
I needed
if I
an
did do something, I
explanation.
would have had to like somehow like fucking get the cocking to break and open it and like stick my hand out there and like somehow rig the BB gun up against the door handle to like lock it shut.
I was already sitting in that corner though, so you would have had to have stepped past me in order to get the window open to begin with.
Right. So I just was like, dude, you can't blame me for this.
I was like,
you
I
know,
don't know
it's
how.
weird shit.
I don't know how. I was like, well, there you go. I was like, you wanted it this whole time. There you fucking go. Bro.
And like I said, like if anybody were to like come into the main room
would
to
have
like
heard
lock
that,
us into
too.
the small booth room, you would have heard it.
You'd have
It's
heard
so
that
loud. You would hear
rusty
the big
door
creak.
fucking-
Yeah, the big creaking of it opening, and then when they would undo the chain, there was, even if you set it down gently, you could hear it. It was so fucking loud. The whole neighborhood would wake up because it was so loud. So, and I think I don't know if I'm getting like my stories mixed up, because I remember there was a space heater outside, and he had a couch too in the main part, and some of the heater was on. And I'm like, this motherfucker was trying to burn us alive.
He probably was, dude. That fucking ghost was a savage, man. Here's the thing, like that house, like it had a bad fucking aura. Like the first day I got there, I knew something was up. I was so happy, couldn't have been happier. I go upstairs, and because that's where my parents. I was a teenager. My parents were like, "Oh, this will be your room," and I don't know. I went upstairs as a 2-story house. And as soon as I went up there, I just felt darkness and dread and said, nope, I'm taking the door nearest towards the door.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Like,
And there's only like that one fucking room up there.
Yeah.
And it's creepy as shit. The whole house is creepy as shit.
Yeah, well, and then all my friends too. Every one of my friends.
Weird doors, random doors
Dude.
that really don't make any like real sense.
No.
It's like you
the
could
way
have
the
just
hallway's
kept
set
this
up.
whole wall out and not put a door there, and it would just be one door to the living room and the front door. Like,
yeah, no, like that.
but they had to fucking put weird hallways in that don't really necessarily
There's-
aren't integral to the schematics of the house.
It's that one T-shaped hallway, and the weirdest thing is there's a fucking window. It's like it ends in a bathroom. It's a T-shape, and at the top of the or cross shape, and at the top of the cross was the toilet and the shower, and there was a window right there.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it had boards on the other side, but you could see through the cracks of the boards. And it's like, who, like, what, why, who constructed this? Who was like, I need to see into that bathroom right there?
Yeah, because it tees up to your bathroom. in your
Yes,
room.
yes, you could see right
Yeah.
through it. And so,
So windows that went into other rooms, not outside the house. Weird shit like that.
yeah, very weird. I actually, dude, I used to open my window in the bedroom, and then I quit doing that because about a week in, I started hearing fucking people walking on the side of the house.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, yeah. And so I thought I was tripping. That's that fucking
Weird house, old house
No,
vibe.
fuck no. I would hear footsteps. I'd hear leaves crunching on the side of that fucking house.
Yeah, fuck that.
And I would shut it instantly. I'm just like, I can't do this. Fuck no.
Yeah, I locked that bitch down.
And I never opened those windows again. Scared the shit out of me. And Randy too. Like my friends had experiences. I had a lot of friends go there. They all had experiences. I'm in the back one time. Me and my buddy Randy were chilling, and he leaves the house. I'm in the shed. And there's a good distance. I don't know how to explain this. There's about, I'd say about 30 foot of distance from the shed to the house, and there's a carport, a fence, about 10 foot of backyard, and then it goes into the back door. But I couldn't go through the back door because my parents they slept back there, so I had to go all the way around the side of the house to go through the front door to get to my room, which was also a good distance away. It's about I'd say maybe about 100-yard chop, 200-yard chop to get to the front of the house.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting in the back of the shed, and fucking Randy leaves. He goes home, and he calls me up about 15 minutes later. He's like, hey, I'm all, what's up? He's like, you still in the back? I'm all, yeah. Fucking asshole. He's like, well, I'm about to tell you some scary shit. I was like, I don't want to hear no scary
keep it
shit.
to
He's all,
yourself,
he's
or
all,
tell me tomorrow.
Yeah, he's like, I'm telling
Yeah.
you anyway. He's like, bro, he's like, I started walking and I get into the backyard, and he's like, it sounds like somebody's following me. And so he's like,
on the side of the house. But
yeah. So but he heard it in the backyard when he was headed that
still
way.
on the way
Yeah.
to the side of
He's
the
like,
house.
so he's like, I heard somebody following me. He's like, and I was like, dude, it's just Elise. He's like, no, dude. He's like, I stopped. He's like, I stopped, and the footsteps kept going. And he's like, so I fucking ran all the way in my truck. I'm like, you fucking suck.
Yeah.
I'm like, I still gotta go inside, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I still gotta. I'm like, you fucking suck. We're
Yep.
sitting there laughing. I'm like,
And it's pitch black back
oh
there,
yeah,
too.
it's dark. As
None of the
shit.
lights, all the lights are in the front of the house where the main street is, not in the back.
Not in the back, yeah.
So it's black, and anything or anybody could be hiding back there.
Yeah.
No.
Like, and there was a crackhead apartment down the street too, so that didn't help things none.
Right,
Dude,
no,
I was like, he fucking tells me that shit. I grab all my shit, and I'm like, fuck, I'm making sure that I didn't leave a thing, because I hated when I get creeped out. I'd be by myself back there, and I
Yep.
used to, like, there's a tree back there that would scrape up against that metal, the sheet metal.
Yeah.
And it was fucking scary as shit because it sounded like somebody fucking running their
Right.
fingers up against that damn
And
sheet
it's super
metal.
amplified when you're
Oh
on the
yeah, when you're
inside.
on the inside. Oh yeah, bro. And that shit when you're by yourself sounds fucking
terrifying.
And so I'd be back there and I'd just start getting the willies, man. And
Mhm.
I'm like,
And you're
fuck
like,
this.
well, guess I'm staying back
Dude,
here tonight.
I would
You're
go,
like, I'm not leaving.
Oh, I would run every night when I was by myself. I fucking ran inside. I ain't even
Yeah,
scared
yeah,
to admit it,
yeah.
bro. I fucking
Yeah.
ran. I ain't give a shit.
I got no shame.
No, fuck no, no shame. And especially with all the shit that I've seen and experienced in that place. But like,
Yeah, you would always hear weird shit.
Dude,
fucking,
yeah.
And I'd always be like, yo, I heard some weird shit. And you'd be like, I don't know. But then he'd be like, fucking, well, we get fucking possums and shit in here all the time. Too.
we get possums
And that was true.
possum.
One night we had to go hunt one down, and we lit him up with an airsoft gun.
Then just pissed it off. Yeah. Oh, fucking running down the attic.
We're all
fucking
scared.
screaming
Still
and
ran
shit.
out the attic. I was fucking scared. Oh, that was a good time. But there was times where like it's pitch black and nothing's
Dude.
going on. There was that one time where your mom was hearing shit, and she was like, "Hey, you guys need to go upstairs and fucking check that room because I think I hear somebody walking around up there."
Yeah.
And it was like he was explaining. There's a bathroom that tees off that separates his room and his parents' room.
And
So you have to go through their door, then through his door to come fucking tell him and shit. And he gets like a fucking baseball bat or his Mo's, and I forget what it was. We got something, and we went up there, just kind of poked our heads around. We're good. Nothing's up here.
Come
Came back down. Yeah.
Instantly. Yeah. No. Dude, fucking. What's it called? Oh yeah, dude. I used to leave shit back there. I'd get all the way to the front of the house, and I would leave
You're like,
shit back
"Stay in
there.
there."
Yeah. No. I'd leave.
I'll get it tomorrow. Ain't
Yeah.
that
I'd be
important?
like, fuck, and like. I'd have to build up the courage to go fucking run out there, you know.
Mhm.
I'm like, damn it, man. It was just something about that. It was just that.
No,
thing.
everybody in the area felt it.
Every single friend that ever went back there was like, dude,
Mhm.
your house is scary as
No,
fuck.
the neighbors felt it too.
Well, they had. Well, it's because they had the same presence, the same entities.
They all
It's
felt
fucking
it too
crazy.
in their own place, fucking, and so much so that it influenced what we called it.
Yeah, no.
We had an inside
okay.
name on that.
I'll get into that. So we called it the Judge because there was a judge that owned our house. Our house was his new build, and the house next door was his old house. But the house next door was old as shit, and it used to be a brothel. Back in the day, it was a brothel. That whole street, and we were talking about this the other day. We'll get into that too. As part leads into the main street of town, and that town in Texas in particular, it was a fucking herding town. So cowboys would all come here to send their livestock off. So that whole strip was nothing but bars and brothels. So the house next door was a fucking old brothel, and we got the history from the guy who currently owned it. So we started calling our ghost the Judge. That was his name. So there was this little Mexican girl that they would rent out
because he built the house.
Yeah, he
or
built.
he lived in it too.
No, he lived in ours. He lived in both of them.
Okay, so and he built them both.
No.
Or he just lived in them.
He lived in the house next door, which was the old brothel.
Right.
But he built
The one with like fucking 30 rooms in
yes,
it.
Yes.
It's literally a fucking house, in a just like a regular old neighborhood. There's
Yeah.
like a 2-story house that he lived in. Regular house. It didn't have a jillion rooms in it. Then there was another house next door. It looks just like a regular house, but it's got 30 fucking rooms in
And
it.
it's 3 stories tall.
So
3-story house with like 30 fucking rooms.
It's not like a hotel. It didn't
No.
look like it ever was a hotel. It just looks like a house that had a family of 30.
An old beat up house.
Yep.
And so they would rent out the 3rd room though. And I hated that 3rd room. I'd always stare at that 3rd room. I knew there was some fucking funky shit. I would always feel like something was goddamn watching me from that 3rd story fucking room.
I got that feeling too. Every time I would walk out from the
'cause they had
shed,
that
I would
big-ass
it would
window.
draw my eye up there.
Yes,
I would look up
every
there.
time. Mhm.
Sometimes a light would be on or something, so maybe that was what it was. But then there was times during the day
Yeah, where you feel like something
where
would be
there's
watching you.
nothing external that's drawing me to it, but I would look up there anyways just to see, because it looked like somebody was watching you through the fucking blinds.
So
or the drapes.
There was this girl that had rented it up there. She was a college student, and my mom would talk to her.
Mhm.
She's a very strange girl, but like I would be partying all night.
Friendly.
Yeah, very friendly. I'd be partying all night, and I'd come home at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and she would have her light on at 4 or 5 in the morning. So I told my mom, I was like, I think she tweaks, dude, because her fucking
She's
light.
up it all hours,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. I was like, I got an
On
excuse.
Adderall, studying.
Yeah, I was like, I got an excuse. I've been drinking all night.
Right.
So my mom's like, here, I'll ask her. And like, as soon as I say that, that girl pulls up. And so my mom's she's all watch. So my mom, God, you gotta know my mom. She don't care. So she walks right up to this girl and she's like, hey, she's like, why is your light always on? She's like, we just noticed that you always have your light on up there. She like looks up really weirdly. She was a weird girl to begin with, but she looks up at the top room and she's like,
same room we all look.
Yeah, she looks right at that window. She's like, talk about that room. We're like, yeah, that room right there. She's like, it's haunted. We're like, oh yeah? She's like, yeah, it's haunted by the judge.
Boom.
Me and my mom just look at each other like, what the fuck? Like, there's no way in hell that she would have known that was our specific name for Argos.
The dual hunting thing is one thing.
Like,
but when you both came up with the same name independently of each other, that's the weird part.
Yes. It was very, very strange, man. Me and my mom.
It's already weird that both are
fucking
having
way.
haunting experiences. But it's even weirder that you both call it the judge.
So like, yeah, it's like it wanted to be called that. And
right.
And he owned a third building that I found in the downtown area.
But
that place that place probably fucking haunted.
Or that's
too.
the one place where he doesn't hunt.
Well, see, here's the thing.
Fucking haunts the two old places he had.
So he had a heart attack, but he didn't die in the house. He died at the hospital.
Right. He probably was attached to those fucking places.
Yeah, and came back or something. So this is the weird thing. So like the very last time that it threw something at my dad, which it hated my dad. I don't know if he was because he was racist or because my parents were constantly fighting, but like he hated my dad with passion. He would assault my dad with shit, hit my dad with shit.
Yeah, for some reason he really didn't like your dad.
Nah, fuck no.
He didn't like us either if he was trying to kill us that night.
Yeah, but he was pretty subtle.
Tame as far as like physical violence though.
Nah, he saved that shit. He saved that shit for my dad, bro. He was violent
he really didn't like
to
your
my
dad.
But he threw.
It really didn't like your dad.
No, fuck no. He threw a fucking picture at my dad. So we had our washroom. Was right where our back door was.
One of a handful of times.
Yeah. So he's in that washroom doing laundry, and my sister had bought a present for my parents. It was like an anniversary present, and it had like this is a picture of a heart, and it's like all the ingredients for a perfect marriage. And it was in this box, and there was 3 shelves, and it was at the very top shelf, and my dad's back there in that laundry room. And that fucking box comes crashing down, and that picture comes flying out of that fucking box and smacks my dad square in the fucking chest. Crazy, right? So my dad's used to be a super religious guy, and he's like, I demand in the name of God that you get out of this house and you fucking do this and hide your
Jesus do on him, start fucking hitting him with it,
some of that,
flexing on him,
yeah. Well, he sent him. This is what's so weird. So when me and you had the experience out in the shed was right after my dad did that. After he did his Jesus Jitsu.
Fucking pushed him out to the shed.
Yeah, dude. Like we had one
kind of makes sense.
One major experience out there, but
if he, he probably didn't like him because he was the more, even though like he was trouble, he's probably still the more religious of us all.
Could say, yeah. I was like, my dad's
more like the more of a threat to it.
Right, yeah, like
you know what I mean?
On a religious kind of level, yeah.
And when it on a spiritual level, fucking, and it pushed him out to us.
Yeah, no shit.
Where we were unprotected,
Yeah,
like,
no shit out the back, fucking smoking pot.
And being a bunch of godless heathens back there.
Yeah, fuck. Dude.
That was one of a couple times fucking that had happened to your dad.
Yeah, no, I'd seen some crazy shit go down. God, man, that fucking house.
By that same thing or whatever the fuck it was.
Dude, fucking Randy, bro. He didn't have a whole lot, but one of the nights, that motherfucker, he liked to leave me by myself, though.
I have a feeling that there was more to it, but he wouldn't tell you about it because it makes it real when you speak it into existence.
It could be.
And he was a pussy when it came to that kind of stuff.
No, they all were.
Too,
they all were, bro.
When we would bring up stuff like that, they're like, dude, quit talking about that.
Yeah. Well, so this
even if it weren't even like it just had like ghost in the name or something like that, and it has nothing to do with hauntings, that would still be like, oh no, we're not doing that.
So all the
blah blah blah.
This is something I noticed
get all scared.
that was really strange, and I don't know, man. Maybe someone can clarify on this, but like when I moved up there, I noticed like all my Mexican friends,
even though they weren't religious or anything like that. That same like
they just had that superstition.
Superstitious energy came.
Yep,
it was passed down through genetic memory, I guess.
No, so this is
and
weird
family
thing. I remember I caught it I caught it because I was with Randy and I was with Andrew one day and we're driving around and there was a cemetery right there. So you remember when that dude was giving us a ride home and he was drunk and he kept hitting that fucking median?
Yeah,
we're all laughing at him. And
yeah,
shit.
he's like, dude, that's not funny. He'd be all, bro, that's not funny.
We all start
We're
laughing.
like, yeah, it is. We're like, oh, it's the funniest because he'd be like all casual, you know, like it never happened. He would just, that's what we were laughing at. It's not funny that we could probably die tonight. It's funny because fucking it'd be all casual.
Well, we were doing it right.
Run into something.
And he was doing it right in front of the campus police department. Randy was all just fucking, I gotta go get cigarettes. I was like, no, you need to go to my house.
Yeah, you need to take us home, dude.
And then proceeds to go to my house and sleep with his eyes wide the fuck
I remember
open.
that. I'm like,
Yeah.
motherfucker sleeps with his eyes open.
He's
He's all,
like sitting up on the thing. Oh shit,
dude, those were some good times. I
No,
those times.
they were
Adventurous.
But anyway, so that area where we were at, right next to where he was flopping all over the place, was a cemetery. And so I'm driving with Randy and Andrew, and I kept noticing them holding their breath, and I was like, okay, that's weird. You know, maybe I'm misinterpreting this. No, we drove back by it, and I caught him doing it again. And after like the fourth time I seen them doing this, it wasn't just them, it was all the Mexican dudes up there. I'm like, what?
Just the Mexican ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, dude, what is it with you motherfuckers holding your breath every
Yeah.
time we pass a cemetery? And they're like, dude, you have to do that, or else the spirits can follow you home. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
I was like, really? Like, you guys really
You really think that?
Yeah, like no, they did because they did it. And it's like you said, they're not super religious. They're not any of that, but they're
No.
still holding their breath every time they go by a
Right.
cemetery. I was like, and I would like to know what the backstory is.
It's probably just like family shit that traumatized them as their kids.
Yeah,
and then they just took it with them because there's some stuff that I'm attached to too, even though I'm not like particularly super religious, that I catch myself doing when I'm in like in traumatic moments or
Yeah.
like I have a traumatic dream or something like that. I like fall back to those roots.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's like the primal part of you that your civilized, you know, self gets into a confrontation with the shadow, you know?
Yeah.
And when that happens, you revert back to what it comes most naturally to you.
Yeah.
And it's like your instinct. It's the weirdest shit. And then it manifests itself in the real world.
Yeah.
And weird little superstitious, you know, things like that. Hitting the light switch 3 times.
Yeah.
Fucking knocking on wood, knocking on the ceiling, that type of shit. Even though, like, you ain't going to Sunday school. You know, you ain't fucking saying your 12 Hajj Jujas and doing confessions.
Not doing your
But you will bust
daily
out the sage to cleanse your house.
Yeah,
What the
no
fuck?
shit. Yeah.
You will get some crystals to put under your pillow.
I'll tell you
What
what,
the hell?
all
Or they'll
those-
have a
all those,
a dream catcher or something in their room.
All those
Like,
people that claim hauntings, who's the first people they call is fucking priests.
right.
You know what I mean? They don't call the
Right.
cops. They don't call fucking scientists.
No.
They call priests.
Right.
So I definitely see that. There's something that's been there for millennia.
It's a primal
centuries.
thing,
No,
I think.
it absolutely. I think
It's not a civilized part of the brain thing.
Okay.
I think it's like Carl Jung, the famous philosopher and fucking old psychologist. It's a confrontation with the shadow, and
Yeah.
most people are cowards when it comes to that thing. And really, he's referring to the self,
Yeah.
to the dark side of the self. But all that is connected.
Yeah.
And it draws into
Well,
that primal part of
it's
the
that
superstition thing.
It's that negative energy, man.
Yes. And we know it all too well, but we ignore it
For
because
every-
we're civilized now.
Yes, for every
We're no longer primal beings.
If people haven't caught the duality yet, I'm like, it's
all about duality, and it's in your face too.
Yes,
That's the crazy
no,
part.
absolutely.
But we just ignore it.
Mm-hmm. A lot of it, yeah.
We ignore almost all of it.
Well, and it's funny watching it in action. It's like I've always been open to it, like, and maybe that's because of the religious upbringing. But like, I've always been open. I've been fascinated by fucking
Mhm.
ghosts and paranormal shit to begin with. But like,
Mhm.
I've never been one of those types where I'm gonna flat out deny one way or the other, right? So I'm not gonna be
Yeah.
like.
And
Like,
agnostic.
okay, I'm not gonna be like fucking Randy and them where I'm gonna hold my breath at a cemetery, but then
And get scared when people talk about ghosts.
yes, or like I don't want to go to haunted houses because they're
But
scary.
God and the devil don't exist.
Yeah,
You know,
at
it's
the
like,
same
come
time.
on.
Right.
Or
right.
like evil and good don't exist.
Right.
It's like, no,
It's like, but
that's not how this works, man.
No, you either
Even if it's not real as its own entity, it's real within you, and that is all that matters.
dude, I'm gonna
And that's the shot. That's the shadow. That's the evil side of your conscience and you.
No, I could definitely attest to that.
And that's manifested into the world.
I'm like a fucking magnet for that shit, bro.
And once I figured that out, started hearing how that works, I'm like, oh, okay. So it's not the God and the cloud own entity. It's that you live your life like that anyway.
Yeah.
You just refuse to acknowledge it.
Mm.
And there's a duality in everything, and that's just part of the condition.
Yeah.
And it's where the devil lies, and it's also where the God lies. You know, is in the duality of everything.
Yep.
So that's where God exists, and that's where the fucking devil exists, and both of those are ultra real.
I was thinking about that shit. I was like, fucking Randy, bro. He stayed the night at the house, which that was rare when he stayed. He had to be really fucked up to stay, but he stayed at the house.
Yeah,
one
right.
night. And I wake up, and it's like 7 or 8 in the morning, and the house is just fucking empty. And I'm like, where the hell did this bastard go? So I call him up, and I'm like, hey, where'd you go? And he's like, I went home. I was like, why? And he's like, dude, he's like, you're not gonna believe me. He's like, I fucking woke up, and he's like, I could hear somebody talking in your kitchen. He's like, so I figured it was your parents. He's like, so I walk into the fucking kitchen and there's nobody fucking there. He's like, so I know right out the front door, got in my car left. I was like, the second time you left me here by myself sleeping, you fucking piece of shit. Just wake me up, something.
Dude, I swear that happened fucking, and it was a similar story, but my ears were really messed up at the time. And we had just got in. He finally started to crash out. I could hear him, I could hear you and your heavy sleep breaths, So I knew you were out.
Yeah.
But I could swear I heard your parents having a conversation and shit in the kitchen as well. And then I thought I smelled fucking them making breakfast and shit too, but I think that was later.
Yeah.
And then I went and asked them if they were up around that time. So maybe I just had my times wrong.
Yeah.
And they did get up. Because I know that they did eventually get up, but it wasn't when it was still dark and it wasn't fucking 4 a.m. and I could hear them talking in there. It wasn't them in particular. It was a male's voice that did not sound like your dad, and it, instead of like it being like, obviously two people conversing,
yeah,
where there's some latency and some pauses in the way that people talk, there wasn't. It like, imagine somebody in the middle of a word, it transitions to a female voice. This is the weirdest shit.
Yeah,
like it was the same person talking to itself.
No, I know.
And 2 different personalities.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I could have been psyching myself out, but that sounds like he had a similar experience and he went to check it out. I was like, fuck that.
Well, yeah, no, I probably had that tenfold, and you're talking about the duality and how this kind of plays perfectly into that. So, while staying at that house, I started getting, like right before I'd go to bed every night, I'd turn my TV off, which... Yeah, I don't know why I did that, but
Yeah.
So I would lay down, I'd turn my TV off. This is actually when I quit sleeping with the TV off. And I'd lay down and I'd be trying to go to sleep and I'd start hearing people fucking talking. And I'm like, okay, I'm tripping. I'm just like in that weird in between state.
Mm-hmm.
And so
that's where I was.
I'd get up and I'd turn the TV on. I'd say lay there for a little bit, turn TV off. Everything's fine. Don't hear shit. And then all of a sudden I hear the voices come back. They start talking again. This shit happened for 4 or 5 months, every single night. Every night. It happened 4 or 5 months. And I finally was just at the fucking end of my rope, and I didn't want to tell anybody. I didn't want to tell my mom. I didn't want to tell nobody because they're going to be like, oh, you're hearing voices in your fucking head.
Right. You're fucking going crazy.
Yes. And I felt that way too.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't want to say anything because I'm afraid, So I finally broke down because I just couldn't take it anymore. My sleep was fucking jacked. I was sleeping with the TV on and all kinds of shit. So I finally broke down and told my mom, I'm like, look. I was like, every night before bed, I go to fucking lay down. I close my eyes and I hear fucking conversations going on. And I don't know where they're coming from. When I turn TV on, they go away. As soon as TV's off, they come back. And so I was like, I swear to you, Mom, it's not a fucking schizophrenic kind of thing because it doesn't happen all day. It doesn't happen all day. It doesn't happen all the time.
Right.
Only at that specific moment in time. And so
when you're the most vulnerable.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so I'm not thinking about it at all. And like a couple so like it was like a month after that, maybe a month or two, and my mom would always wash my sheets and stuff. So I'm in there making my bed, and I stick my hand under the bed, and there's a fucking Bible in between my mattress, and I'm like, what the fuck? And so I bring that in there to my mom, and I'm like, dude, what is this? And she's like, oh shit, I forgot about that. She's like, well, you remember a while back when you said you were hearing those voices when you were asleep? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Uncle Larry, and my Uncle Larry was a very devout Christian. Him and his wife, Barbara, you remember them? So she didn't know who else to call, so she called fucking Larry.
Makes sense.
And Larry was like, well, when he's gone, put a Bible between his mattress and let it sit there and see if that helps, and say a prayer or whatever.
Right.
And at the time, I'm super death metal. I don't fucking...
Yeah, godless heathen.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. I don't believe in any
Epitome
of
of
that shit.
godless heathen.
I hadn't noticed, but the voices had stopped. Didn't hear shit for like an entire month. All that
You didn't
was
even
gone.
realize you're starting to fall asleep. You don't remember falling asleep. You're having good sleep now and shit.
I didn't catch it. And then
that's how you know it's working.
well, that was crazy. I took the Bible out and it stopped completely. All that like that stuff stopped.
Wow. Yeah.
Weird, right?
That's one of those fucking weird situations.
And it was like all unknowing to me because I didn't even know that thing was between my mattress until I fucking found it.
Another good one at that same fucking place was that day on Thanksgiving when the TV shut off.
Oh yeah.
Tell me
holy
about
shit.
that. I gotta use the bathroom.
All right.
Yeah, tell me about that one. That was a good one. That one was weird.
Yeah.
Everybody just kept going like nothing had happened.
All right, so the entire family, we're all sitting around. We're all sitting around on the couches in the living room and stuff, and they got the game on. No one's really paying attention to it. Me, him, my mom, my dad, my brother Michael, and my sister-in-law. And we're all sitting there conversating. No one's paying attention to the TV. And we had been talking for a while. And then all of a sudden, fucking TV just turns off. Boop. And it wasn't one of these new fancy LED TVs. It was one of the old box TVs. And so everybody instantly shuts the hell up. And we're all looking at each other. And we all start looking for the remote, and the remote is sitting right in the middle of the floor, pointed directly at the TV. And then all of us make this realization, and we're all just looking at each other in dead ass silence. And so I just bend over, grab the remote, turn the TV back on, and everybody starts laughing. They're like, dude, what the hell? The TV never turned on by itself or turned off by itself after that point. That was the first and only time that had happened. And yeah, it was a very weird it was in the middle of the day. So I will say this much, like a lot of people I think get this misconception of hauntings and ghosts like it's only gonna happen at night. Like it's no, it's like that shit'll happen in broad daylight when you least expect it. And then you don't have time to react. You don't have time to be like, oh my god, it's a fucking ghost. No, it's just really weird, and you're like, dude, what the hell? You just watch that shit, like that TV just goes boop, and everybody, an entire room full of people are all looking at each other, and the remote is right smack dab in the middle of the floor, pointed directly at the fucking TV. And like I said, never turned on or off again by itself after that moment in time.
I remember looking at everybody like, are you gonna acknowledge that? Yeah. And they just kept talking with the conversation that they were already in. And then I think it was your mom. Somebody grabbed the remote and turned the TV back on.
It was me, and
somebody did. Yeah.
Well, the whole room got quiet, bro. After fucking that shit happened.
Then it happened again.
Everybody was sitting there looking at each other.
And that's whenever people were like, "Okay, that was weird. What the fuck happened?"
Like, yeah, it never happened after that or before that. It's one of those old, like I said, old box TVs.
Yeah. Front of everybody though, fucking
really weird.
Like it was fucking wanting to be part of the party, and nobody was talking to it. 'Cause everybody had like units of the family were carrying on their own conversations and catching up with each other and stuff. And like the TV wasn't even like really up loud or nothing, but so that everybody could have their conversations amongst each other. It was just the weirdest like in passing thing though.
I would say that.
Because I'm like, are we gonna acknowledge this or not? This is the funniest shit.
One of the crazier ones, though, this one really fucking was nuts, is I didn't really... So, basically, all my siblings, except one of my sisters, all lived upstairs. My brother lived upstairs. My other sister lived upstairs. with their families. And so whenever we had moved out of that place, I started collecting stories of if they had experienced stuff. And so I talked to my sister, and I was like, hey, you guys stayed in that creepy ass upstairs. I was like, did you guys fucking ever get any weird experiences? And my sister, she's like, yeah, dude, we had weird shit happen all the time. I was like, what? And she's like, well, we'd hear people walking up the stairs, and the way that the stairs were in that house, it wasn't just a straight set that went up. It went up, and then it took a hard right, and then it would open up into the room.
The room was like right above his.
Yeah, it was right above where my room was. So
and it was separated. The schematics of the house were weird as fuck. You went through the front door, and it's a hallway with just the stairs
and then
two doors.
Rooms off to the side.
Yeah, 2 doors off to the side like this.
So
his room and then the living room.
So I'm asking my sister, I'm like, what did you hear? And she's like, or what'd you guys experience? She's like, bro, we'd hear fucking people walking up the stairs, and they would stop right in the middle of them. And they were like, we'd wait for you, because I would walk up, like, I never wanted to walk in on them. And,
right. Because there's no real door.
No, there's no door.
Straight into the room. There's no door, nothing.
So I never wanted to invade their privacy. So, like, I'd always stop right there in the middle and, like, call their names out and see if they were awake or not.
Mm-hmm.
So they'd be like, yeah, we'd hear somebody start walking up the stairs, and then
nobody would ever appear.
Nobody would appear, and nobody would talk to him. Nobody would say anything, and nobody would go back down the stairs. So they would always assume that it was me, except they wouldn't hear anybody
leave either.
Yeah. So they were like, we'd hear that stuff. And so the weirdest one was my nephew. He was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. So he wakes up in the middle of the night, and he sees an old man standing over the bed with his face pressed to his face, about fucking 3 inches away from his face, and he fucking screams bloody murder. And they're like, oh, it's a bad dream. It's a bad dream. Nothing to worry about. You had a bad dream. So I go to talk to my brother and my sister-in-law, and I'm like, hey, you guys stayed upstairs. You guys have any weird stories? And they're like, oh yeah, dude. They're like, we used to hear people walk up the stairs, and because I would do the same thing with them. I'd walk up halfway and call out. And they're like, so we would hear somebody walk up the stairs, and they were like, we'd wait for you to address us, but nobody would ever say anything. And once again, they wouldn't hear anybody go back down them damn stairs either. So they would hear people walk up them, but not go down them. And my sister-in-law was like, I don't know what it is about that fucking room, but she was like, she's like, I don't know what it is, but I used to feel like I'd wake up in the middle of the night and feel like there was a fucking presence right in front of my face, like this close to my face. I'd feel something standing over the bed looking at me.
It's eating her dreams.
I'm like, well, the weirdest part is that they hadn't talked to Sarah yet, right?
Yeah, these are completely independent.
Yeah, they hadn't talked to each other yet. So my nephew seen the old man standing over his bed looking square in his face.
A young child.
3-year-old child. And
so
then
you got the theme of that going on.
My grown
children being a little bit more sensitive to
the paranormal. But my sister-in-law would feel it. She wouldn't see it, but she would wake up.
She knew it was there.
She'd wake up in the middle of the night and could feel a presence right in front of her face. So the old man was staring at her, she just couldn't see it. And I'm like, dude, that's so creepy. I was like, so I told them the story of what I gotten from Sarah. They're like, she's like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, dude.
Glad you don't live there no more.
Yeah, oh shit. Like, fucking A, man.
Yeah, that place
is fucking wild. That's why I love making fun of this stuff, is because it's so, like, a lot of it is so fake. It's like, dude, like, a lot of the shit that goes down, I know it from experience, because that's not the only haunted place I lived in. I've lived in a haunted house in Albuquerque, and that fucking spirit followed me over to Sarah and Edwards one time. It was really weird.
Yeah.
So, like, that story, basically, I'm in the garage with my brother-in-law. It was my nephew that's seen the face of the old man. It's his dad. And he was out showing me fucking his rap mixtapes out in their garage in their new house. And they hadn't had any experiences in their new house. And, like, all of a sudden, dude, like, we're out there for about 2 hours. All of a sudden, every light in that bitch kicks off. Anything electrical in that garage completely shuts off. And then the electrical garage door opens up fucking out of nowhere. Every fucking piece, like, dude, the stereo we were listening to, and it's one of those ones that had like the clear faceplate on it, and you could
Like
see
a prison stereo.
you could see the CDs. Yeah. So he's listening to one of those, and that shit all off. Everything in there that was electrical turned off, but the electric garage door opens the fuck up. Dude, I bolted. I was like, he's all screaming at there. He's all, I'm here. I'm trying to plug everything. I'm all, fuck that. I ain't going back in there. And so I run back in there and I'm all helping him get all his shit. And we run inside like a couple of fucking girls, you know. We're like, dude, what the fuck? And so we're in his room and he's all, dude, what the hell? I'm like, I don't fucking know. He's I still got to go get the rest of the stuff, but I don't want to go back out there. And he fucking opens his drawer up and he has a 25 pistol. Fucking. And he's like, here. He's like, take this with you. You go back there and get the shit. I'm like, I'm not fucking going back.
He tries to send you.
Yeah, with a gun, dude. He tries to send me back out there.
Popping them out. Like, what the fuck's going on? You're all shooting all stupid.
As he tried to send me back in there with the gun, I was like, I'm not going back in there. He's like, no.
Shit, gun or not.
He's all, no, fuck that shit. He's all, that shit followed you here, bro. And he's all, that shit.
I never had these issues.
No, he's like,
no,
straight up. He's like, it follows you. And I'm like, I can't fucking deny that, so I guess, bro. So I went back there and got all the shit, because that shit started in Albuquerque, then it happened in Texas, and then it happened over there at their house where they had no paranormal fucking shit. That's why he was like, dude, that shit follows you. I'm all, leave me the fuck alone. Like, yeah, all right, I guess I'll go.
Why me?
Yeah.
You know how we were talking about Ouija boards? Were we fucking streaming when we were talking about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mentioned the part where fucking... Jose wouldn't do it here or at his place, so we ended up doing it at my place, which was my dad's house at the time.
Oh, I think I was still living with my grandma's house too.
We wouldn't do it there either.
Mm-mm.
We went to I don't remember doing it. You kept it there.
I was gonna say though, with the level of Jesus Jitsu my grandma had, bro, with her little no fucking demons, bro.
Yeah, probably went. There has been some
Catholic
weird shit back there though, and it's usually with actual people. But there's been times where you've heard shit outside the window, people talking again.
Oh, at that house, yeah.
So
that was like later on,
and it's right next. It's not even fucking a block away from our biggest cemetery in town, and there's 2 of them, and it's right there. Fucking. Anyways, there's only been 2 times where I've seen apparitions, and it was always at my dad's house, and I can't remember. It was around the time, but I can't remember if it had anything to do with our fucking with the Ouija board, and I just didn't put the 2 together.
Could have been.
Or if it was before and after, or before it had happened. But both times was at my dad's house. And the first time was in the downstairs room, because it's a 2-story house, but on the outside it looks like a single-story house. That's because the rest of the house is dug in to a hill. So in the backyard you can see that it's a 2-story house, but in the front it's single-story. So like a quarter of the house downstairs is underground, so there's no windows in there or nothing. It's just cinder blocks. And I was staying in that cinder block room, and we had a cat, and she liked to stay down there because I guess there wasn't a lot of people to bother her, you know, so she could hide back there. So she was hiding in there, sitting on the bed, and I was sitting at the edge of the bed with her, and there's no windows or nothing. There's just a closet right next to the TV in the foot of the bed. And I'm watching TV, and the TV is probably not even a couple feet in front of where my knees are. It's right there up against the wall. So there's the closet and there's the door. But I'm focused on the TV, and I see a fucking shadow bolt from where my headboard starts into the closet. And I wasn't the only one that seen or felt that thing. It didn't make any noise or nothing, but I watched this like small black figure from the corner of my eye bolt, and I noticed it right when it hit my peripheral, like a shadow, and I caught it just as it went into my closet. So I had seen it perfectly, not just with my peripheral. Well, the cat was up too. The cat was fully dead asleep, and when it bolted by her, she felt that shit like. Because she was at the edge where that thing fucking bolted across. She was right there. So that thing, she noticed it and woke up and looked square into the closet. So it freaked her out too. And I just chose to ignore it and keep it moving. So there's no way for reflections or anything to go in there besides maybe the TV. But I've never seen TVs do weird reflections like that. Like full body apparition reflections of like maybe a small child. My door was closed too, so It wouldn't have been anybody walking through the hallway with a light or something like that. Second time was in the backyard. I was really stoned that time though, so I don't know if I was just tripping a little bit, I was just really high, or what the fuck. But same thing. It starts with the peripheral that you see something moving, and then you, of course, it catches your attention, so you look. And same thing. I finished that one out before it completely disappeared. This one went from tree to tree in the backyard though. My dad finally cut all those off so that he could put a pole in, so they're not there anymore. But it was pitch black, and he would get pissed off if he caught me smoking and stuff. So I would turn all the lights off and shit to try to go stealth mode. But the ambient light of the neighbors and shit would light it up just enough, but not too brightly. And same thing, out of the corner of my eye, I see another apparition run from this tree to behind this tree like it went to hide when I wasn't paying attention. Bolted, and I look over there, same thing. It runs behind the tree, but doesn't come out the other side. But it was running so fast that if it was a person, it would have fucking skidded past the tree or lost its balance, you know?
Yeah, it would have caught something.
But it stopped back behind there, and I didn't see it go past that tree. So I don't know what the fuck happened. I just chalked it up to I was really stoned and kept it moving.
Yeah.
I guess the one that I had when I was choking, or about to start choking on that dip pouch, was my third apparition, but that was completely different than what I had seen. Those were dark shadows that had the silhouette of people. That thing was completely different and had an energy to it.
Yeah.
It was still weird though. Very weird experiences.
I've never personally seen apparitions. I was like, I got a lot of weird fucking shit moving and flying, but never got an apparition per se.
Apparitions are rare. You get more like pictures coming off the wall and, you know, weird shit like that.
Was it?
Or weird dreams. Some of the worst sleep paralysis I've had were at that same house. And mind you, coming from the same, you know, room that I had always stayed in. It wasn't the cement one, but literally the door right across the hall, the other corner, parallel to that cinder block room that was underground.
Yeah.
And that's where we were messing with the Ouija board. And that's where Brett and her old lady stay now.
Oh shit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
and you know what's funny?
You left Zoso in there for him.
Yes, dude, did. And I'm telling you, bro, because like my grandma noticed it too.
Yeah.
And she didn't explain it. And it had caused a rift between her and my dad.
Yeah.
So much that she pulled a gun on him. She was terrified of homegirl, you know, and fucking Brittany's thing or whatever. And felt like that shit was gonna attack her or whatever. So she had to keep her blicky on.
She's got that glass.
Yeah, safety always off.
Don't play.
Yeah, and then my dad walked in, and she thought it was homegirl. But I didn't know that there was a whole like texting thing between her and my dad, you know, and she was digging into my dad about the evil coming out of there. And about how like their whole thing is evil and whatever, and
yeah, I got you.
They stay in that room too, and it's like she's like they're gross and they're sinful, and getting into it, you know, saying some terrible things. But I've always felt that, like ever since we moved in there, and I don't know where that came from, but there was some more before we moved there, and I guess the people that had lived there before, it hadn't been updated since the 70s.
Oh yeah.
When we moved in there, the toilets were still like baby shit green.
Yeah.
Like olive green, 70s green.
I don't know. I probably would have kept those. Just
right. The carpet was like trippy
yeah.
swirls, you know, 70s trippy swirls and stuff like that. And my dad ripped all that out.
Yeah, he modernized the hell.
Modernized it. But Frankie, then he always told me that the guy that had lived there before died there. I never noticed that. I never noticed like a ghost. It was more like an evil fog.
Yeah.
Like a dark fog that was in there. the only like ghost things that's maybe those apparitions that I seen, and none of them gave off old man that may have lived and died there. And I don't know if there was ever any history like that. Lots of people like to attach a history like that. We never looked into it because it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
It still just felt like shit.
I don't know, man. We've talked about this before, like you were saying, like the old part, my grandma's house in that cemetery, man. Fucking when I lived on that house on Ortega Street, I didn't have anything supernatural per se, but like there's just that whole neighborhood is just fucking gross. There's a lot of bad shit that happens there. Well, it's like I said, we went to do laundry at the laundromat and came back, and there's a fucking dude dead laying at the park.
Yeah, talk about principalities. If there is principalities, that's one of them.
Oh fuck, dude! So
that one is the stomping grounds of some kind of demonic
dude. I'm telling you,
entity. That's where Zozo.
Yeah, that's where
kingdom
where he originates. Yeah,
no, where his little realm is, because terrible things happen there.
I don't have any
murders, all of it. Shootings,
decent fucking stories, man. There was that fucking tweaker girl that would roll up and ask to use my phone and sitting there telling me her whole life story about how her boyfriend whooped her ass.
Tweakers breaking into your car, like all the worst of the worst. And all the trap houses that's where all of our trap houses are.
Yeah, no, it's
shootouts. We hear gunshots all year round.
Yep, in that neighborhood, it's fucking crazy, and it's just weird.
That dude got clapped right there in front of the cemetery.
That was
right in your backyard. Essentially,
let's say that's when we came home from the laundromat and seen him there. They were just seeing his feet poking out from the bottom of the car. And even when the cops they're trying to do their investigation, there's a tweaker on a bike fucking pulling off the tape. Yeah, pulling up tape.
I've been knowing Dookie Shoes 27 years.
And he goes down the fucking street. This is crazy. He goes down the street and he comes back with his homie on a fucking lowrider bike, Cholo dude.
Yeah.
A lowrider bike just to see it, but the cops had already cleared it out.
Oh, mud butt. Dookie Shoes mud butt.
It's like, that's
neighborhood crackheads.
That's baby Joker mud butt.
Yeah. Baby Joker and Dookie Shoes coming through.
But that's also where I think I got my worst sleep
paralysis. First 48 moment.
I was telling you about that one. That's where I got my worst sleep
paralysis.
In that fucking area, and
that place is definitely demonic fuck too,
bro. Like I already told you about it, where I freaking woke up, couldn't move, and then I hear the most low evil growl outside of the fucking window. And
that was that house. It wasn't your grandma's.
No, that was Ortega.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was on Ortega, bro, and then I had
that makes. That changes things a little bit because it's right there on the cemetery.
Yeah,
it's
like
1
10
street
feet away.
1 street.
Yeah,
1 street. That's it.
Yeah, that place was nuts. I had never felt safe in that house, but it wasn't because of that. It was because of the people. I never felt safe. People were doing
there's always some people out there.
Like, and dude, once you live like that, like you live paranoid all the fucking time. Like I was always waiting for somebody to kick in our door over there, bro. Always.
No, I believe it. Fucking, there was times where we'd be hanging out, and there's so much activity. It's the middle of the night. It's midnight, 1, 2 in the morning. There's so much activity where it's like, how are you not going to get your shit broken into, or assaulted, or whatever, or accosted in some kind of way? Somebody asking for $1 or a pack of smokes or something.
No, always, dude. People always bumming shit off me. I felt like the fucking cigarette ice cream man out there, fucking.
Yeah.
And it's not that
they
we
see that smoke from a mile away, and they're like, "Ooh, I need a cig."
It's not that we have a whole lot of nice shit to be stolen. It's just like I had my guns. I didn't want those getting taken. Like
I remember we would go inside and then we would look out the window just to make sure they kept it moving.
Like
they break into your shit, and then there's times where you bust them and be like, "Yo, what are you doing?"
Yeah,
you're like, "Oh, it's my cousin's car."
Like, no, it's not. Got a gun behind my back. No, it ain't. It's somebody else's house. You better get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, the casual tweakers. Those are the ones that break into your shit right in your face and be like, "Oh no, I know the person that I'm stealing from."
Is that my yeah, shit, for real though.
Like, I don't give a shit if you know him. You're trying to steal. Get the fuck out of here, even if you did know him.
Well, dude, there was that time me and JC came home and Gizmo ran in the back and he's fucking got his little fruffles up. I can't remember the name of them. But he's got his little back hair fucking razor back going on and he's growling. And I'm like, dude, there's something back there. And I fucking turn the corner and there's a guy laying up against our fence. And I just look at JC. I'm like, "Hey, go get the fucking piece." And that guy's like, gets up and he starts fumbling and it's falling all over the fence. And I'm like about 10, 15 feet away from him, keeping a good distance. And I don't know where the hell it was taking her so long. She couldn't find it, I guess. And he's like falling up against the fence. He's like, bro, I just want to leave, man. I just want to leave. And he falls in the corner.
You better get the fuck out of here.
He falls in the corner of the fence, bro. And like he's on the verge of tears, crying and stuff. Like, I just want to go, bro. Like I was about to kill him or something. Like, I'm like, dude, the fence is right there. Get the fuck out of here. And then he's all, thank you. And then he leaves. Well, there's a guy, and I call him Randy's doppelganger because he looks just like fucking Randy. But he's standing in the middle of the street watching it all go down. He was watching the entire time. So some nosy ass motherfucker that was
neighborhood entertainment.
Yes, dude, was sitting there watching that. But later on, that guy helped us find Gizmo whenever we were living on Ortega. He had seen Gizmo run by. But it's just funny because he was watching the whole thing transpire. I was like, I wanted to tell him, what the fuck you looking at, dude?
Yeah, like
it's none of your business. Get the fuck out of here. Like, shit,
something.
dude. Like, even with that guy, like, I felt terrible, man, because I'm like, this guy's begging for his life, and I'm like, this is not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all. I'm like, dude, then just leave. Like, I just don't want you here. I don't care where the fuck you go.
I don't care where you go. Yeah.
I just don't want you here in my yard. Like, you can go anywhere you want to, bro. Like, I don't have anything on me. I just need you to get the fuck elsewhere. Like, you just gotta go somewhere.
Yeah, maybe maybe
like
maybe it was one of those times where he's like, fuck, I gotta stop doing shit like this.
I hope so, man. Hopefully, fucking,
because that's how you get fucking dead. That's how you get fucking, or at the very least you get your fucking shit knocked in.
And he's lucky. Like, I wasn't feeling that way. I was just scared and wanted him to leave. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just as scared as you are at this point. Like,
and that's really the most that you can do to like protect your property and whatever else. Whenever they come to your fucking door and try to come in, that's a different story. That's when it's like, it's go time. I don't give a shit if you beg for your life.
Yeah,
it's go time.
Yeah, no, it's like, but at that point, I was like, dude, I just want you not in my damn yard where I can't see. It's so dark in my grandma's backyard. You can't see 2 inches in front of you, so all I see is a figure.
Especially if that street light that's like perpendicular.
Yeah,
is out. Yeah,
Bro,
you can't see nothing.
I couldn't even see the guy's facial features. All I saw was a fucking human mask.
Silhouette, yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm fucking terrified. It's pitch black back there. Me and him are like...
You don't know if he's got a knife.
Anything.
Or, a fucking...
He's all trying to
can of dick pills or something.
He's all, I got these penis pills, bro. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get my rocks off.
Yeah.
Just trying to beat by me.
Just trying to rub one else on, man. That's all.
Well, don't beat it in the alley, motherfucker. Don't beat it here. There's trash cans out there. Go.
Get back. Get back.
I got a weapon.
Don't come no closer.
Fuck. But what I was going to get at, man, was like, it's just for some reason, man, whether it's cemeteries or not, just like places like that, they just have stank about them. So like I was gonna say earlier, main streets, like the main street here in town, it was the Devil Street, and that my house in Texas was also on a main street. Those old
right there,
like those old parts of town, and like the old parts of town.
They're on the ley lines.
You could say that.
They're in those most energetic parts that have a history.
Yes, 100%.
And even some places that don't have history, like my dad's house, I don't think it had any history until we brought the fucking Ouija board. Maybe, but I can't remember. I'm pretty sure like those apparitions that I seen were before the Ouija board. And I still didn't put two and two together when you were like, "Hey, let's fucking do this shit." I'm like, "All right, let's go do it in my room. I don't give a shit."
It's like, you should have got a fucking autograph, man. Zoso.
Right? I tried. I even still have the notebook that we wrote questions down.
I was like, we need to make t-shirts that say Zozaz.
Never got the answers. Right.
Instead of fucking Zoso, have Zozaz. These are fucking
Zozaz. Yeah.
They will make another t-shirt that says Billy.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah.
Tier 1 fucking Ouija board ghost.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't do shit.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's just, I don't know. It's like certain places like that just got the
Ouija board demon in training.
Zozaz.
Subordinate to Zozaz.
Yeah. No, they just got stank about them. So this is like kind of a case in point. It's kind of crazy, but that's where we figured out, like at Brantley, fucking people out there were there's always a drowning out there there's always a drowning out there every fucking year. And I'm like, how the hell are people drowning in like...
That's news to me, but there's been some weird shit that like weird history that I never knew about that I've been stumbling upon lately. So like those two girls that fucking were murdered right by Brantley too.
Oh yeah. Well,
did you ever hear about that? Two little girls that got picked up and fucking
killed out there,
essayed and straight murdered, and then dropped out there.
No, I'm telling you, bro. Like there's
like crosses out there for them and everything. This was back in like the 60s, 70s serial killer era.
Yeah, when you could get away with it.
And they never caught who did it. Never caught him.
there's just something weird about it. Like, but every year
I was like, it was a toy box killer.
Yeah, probably
for some of his first kills before
bro,
he went
to
to
be
Truth or
honest.
Consequences, and
not too
he was
far.
passing through or something.
Yep. I was gonna say though, but yeah, there's always at least one drowning death. Now a lot of that could be explained away by, I would say, an undercurrent, because they drain that shit into
It's
the
right. There's a big dam right next to it.
yes, and they drain it into the canals every so often. So a
Mhm.
lot of it could just be these people getting swept up in undercurrents because of that.
Mhm.
But that's where we found out. Me and JC found out that it was a cemetery that they cleared out before they filled it up and made
didn't know
Brantley.
that.
Yes, sir. It was a cemetery out there, and I thought it was bullshit. Her friend was like, that place is fucking was a cemetery before it was Brantley, right? We're like, bullshit. So JC started looking at
It's
it.
also weird that that's where dude chose to dump those two little girls.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Literally right
I'm
across the
telling
highway.
you. Well, dude, I got one even better.
Right
for
across
you.
the highway.
I got one even better, right? And I'll tell you. So we looked it up, or JC looked it up, and she's like, "Bro, it was a cemetery." I'm all, "Shut the fuck up," because, dude, as long as I've lived in this place, I have never known that place was a cemetery before they turned it into a lake.
Me either.
So
I didn't know
was
about
like-
that. I didn't know about those two girls. I didn't know about the two guys that went into the Carlsbad Caverns and held them up.
Oh yeah, I didn't hear about that either. Yeah.
They
That's so
fucking
weird.
they got through and held everybody up fucking in the cave and wouldn't let them on the elevator and shit. They finally fucking got them out of there. They finally ended up surrendering.
Well, there was the other one, man, the PR where they had the sniper.
The fucking the middle school sniper.
Yep, that they don't ever talk about.
No,
you don't really.
You always
hear
heard the
shit about.
lore, but you never. But yeah, there's fucking news. Yeah, crazy histories.
So I was gonna tell you. So when my
The
mom,
nuclear bomb testing, the fucking bomb, or the napalm bat.
There's an
The fucking-
explanation right there, bro. Fucking all the nukes brought all the ghosts out. Plus,
Right.
they dump all the fucking radioactive waste here everywhere in the country.
Yeah,
This is
with
the only
waste
dump
isolation
site.
plant. Yep.
Only dump site. In the
And they're
entire
trying to get
country.
rid of it.
Oh yeah, I was a little late for that.
Yeah, no shit.
Like,
well, before we were
fuck you
dumping
gonna
it into
put
the
it?
ocean.
No shit,
And,
though.
yeah, we were putting all the waste
Yeah.
in barrels and just throwing it in the ocean.
It's like it's kind of a
And
better
then,
solution.
what'd you know? The fucking barrel started to erode from the salt water, and all the
they-
nuclear waste starts leaking into the ocean.
They had a leak out there one year, bro, and they're cleaning up one of the spills, and something happened. It got out into the environment because they used the wrong kind of cat litter. I'm like, you motherfuckers are out there cleaning up nuclear waste with fucking cat litter?
It's like a floor dry. You're supposed to use a specific kind
Yeah.
of floor dry. If you're using cat litter, that's
what
way
they-
unprofessional.
That's what they were using,
It
dude.
still works the same way. It soaks it up. And
Yeah,
clumps up.
yeah. But I was like, they used the wrong brand.
But that shit you do for like, I spilt like a little bit of oil at my job.
Yeah,
You know,
not
like,
fucking nuclear waste.
fucking-
Jesus. They use cat litter, bro. It was
Oh,
a big old,
hilarious.
fucking thing. No. So I was gonna say, my mom, when she's doing that OMI shit, fucking, there was a murder out there. Dude, this is crazy. So anyway, there was a murder out there right in front of Brantley. Is at the tunnels. Fucking, that's not that far from Brantley.
Same area.
Same general area.
Principalities, dog.
So there was a guy out there fucking fishing. I think he was like 40 or 50 years old, and these two dudes rolled up there and killed him for no reason. But it was so bad. My mom was like, "Damn, I wish I could have went to it." And the guy that did go to it was like, "No,
you didn't want to.
You didn't want to go
Mhm.
because they smashed his head in with a rock, and they smashed his head so bad it was flattened like a fucking pancake. And then they got their car stuck, and first they caught his truck on fire, and then they got their car stuck out there and called the fucking fire department to get them come pull them out." Yeah.
After they killed dude?
After they killed dude.
A real smart.
Yeah. and-
Like at that point, I would set that bitch on fire
So
too.
this is what's even crazier, right? It's like, so like after all that goes down, we hadn't thought nothing about it, and this guy comes in looking for a job, and he's like, he tells the boss, bro, he's like, yeah, I'm on trial for murder. He's like, but I'm innocent, blah blah blah. And they looked into it, and he was one of the guys that was out there that murdered homeboy, and he came into the business trying to get a job.
Is his name Philip?
Don't know. I don't know what his name was.
Short Mexican guy with glasses.
Could have been.
Because my buddy Philip, I went to, I think he was there whenever he was with his buddy, and it was in the paper.
Yeah.
Where they did the same thing. They fucking hit that dude with the rock.
Mm-hmm.
Killed him. They beat his ass.
It's probably the same
and
guy.
Smashed
man.
him with the rock.
Yeah.
But it was at Lower Tansel.
Oh, okay.
But it was somewhere near the water. There was a fishing spot.
Yeah, and it could be that same one, but I'm pretty sure it was the
And Philip's out. He's not in prison anymore. The other dude is, because it was the other dude who did all the shit.
Did
He
the
was
deed.
just there. So I think I forget what happened, but he's got his own family. I seen him a while ago. He's just trying to lay low, and his mom is corrections officer.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she was the one who ran all my fingerprints and stuff. Her name's Narda. Sweet lady. Kids are fucking shitheads though.
I wonder if she pulls some strings. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of. It's just crazy though, man. But I mean, technically all that water's connected. But
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's the bloodline through this town, man.
I'm telling you, man. Like I would. That's why I say I would be really interested to know how many people actually have haunted houses here, because I feel like there's a lot more than people would think, just due to how much crazy shit goes on in such a small little, a small town.
Oh, dude, I forgot about this.
Small town
So,
that we're in.
when Joseph passed away, it was still kind of fresh on our minds, you know? But we still would go over there and hang out at his house.
Yeah.
But we were hanging out in the basement. And it was like my second home. So
Yeah.
I would go up there by myself, use the bathroom, steal some food or whatever, and then go back down there. And I was in there alone. And I was getting a Hot Pocket of noodles or something like that. And I came out of the bathroom because it was in between Joseph's and his brother's room. And then the bathroom was in the middle. I used the bathroom, went back into the kitchen to put like the Hot Pocket or whatever it was into the microwave. And then I was going to go out the back door and go back into the basement. And I heard someone following me.
Yeah.
I fucking heard someone following me. And it scared me. I left that shit in the microwave and went back downstairs.
You're just like,
yeah, I didn't tell anybody about it, and that's probably why I just forgot about it until now. But I just chalked it up to maybe it was just Joseph.
right. Well, I mean, I'd imagine if it was anybody.
But yeah, he was murdered, so that's part of the bad juju around here.
Telling you, man, like this little town is a fucking curse all its own.
It is, man. It's
always
like
has been.
Yeah, it's a black hole, dude. Fucking, it's a black hole, straight up.
It's like a lot of fucking misery.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of misery and for
a lot
everybody.
of retired dreams.
Yes.
Dreams and everything. The
Yeah,
people that.
A lot of people trapped.
Yeah. Yeah.
That hopelessness.
You come here to visit and you stay here and die. Like,
No,
this is where people
really
come to
what
die.
it is. It's really the best explanation for it. It gets.
It's a weird place, man.
Yeah. It doesn't like, and there's always something like real crazy that goes down. Like there was that guy that.
Yeah.
There was a guy a couple years ago that wasn't supposed to have custody of his daughter, but somehow ends up with his fucking daughter and just murders her and throws her in the trash can. And it's like yeah, no big deal. And then they arrested him. Like he called his mom and shit, and they got the cops out there, and yeah, he just killed her for no reason, just fucking whatever. It's like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, I think it spreads out too, because I mean, Hobbs, they got that chick that.
I was gonna say there was two instances in Hobbs. The chick that CCTV camera, she fucking just rolls up to a fucking dumpster
and throws her baby
in there. And there was a
Yeah.
second one that was really fucking famous, and nobody knew she was pregnant.
Oh,
She went to the hospital.
Yeah, and threw it in the trash up
Threw
there.
it, yeah, took the bag of trash out, stuck the baby inside the trash can in the bathroom, put the bag back over it, and it wasn't. Nobody knew what had happened. Fucking, it wasn't until the janitor went to go swap the cans and fucking heard something inside the fucking
The trash can.
and realized there was a fucking baby in there.
Like, dude.
And then they connected it to that chick, and she was just in complete denial and delusional.
She was bullshitting, bro, straight up.
Mhm.
She knew.
And they were like, dude, we did blood work on you. You were pregnant. Where'd the baby go? Like, there's no baby in your womb no more.
I was like, yeah.
And the umbilical cord and shit was still, up in her, and they'd take all that out or whatever. And she had done it herself. That's what happened.
Yeah. Like I said, that doesn't surprise me, man. This, like, maybe it's just fucking New Mexico in general is just fucking, like...
Oh,
cursed
Roswell
like
is
that.
one of the most violent in New Mexico.
I've heard Roswell, Albuquerque is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, New Mexico is weird. Well, and some of the most notorious serial killers were from here.
This sounds
back in
about
back in the 90s in Albuquerque, there was a dude that had gone around for like 30 years, and his thing was he would just shoot people that were walking around. just for nothing. He would just clap them. One or two of them he actually like picked up, and then would essay them and then murk them, go
Yeah.
stash them somewhere, and they finally caught him like 30 years later. And then there's the bone collector.
Yeah.
The bone collector. Nobody knows who he is, but they just found a mass grave full of women, full of toots.
They like those. Those like the toy
Yeah.
box.
Common thing. They love toots, man.
Toy box killer was here.
Toy
too.
box killer, even though there's no confirmed kills under his belt.
Yeah, because he's throwing
One of the
them out
only
and
serial killers that has no confirmed kills.
throwing him out in elephant butt.
Yeah, elephant butt. That's the theory. My theory is that he got those two little girls here too.
Probably.
Because Truth or Consequences is only about an hour away from here.
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't.
And at the time, there was a fair going on here, so those girls were supposed to go to the fair together. They were neighborhood friends.
Yeah.
And they got scooped up by somebody. And think about it, does this thing to him on the way home because it's on the north side of town by Brantley.
Yeah.
Headed towards Roswell and Artesia and Truth or Consequences. So if it were like on the south side, I'd be like, eh. But then I thought about it and I was like, he's headed north. Maybe he dumped them on the way home. He didn't want to travel with two bodies in his car, So you got to dump them somewhere. And that's where he chose to dump them.
I could see it.
Nobody ever found out who did it though.
I'm telling you though, man. I was like, it's just and I feel like it's like this in a lot of towns, man.
And that was back in the 70s. That's serial killer era like the mother freak. What is it with baby boomers, bro? Baby boomers in the 70s, dude. Fucking.
Because you could fucking do that shit and nobody would catch you.
Crazy, dude.
I'm telling you, man. I feel like it's in a lot of towns. It's in a lot of places. It's just there's certain areas, man, that are just they got so much cooped up.
Ley lines, bro. It's always in like the most active and energetic parts of cities, because where they got picked up was where the fair was going on, was downtown.
Yeah.
Heading towards the beach. And it's the most active time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's actually ley lines. I'm just saying, like, where it's the most energetic and
right. Where there's the most. That's what I'm saying, man. Like the more negative it gets, the more fucking weird shit gets, and I feel like I said, it seems like any older places that have seen some hard shit, some rough shit, always tend to have fucking paranormal activity, fucking places, and even if, like I said, even if it's not paranormal, like there's just certain places that are just cursed naturally.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I say, like, right there at that fucking park, bro, where right by my parents' house, it's fucking rough out there. Even if you don't see no paranormal shit, you're gonna see some weird shit.
Weird physical shit.
Yeah.
You hear crazy shit. You'll be chilling out there.
Yeah.
I got shot at one street over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And actually, I was talking
Jumped
to my mom.
and shot at.
Jamal and them committed their double homicide 2 streets up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, dude, and you know what's funny? When you go a little bit more towards the west, where like Alvarado and that fucking is cut off by Juarez Street or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That goes into Mesa.
Yeah.
You go across Mesa like that.
That's not that bad on that
No,
side.
it's a little bit more
over.
upclass.
No, it's true.
But it's separated by Mesa. As soon as you go over Mesa, it's more ghetto. Fucking all the tweakers are over there. All the
Yep.
trap houses are there.
Yep.
All the crazy
100%.
stories. The cemetery is literally a block over from there.
Yeah. No,
And
it's true.
there's 2 parks in those neighborhoods. There's one tucked away on the other side of Mesa too.
Yeah,
You never hear of any weird shit going on there.
No,
but there's
absolutely
always
not.
weird people in the park fucking
On the other
at
side.
The other side.
Next to the church and next to the cemetery.
Yes,
you
bro.
know what I mean?
Yes.
Like next to the Catholic church. Yeah.
Yes.
100%. Yeah, like it's so weird.
Yeah.
Because you get to you get one street over and like it all changes. Like it doesn't have nearly as much weird shit and
No.
nearly as much bad juju as fucking the other side.
It's right there. There's bad juju, and on the north side of town, ironically, because the north side of the town tends to be the more upper class side.
Yeah.
But it was on the northeast side where Joseph was killed.
Yeah.
It was on the north side where Brantley is. It's on the north side where those 2 girls were killed.
Yeah, no, that's true too.
Avalon is out there, and I'm sure terrible things have happened out there too.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm sure.
The Highway of Death.
Oh,
When
285.
everybody was getting killed. I
Yeah.
worked on one of those guys that got ejected from a car, and it was the craziest thing because he had no bruises. He wasn't still alive yet to start getting liger or bruised up from being mangled from being ejected from a car on the highway. So he was still and mostly intact, but whenever you touched him, all you felt was just crushed
Mush.
bones.
I'll tell you what. Speaking of that, my buddy or this guy I work with, he's showing me a video from one of his homies that sent him a video, and this guy gets into a wreck, and I think it was off 285. Gets into a wreck, jumps out the car, and then grabs he's got a knife he's got like a knife in his hand, and he's like trying to cut his own throat. And yes, everybody's like, dude, stop. They're all telling him to stop, and he's over there trying to cut his own throat, but it's too dull. So he's like sawing into it. And then he just takes off running in the middle of the desert, dude.
Damn.
Yeah. And it's like, well, we all know where that leads.
Yeah, if you don't get found, it's over, buddy.
Yeah. And
you ain't
so
coming back.
I was like, dude, this is so wild. I was like, your friend filmed this shit? He's like, yeah, bro. He's seen the wreck and everything. He got out and he's filming it. And yeah, homeboy jumps out and starts fucking
Went nuts. Probably got some bad meth.
Dude, some bad stuff.
Having a crazy fucking psychiatric meltdown.
Yeah.
Drug-induced psychosis or something.
No, it had to have
That's the physical side of explanation. Or fucking...
Yeah.
But other drugs take you to other dimensions, bro. And meth takes you to a fucking... an evil side, too.
Oh, yeah? No. I feel
People
like...
talk about seeing fucking demons and shit on there all the time. And it's like, fucking stop.
I was like, yeah, I feel like most drugs used for prolonged use inevitably open you up to that.
Absolutely.
To whether good spirits, bad spirits, they're definitely there. You start fucking with your brain waves.
Mm-hmm.
And start fucking with the chemicals in your head.
Yep. Twisting that fucking knob.
Yep.
That seek knob.
Yep. I was like, the shit gets crazy. I'll just put it that way. From my own experiences. Yeah, I've always felt like each one has its own spirit, its own deal going on, and prolonged use of any of it will fucking bring... I feel like it opens your... It's all... how do I put this? I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. I think the best way to put it is like, you know, you're in this. Your body's... You're physically in this realm. Your brain's in this realm. So when you start fucking with your brain chemicals... and especially for long periods of time, it starts opening up certain spiritual channels, other dimensions, whatever the hell you want to call it, and weird shit starts to happen. You start, at least your senses, you start experiencing weird fucking things.
Oh, yeah.
And I've learned that through experience, fucking...
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, and especially with dope, like, they get to seeing shadow people. And
oh, yeah.
It's like, who's to say
being followed, being listened to, being talked to, hearing voices. Yep. Opened up a whole new condition on the DSM-5, though, fucking with drug-induced psychosis.
Yeah. Which, I was thinking about this the other day, because I had read a thing a while back where they were talking about when typically in males, but when males start smoking weed at an early age, and if they keep doing it into adulthood, that it can induce psychosis. And I was like, that's such bullshit.
Yeah, I remember us reading about that, explaining that.
And I was like, that's such bullshit. But
but it's like an allergy, essentially.
Well, so that was the sickness thing, right?
Oh, that's right.
People were getting sick from it.
Mm.
But this other one I was reading, and they were basically talking about that. Yeah, the men that start off young, smoking a lot of weed, and they keep doing it through adulthood, eventually, fucking, they've noticed like an uptake in psychosis. And I was like, at first I was like, I don't fucking believe that. It's just weed. Just weed. But then I thought about it, dude, with the amount of weed that I used to smoke, fucking wake up,
right,
smoking,
all day long,
and then go to bed smoking, and then doing that for years and years and years and years, compounded with other drugs and alcohol. I can definitely see it. And the biggest reason being is I get to these weird points. Like, I've been this way all week, and best way to put it is basically being like depressed or whatever, but just being bored with reality. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. How do I put it? There's nothing really interesting that happens outside of what is happening. Like, there's no way to achieve a next level. You know what I mean? Like, it is like this is what it is. And once you hit that wall, it sucks because like a lot of shit isn't exciting or fun anymore.
Nope.
And I feel like this is the same wall that all these young men who've been smoking this whole time are hitting. They hit that wall because they've been nothing but stoned for forever, and they hit that wall of boredom. And realizing that, you know, you go from being young and the whole world is your oyster and there's so much shit to experience.
Be excited about, yeah.
And then you hit adulthood and you realize that either you're cut off from that financially, from doing anything interesting and fun, or there just really isn't anything interesting and fun to do anyway. Like, you're just kind of existing at a certain point.
Right.
And I think
coasting through.
They have nowhere to go but in their own heads. And overthinking starts to play into that. And then eventually, so they end up with a form of psychosis. It's not like full on.
I'd say like and assuming that they're self-aware and they paid the price to be able to see and be sensitive to that. Because most people aren't. Most people are just, you know, blissfully ignorant. Just fucking going through the motions, and they're perfectly okay with that. But people who are super sensitive to not being okay with being mediocre, that's the wall. Is you're like, that's when shit becomes terrifying and can take you to a bad place. Because they're aware of that, they can see it, they paid the price to see it, and that price to see it is getting to know the shadow. And becoming acquaintances with it. Don't let it be your friend, because that shit will consume you.
100%.
And it'll make you do terrible things and act terrible and be a terrible human, you know. But if you can make acquaintance and shake hands with it, it can make you a lethal motherfucker in the world, make you a badass. But most of us are too frightened to shake hands with it like that.
It's like I said, man, I feel like that's kind of where I got with that whole thing.
So they're either completely shut off to it, or they're completely consumed by it. It's very hard to get that duality back, you know.
So well my whole point with that
dance on the middle of the seesaw
to round it about was like, because I started smoking pot when I was like 12 or 13, it ruined my perception of the world and the way, and like, it ruined my perception of the world and the way that I viewed things, because it made...
I got bombarded by all the crazy shit right away. Instead of like seeing it fucking... in the natural way.
The mind expansion, bro. Like, it's
overstimulated right away.
Yes. Whenever it's like new programming. Once that new programming is in there...
It does rewire you, though.
It doesn't come out. And it does. And I believe on a molecular level, it does too. It rewires you. You know what I mean?
If nicotine can do it,
then
so can any other psychoactive drug.
And that's what I'm saying. I was like, so I feel like any young ones that are exposed to that at an early age,
stunt them, their natural selves. That's for sure.
Because it'll change your entire viewpoint of what reality is, even on a small level, but what reality is and can be, according to your mind, running at a different wavelength and a different pattern of chemicals. You're never the same. You don't view things the same. You don't see things the same. And I think this is maybe the overall fear way back in the day, you know, the 40s or 50s, when this shit was like, super taboo and you didn't do it.
Yes.
Because they knew you were fucking with your brain chemicals.
What do they call it? Marijuana something?
Madness.
Yeah, marijuana madness.
Yeah. But there's some truth in that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, but there is some truth in it, and I get that.
I think there's more lies about the drugs than there are truths.
Truths, absolutely. But I get it.
But there's absolutely truths that need to be fucking vetted before.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be okay with that. You got to be okay with
it's going to be a give and take, man.
Yeah, if that horizon and those boundaries are pushed.
Some of them cost more than others.
No, 100%. No, for real. Once those
moderation, duality. Like I was saying, moderation, fucking bit of both.
Once those boundaries are pushed, man, you can't unpush those boundaries. Like they're broken.
Nothing will ever be the same.
No, they're broken. Like, So I was like, I kind of believe it to an extent. I don't believe it to the point where these kids are like getting like these men are so fucking
They stick the gun in their mouth.
yeah. I don't think it's to that kind of a
Like
level. that kind of
the
extent.
commercials they used to do.
But
where they're like, this is Allison. Allison smoked marijuana. She's all fucking deflated on it.
Yeah, no fucking shit. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, man. I don't think it's to that kind of extent, but I understand it to a degree. From my point of view, it doesn't hold any water, but I kind of get it. I think psychosis is probably the wrong word for it.
Right.
Because you notice this is where a lot of people get stuck, man. Is a lot of people, they smoke and then they start drinking alcohol, and then a lot of them just never leave one or the other. Yeah, they usually just stay there. Because they need that break, they need that freedom, they need that they need to keep fucking hanging out on that boundary, you know what I mean? They need to keep pushing it over.
And another thing is, I think like where it can be medicine is where it forces you to fucking kill your ego.
Yeah.
You know, and the ego can be a killer too, man.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And a lot of that shit will kill that shit for you, and that's a lot of times when people end up getting like panic attacks and stuff like that on there is because you're flying solo.
Yeah,
without your ego, and it could take you to a crazy place, or it can show you that there's nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah.
And that your ego is just in the way. But it goes back to the duality and the shadow, you know.
Yeah. It's like how far you want.
Ready to end this shit though?
Yeah.
So see you guys later. Put your
Later,
stories in
later.
the fucking